Greetings, programs. Welcome to Red Pill Sunday School. Let's see. This is season 2, episode 6, I want to say. Hopefully I got that right. Let's see. The date, Saturday, January 22nd, 2022, if you believe in that sort of thing. This is a very important episode, however. I am here today to explain to you some things that many of you have written to me personally and asked, and I have told you that I quite honestly don't have enough information to tell you yes or no, but to be very, very cautious when it comes to the whole endeavor of UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, and all that goes with it, including all of these so-called gurus, all of these people who appear to have good intentions and appear to be guiding you in the right direction. And I can name many people. We'll just start with Anna von Reitz, who, again, I'm willing to consider has very good intentions. I'm not so sure that's true anymore. The road to hell, they say, is paved with good intentions, and, of course, if you've listened to me long enough, you know that hell is something that is man-made. We are the ones who construct it through our actions, always wanting to, for some reason, abandon the beauty of the heaven on earth that we've been given, watching it be destroyed before our eyes. Well, this is, in my humble opinion, after much research and after finally receiving a piece of the puzzle that seemed to put the whole puzzle together for me, or perhaps a dot, a very large dot that connected all the other dots, I'm now able to concretely and absolutely tell you to stay the hell away from these gurus, from anything that has to do with UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, anything that has to do with getting money somehow from some trust or secret bank account, from federal direct funds, trying to monetize or somehow collateralize your birth certificate. I'm here to come out 100% officially against it all. Now, I'm not going to just have you listen to me and say, oh, well, Clint thinks he knows what he's talking about. No, I have gathered together for you so that you don't have to do it. I have gathered together for you various clips of various professionals, people who actually should be using UCC, which are attorneys in high corporate places, corporations, in other words, persons, the kind of persons the government actually does protect, not individuals, but corporate structures, foundations, etc. Those are the people that this is designed for. All of the uniform codes, and we'll discuss how many there are. One of the dots that I connected long ago is now being connected in a major way. Just what are these uniform laws, uniform codes? Why are they called uniform? And so today we're going to be talking about everything surrounding this. And here is what I believe is happening. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to start out by saying if I am wrong about any of the players in this, if these players have been misdirected themselves, because, hey, let me be the first to say, when I first came upon the UCC and the accepted for value and all of those different things, it was very appealing to me. It was very exciting because you could somehow, it was so good that it couldn't be true, but you want it to be true, right? That's just how, that's the enticement, that's the devil's lure coming at you. Right? And the devil always gets you. How? Right? Devil can't do anything until you sign his contract. And that either means signing it physically or acting, using, whatever. You use the devil's toys, well, then you got to follow the devil's rules. Okay? That's the description of an attorney, an agent. That's why they call it deviling. The practice of law, advocating for evil. So the thing that's happening here, in my humble opinion, considering the seduction of this notion that there's this bond or security or something that you can monetize, some secret account that you can monetize, it's just not true, folks. It's pointing at the rainbow and saying, if you can find the end of that rainbow, you're going to find the pot of gold. But see, there is no end of the rainbow, because the rainbow isn't real. It's an optical illusion. It is something you can only see from afar. And see, all of this stuff that's being told to you, all of these things that people are trying to sell their paperwork and sell as a service, they're just making their own living, and they're doing it at your expense. People are being arrested. People are being thrown in jail. People are getting things repossessed because they're following these principles of something that does not exist. Now, that is not to say that UCC and all of the uniform laws in the world and this world governance does not exist. What it is to say is that it's not intended for people like you. It's not intended for good-intentioned people. It is intended for corporations and other entities to secure their transactions in international sales. It requires a debtor. It requires accuracy. It requires all the things that attorneys love, because they can, of course, they work on billable hours. So, look, all of you who have entered into this UCC system, I'm going to show you today everything that's wrong with it, because there is nothing right, okay? I'm going to show you the source of the law. Where did UCC come from? I'm going to show you the international organizations that are behind it. And guess what? Finally, I'm going to show you how this all ties into the Vatican, how this all goes back to Rome, because we're going to be talking about the biggest dot, the biggest puzzle piece of them all, and that is called Unidroit. 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 Straight out of Rome. That is what is behind all of this. It has existed for over 90 years in various forms. It was part of the original League of Nations, which we all know, or we should know, was literally cast down because people understood its goal, which was globalism. And many other things. Reunited, reborn, once the United Nations was then formed in the shadow, in the dust of the League of Nations. Unidroit was there. Now, why is that so important? Well, that's because this is about globalism. What you're being told to do is to enter into systems that will remove you from your natural-born rights, both God-given and of the state in which you were born. So what is this long presentation I'm giving to you today? Well, folks, let me just say that this is my manifesto. This is a culmination of 2 decades of research, 13 of those or so about full-time research, my delve into radios and documentary filmmaking and all that stuff. I now have a full grasp, and it was as if I was missing this one piece, this one major piece called Unidroit, the key to Rome, in other words, and we'll get into that. But first, let us recap. Let me make you understand something here that most people, I don't think, understand based on what they say. Now, you'll hear all kinds of people say all kinds of different things. Some of them true, some of them exaggerated, some of them the patriot mythology that just isn't true. But what you'll hear is people comment, for instance, on what we call 14th Amendment citizenship. It doesn't exist, it wasn't ratified, etc., etc., etc. But what you find out is none of that applies to our situation. And the one thing I want you to remember is you are voluntarily a slave. And I don't mean that colloquially, I don't mean that poetically, I don't mean that in any other way than to say that 14th Amendment citizenship is a voluntary servitude, of which in the 13th Amendment, involuntary servitude was outlawed, but voluntary servitude was not touched, thus leaving room for the 14th Amendment notion of enfranchisement, or, in other words, denizenship, which means citizenship. The taking in of, essentially, voluntary subjects without giving them the benefits of what you might say is the natural-born concept of citizenship, landholding and all of that stuff that we're familiar with, the stuff that we equate to the quote-unquote people of the states, which, as United States citizens, we are not. United States citizens, under the 14th Amendment, are a completely commercial entity. No land, no attachment to the land, nothing. No ownership or holding of the land. And I want to explain that right now before we start, because you can't go on thinking you are a free people without knowing in legalese, in the Constitution, in all these things that you point to that say, look, I'm free, right? You're as free as a rat in a cage. You've probably heard me say that before. You can fly as far as the cage will let you as a caged bird. But until you understand what this United States citizenship is, this citizenship that attaches to what is called United States, this corporate structure in Washington, D.C. Now, the other thing you're going to hear people say, they're going to poo-poo the idea of corporations. Governments as corporations. They're going to say persons are not corporations. But that's only because it took me a long time to understand this, and now I can confidently, with pleasure, tell you here is what it means to be incorporated, okay? When you think of the word corporation, you're thinking of an entity, or you're thinking of a physicality almost, like you're giving it substance, as opposed to the verb form of that, which is to be incorporated. For instance, if I'm making a cake, I will incorporate cream or butter into the cake. If I'm making Jell-O, well, obviously I must incorporate water into the mix. So incorporation is a very, in fact, sort of loose term. It just means to put something under another power, or another, to intermingle, to incorporate, to gather, to fix into a set position, or as we call it, a status, a person. Now, we know that corporations are persons. Associations are defined as persons. And individuals are defined as persons. Okay? These are all incorporated entities. They are property of the United States. They belong to and are subject to the jurisdiction of that district, which is a international commercial nation state, which we'll fully explain as we go on. Again, this is my manifesto to you. This is going to finally, if you are willing to sit down and learn, this presentation is finally going to explain everything. Now, I went over this notion of what incorporation is. What does it mean to incorporate a man in the last 3 or 4 shows of season 2, or whatever season we're in here, a Red Pill Sunday School. But this is the ultimate sort of treatise on the subject. And again, when we're under this Roman or strict law, the written law, which again we'll cover in detail what that means later on, we must understand that means our spirit has been taken from us, our soul. In other words, we don't have to make any moral choice. Everything is laid out for us. When you're incorporated, like an employee, for instance, an agent, you don't make a choice. And any choice you make is one given to you by your principal, by your false god, your magistrates, your president, your legislature, your government. Right? You don't have a choice anymore. You have a set legal thing that you can do, and it's causality and not choice. And therefore, your spirit is pointless. You're not being guided by your soul, your spirit. Your mind is occupied by man's law over God's law, over the law of nature. You no longer have the spirit to say no. You can't say no. You don't have a moral choice. This is what it is to be incorporate. All right? This comes from the notion of things corporeal and incorporeal. Okay? And again, since we covered that already this season, I don't want to get into that right now, that particular set of words. Please go back if you don't understand what that means, or look it up. It's fine. To have substance or to have no substance, to be a fictional character, or to be a man, it's a completely different concept in law. Yet another fallacy you might hear in the so-called patriot truth movement is that persons are real, that persons in any way, that there is such a thing as a natural person in reality, whereas it is a legal term, certainly, and it refers to individual men acting in person. It is not in any way a truth or reality. It is nothing that is self-existent. It is purely a legal concept. It has to do with property. The person is a property, or what property your person holds, etc. Now, in order to really understand that, we kind of have to look at the efforts of this insane group of people who actually are holding the AI as their new god. The artificial intelligence. There are groups out there that wish to give robots, the future of robots, personhood, okay? And it's called personhood because person means mask in the Latin, of course, and it's a same thing. It's a hood you put over your real self to act in a way that is different than how you would act under the natural law. You do not need a person in reality, in truth, in nature. You are yourself. You are self-evident. You are self-existent. Only in the legal realm do you need this identity, this surety, this dummy corporation that you put up as a person to where everything is attached to it in law. This is the only way the law can be enforced against you, is through personhood, because the law attaches to the property, the person. This is how your child is sold. The person is created, and the person represents the property of the child. Again, it's not a moral question here. This is just a question, is it real or is it false? It is false. There is no such thing as a person in nature. You aren't born with a person. Okay? It's very important to understand that. So let's just look at this particular article by Slate magazine. Also has a website. The EU is trying to decide whether to grant robots personhood. Now, again, obviously, this is the reason I use this example is because it's so out there. It's so obvious that robots are creations of man, not God. Therefore, to give a robot personhood, that is representative of how false artificial personhood is. Anything can be given personhood. If I am nuts enough, I could say, well, I believe chimneys should be given personhood because they have the right to be cleaned. I mean, let's give personhood to chimneys. I mean, why not? It's fake, it's artificial, but we'll go further into this. What does it say? Because honestly, this is talking about giving it corporate rights. Under the ongoing EU proposal, again, EU being a non-governmental organization, all these things that wish to take you down a notch. A 2017 European Parliament report floated the idea of granting special legal status. It's a status. Person and status mean the same thing. Status is not something you're born with. Remember, all men are born equal into nature. The only way we are unequal is through status, through personhood. Or electronic personalities to smart robots. Oh, only smart robots? Why not dumb robots? I mean, isn't that the way the Supreme Court decided that they would practice eugenics not that long ago and say that people that weren't quite their idea of perfect or smart shouldn't be able to reproduce, right? See, this is the problem with status. It can be used both ways for good and bad. But for the most part, I would say 100%, it's actually bad because it takes you out of your natural course, your natural place, and puts you in some place that you have to pretend you're something you're not. Very, very much against the Bible. The natural law, in other words, the purity of nature, of truth. So the smart robots, we're going to give special legal status, specifically those which, or should that be who, can learn, adapt, and act for themselves. This legal personhood would be similar to that already assigned to corporations around the world, and would make robots, rather than people, liable for their self-determined actions, including for any harm they might cause. And well, that's comforting. So we're going to give robots the ability to harm. We're going to ignore the 3 rules and Asimov's 3 rules, and we're going to give them the right to harm through personhood. That's why the Bible is against personhood, because through personhood you can do harm and be liable for it. You can pay money to get out of the punishment, right? There's so much wrong with personhood that I can't even begin to put it into words. It should be obvious, but through personhood, you can get license to kill, license to steal, license to tax, you can do anything because it's not real. Creating a specific legal status for robots in the long run so that at least the most sophisticated autonomous robots could be established as having the status of electronic persons responsible for making good any damage they may cause, and possibly applying electronic personality to cases where robots make autonomous decisions or otherwise interact with third parties independently. So we're going to turn robots into a commercial entity? Again, what is a person? It's a vessel, a commercial vessel. That's all they're talking about here. Letting robots, smart robots, do commerce. But, I mean, again, this notion that they can harm you and then somehow they're responsible for the harm because they're persons and not just robots. Again, well, let's make all, how about lions? Are lions persons? I mean, they have intelligence, right? I mean, they can harm us. This should do 2 things. This should scare the hell out of you. And it should make you understand that you are not a person, that a person is a completely separate entity from you, and that you accept it in surety and bond in order to proceed in commerce. That way you're held responsible for your actions. The problem is they pass laws that say crossing the street is a crime. Oh, well, your person crossed the street. You're therefore responsible. You must pay the state. Oh, you smoked in an area designated non-smoking. Oh, you accidentally littered. Oh, you did all these non-crime, non-harm crimes. Because you're acting in person, you can be extorted for that purpose. This is the purpose of personhood. A veil of being incorporated. Not that you are a corporation, but that you are incorporated into the state. Creating a specific legal status for robots in the long run so that at least the most sophisticated autonomous robots could be established as having the status of electronic persons responsible for making good any damage they may cause, and possibly applying electronic personality to cases where robots make autonomous decisions or otherwise interact with third parties independently. Unbelievable. I mean, it's just, oh. Now, this should make you understand when we get to this point, when we talk about this 14th Amendment citizenship where slaves were taken from their slave masters and incorporated and franchised into the system, into the nation state, that is, this should make you understand that your rights as a person are no more or less real or substantial than the rights of robots or corporations. So, in other words, by entering into this 14th Amendment citizenship, you're put in the same class as the slaves were when they were incorporated. You're volunteering for it, so it's a big, it's a huge difference. And so this is the nature of personhood. If a robot without emotion, without actual soul can have a person, then do you really think that persons are real? I'm sorry. Anyone that tells you that a person is part of nature or part of God is sadly and poorly mistaken and obviously spiritually dead at this point. Like corporate personhood, this status would be limited. Robots wouldn't have the right to vote or marry. Sorry, technophiles. But the proposal currently being considered as part of the European Commission's initiative on artificial intelligence would make machines legal entities under European law with accompanying rights and responsibilities, like the responsibility not to tweet facetious death threats. It goes on, it says, don't worry, they won't own money. How are you going to sue a robot? They could be insured, it says. So this is just an insurance scheme. That's really all it is. Using funds they accumulate for their owners. It's an insurance scam. Let's insure things that will harm people. Let's insure things. Let's insure everything. Everything that's harmful. Every machine, every car, every bullet, every gun, everything, every twig, anything that can kill you, right? So we're going to have to insure viruses. We're going to have to insure, everything's going to have insurance at this point, right? You have to insure poison. Have to insure botulism. What else? It's unbelievable. So the point I'm trying to make here, especially, and why the Bible, which we'll cover later, is so against personhood, is this. Anything can be a person. It doesn't make you... Status is false. It is artificial. It makes you act in a way that you harm people and call it lawful. It makes you act in a way that takes you out of your natural course and place and puts you into the mindset, the artifice that you are something you are not, that you have power over other people that you do not. And, more importantly, you get insured so that if you harm somebody, well, I'm a police officer, I can kill. I'm a soldier, I can kill. You have a license to harm. License again means lawlessness. That's what license means. It's how it's defined. Only persons can have a license. Men cannot. Men are bound by the law of nature, the law of God. This, I put up my person as bail and surety. The charges go against the person. I pay a fee because I'm wealthy and therefore I don't go to jail. Remember, time is money and money is time. If I have money, I don't have to do time. If I don't have money, I have to do time because time is money. And you got to understand, too, what does it say? It says United States. It says persons of the United States are citizens of the United States. So persons are nationals. Not you. You're not a national. your persona is, your mask, what you pretend to be. It is your choice to be a national. Natural born. If you're considered a natural born quote-unquote person, meaning your birth certificate shows birth in the United States, your parents handed you over to the state, yes, you are therefore considered by them as natural born. But that doesn't mean natural. Natural in legal does not mean natural. It means it's a word. It's a way of saying, what's the word? It's a way of saying incorporated. It's a way of enfranchising you. The word is escaping me. It's to be part of something, right? To be eligible is probably the best word, but I can't think of the correct term right now. The point is, it's a choice. You act as a person of the United States under which you follow the laws of man, or you act as a man of God under which you follow the laws of God. You cannot do both. You cannot be a citizen and a Christian, a true Christian, as defined. You cannot there's just no lukewarmness about this, because any way you look at it, you cannot be in both realms. So your choice of freedom can be only the franchise of the state, or to be free under God because you're following the law of nature and you're not allowing yourself to be tempted, poisoned, and corrupted by the legal law, by money, by contract, by all of these things, by commerce. I just can't stress this enough. There's no in between. You cannot be both. You cannot be a national and also a man of God. It just doesn't work that way. But I digress. Let's move on. So so that we understand, okay, I want you to understand, the states, when in compact with each other, when in a spiritual compact, not a compact that has been turned into a corporation, but an actual nation, the spiritual notion of a nation, again, something we're going to cover in depth as we move forward. But for now, understand that compact, that agreement, was spiritual. It was a handshake, in other words, was not a contract, for instance, to defend each other in times of war, the states. The difference between what the states were, remember the word state and the word people are all but synonymous. Remember, the power of the sovereignty of the state is in the people. The people are the state. While the word state can mean geographical location or territory, what it really means in this context, we the states, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union, etc., etc., etc. Right? That's what the concept means. So you're talking about the states united in compact, where statesmen are delegates, not representatives, but delegates. That is a government that they say is of the people, by the people, and for the people. So in other words, of the states, states united, for the states united, etc. When you're talking about the nation state, another term we're going to cover heavily, because I don't think a lot of people really understand that the United States, when we say it's a corporation, that thing that stems from Washington, D.C., what we're really saying is that it's its own entity. It is incorporated into its own nation state, as every other country in the world has. And we're going to go over the history of that. So for now, trust me when I say it's a nation state. It is part of the United Nations. It is part of many different things. But there's only nation states in the United Nations. There's only nation states in these organizations, the Organization of American States, etc. It never lists any states individually because everybody's been sucked into this nation state. And once you understand that is the incorporated body politic, that is the thing that we call the corporation. So in other words, the United States The thing out of Washington, D.C., which is not a state, the thing that is completely foreign to all 50 states, is a government of corporations, by corporations, and for corporations. What is a corporation? A person. That includes associations, individuals, etc. Now, it is true to say that an individual is not necessarily a corporation. It is false to just leave it at that, because individuals represent, that is, persons, individual persons, as defined by law, are those men that have been incorporated into a citizenship, which equals denizenship or enfranchisement into the nation state, the corporation. And again, if you're not understanding what a nation state is, that's okay. If you don't know the difference between the states, the nation, the federal areas or the outlying areas of the states, which are federal areas or possessions, and the possessions of the United States, and then the United States as the central nation state, these will all be explained to you, and you will finally get it, I guarantee. But for now, understand that when we say the corporate United States, the corporation, that is what we're talking about. We're talking about the nation state. When I speak of a country in South America like Brazil, there is the state of Brazil and all its, I don't know if they have provinces or whatever. And then there is the nation state of Brazil. And that is what everybody gets, again, sucked into through the birth process. Social Security in 144 countries and counting, etc. Okay, the social, if you will, corporation. So how, then? How did this happen? How were all of us, how is a man incorporated into a legal system? How is a man incorporated? How is he taken from his state, his people, and put into this artificial persona that we call a legal person? A straw man, again. How does this happen? Now, what you might not know, and I've said this so many times that it should be in your head, if this is your first time listening to this, it's going to shock you. It was one of the moments in my life when I found these set of words that truly, truly changed my whole world, changed my understanding of exactly what it is we're going through, why we're going through it, how this happened. Because when I say freedom, I think of freedom in nature. I think of real, true freedom with no other meaning. What I forget is that when government, when a corporation says that its employee, its citizen, its agents have freedom, the definition of that, which we're going to cover right now, is franchise. There is a massive difference between a franchise within a jurisdiction and the freedom under God and its law to act as a moral Christian man and not be involved in any of this commercial stuff. So now let us go and make sure that before we start this, before you finally discover what I've discovered, before this manifesto finally hits you and hopefully angers you to the core, let's understand what happened with the 14th Amendment. We know the 13th Amendment was written after the Civil War. We know that the first 13th Amendment, before the war started, was actually designed to allow slavery in the states as an appeasement for the South. I covered that in one of these shows, so I won't cover that again. It was ratified in a couple states. The war started, the fighting began, and so the United States as a nation state was truly come to fruition, where President Lincoln issued the first executive order. This is when that nation state pretty much gave birth to itself, to where the prodigal child comes along, the creation of the states, this United States, starts taking over the states and whipping the shit out of them because it's united and unified everything. All the armies and stuff became national, right? And believe me, if you don't understand that, again, we will cover it. We will read from the Federalist paper, for instance, Madison, who absolutely explains the difference between federalism, the states united in compact, and the executive central government that is a corporate structure that we're talking about. So, what happens now? After the Civil War ends, the 13th Amendment is ratified, the Emancipation Proclamation is written. Now, we're all told in our dumbed-down public schools that emancipation simply means that these slaves were, and all slaves, were set free and that slavery was outlawed. This is entirely untrue, or at least completely incomplete. So we need to go to the legal dictionaries to understand, what does this mean? What does it mean that the slaves were freed? And the answer to that is probably, again, has to be one of the most shocking things that I've ever discovered, considering that this same 14th Amendment of this nation state, this newborn demon, as it did all over the world, started this birth certificate process to suck all the people out of the states and into the nation state, to enfranchise, that is to incorporate everyone into that system, into that commercial system. Again, we are not corporations. I don't want you to... I'm not saying that. Anybody who says that is completely willfully ignorant and has no idea what they're really saying. Sorry. And so I'm going to explain this to you now. All right? What is this concept of franchise? Now, one thing I didn't put up here, and I meant to, was the word freedom, which when defined legally equals a franchise. So I apologize for that. I've done it so many times, though. You should know this by now, those of you who've been following. So freedom in the legalese, a completely separate language than the normal language we speak. Freedom in legal can only mean one thing, and that is franchise. In other words, a government cannot give anybody freedom but within its own jurisdiction. In other words, when I put a bird in a cage and I say, or a rat in a cage, and I say you're free within the cage to do whatever you want, that is the concept of freedom in legal. It's franchise. And every country has the same similar type of franchise in the nation state, in the federal areas, the centralized jurisdiction. Okay, so what does it mean then to have franchise? We call most of our rights as franchise rights. This is a very common term. Well, franchise means liberty, freedom. Really? Well, we can understand that if we understand that that only means what it means in a jurisdiction, a legal hell, a legal debtor's prison called jurisdiction, a federal area, a particular privilege or right that is a franchise, or i.e. freedom or liberty, legal freedom, a particular privilege or right granted by a prince or sovereign to any individual or to a number of persons, as the right to be a body corporate with perpetual succession. Okay? When you say the body corporate, it's a number of persons incorporated into a system. And this will again be very clear as we progress. So the right to vote, for instance, for governors, senators, and representatives is in fact a franchise, or in other words, a liberty, a freedom belonging to citizens and enjoyed by aliens if the law allows it, if they are naturalized. The right to establish a bank is also a franchise. Exemption from a burden or duty to which others are subject. That is a franchise. The district or jurisdiction to which a particular privilege extends, the limits of an immunity. When I'm given a license, that license only exists within the state, within the county, within, whatever district I'm in or whatever jurisdiction I'm in. It doesn't go all the way through the earth and give me mineral rights no, because what exists from government can only exist in its own jurisdiction. An asylum or sanctuary where persons are secure. Now, this is what I'm always talking about. A sanctuary, a monastery, where persons are secure from arrest. Churches and monasteries in Spain are franchises for criminals. In other words, a criminal who is sought after for punishment and imprisonment can go to a monastery and stay there to follow that way of life and be free, or in other words, in sanctuary from the powers that be. This is why I want to start a little monastery of my own. To make free, but in franchise is more generally used. Now, let's pay attention to that last statement there. To make free. But the word enfranchise is more generally used. Well, wait a minute. The slaves were made free. They were set free, weren't they? Well, obviously something else is going on here. The United States as a nation state, as a dictating entity with a jurisdiction, a national centralized jurisdiction over the states, could only make the slaves free within the legal system. Nothing can make a man free if he doesn't choose to be free. If he doesn't follow the law of nature, he cannot be free. He enters into contract. He enters into the legal system. That is not true freedom. That is, again, franchise. So what could the president or the country, the government, what could the corporation do? The only thing it could do was to essentially create a national slavery called citizenship, a franchise where rights are given, but where God-given rights, natural rights, are completely forbidden and ignored. So in other words, the Constitution and all that does not apply. It does, because the Constitution only protects your inherent, already God-given rights. And if you don't like those words, sorry, you better get used to it, because that's how it's defined. And if you don't believe in God or whatever excuse you use to avoid that word, you can never get ahead in this system. You'll never understand this, because that is what it is based on. Legal is that which is opposed to nature or God. There's just no getting around that. So, take it metaphorically, take it allegorically, however you need to do to understand that this fictional system is based on reality in order to escape from the laws of reality. The laws of nature, laws of God, in other words. So, what is the only thing that the United States actually could do? It could only take away the right of the states, the people, to own slaves. Which means that it set up the Reconstruction Acts, the 14th Amendment, and the 13th Amendment, which says voluntary servitude is just fine. Doesn't say anything about slavery not being voluntary. It only says involuntary servitude is forbidden in slavery. But there's nothing about voluntary slavery or involuntary slavery in there, which is what we have all done without understanding. Okay, and again, this is going to become very clear as we go on. We think we have liberty and freedom, but really we have the legal version, which is franchise. That's why we're so confused, because every word has two meanings, at least. Now, again, to be enfranchised is to be set free, released from bondage. What does that sound like to you? Oh, yeah, the slaves, again, were set free. They were released from bondage. And through the 14th Amendment, they were admitted to the rights and privileges of freemen. Oh, well, I can name my pet rat Freeman or my bird Freeman and put him in a cage and tell him he's free. I've set you free. You're in your cage. You're in my jurisdiction. You're in my house. You're never going to get out. You're never going to see a frickin' tree again. And you, kitty, you're never going to be on grass again. You're never going to feel it under your feet. Right? I'm admitted to the rights and privileges of free men. I'm admitted. What does admitted mean, folks? That is not an innocent word, right? To be admitted somewhere. You're registered. The rights and privileges of free men. Well, gosh, what an interesting concept. The slaves were enfranchised. To be correct in our legal terminology, to say the slaves were freed or set free and released from bondage really means that they were put into a franchise called denizenship or 14th Amendment citizenship. Isn't that interesting? Wow. Well then, what is a freeman? I mean, it sounds like a good thing. It sounds like a free man. Two separate words, one describing the other. But no, see, freeman is a legal title. We must not forget that every word has two meanings. One who enjoys liberty. Oh, but wait a minute. What is liberty and what does it mean to enjoy it? Well, an employee enjoys as much liberty as his employer gives him. An agent enjoys as much freedom and liberty as his principal will allow. But is that true liberty? No, of course not. There's no such thing as a free man in nature. This is a legal term. But we don't know these things, of course. We're confused and we have a lack of knowledge, and we're being destroyed because of that willful lack of knowledge. So one who enjoys liberty is a freeman, or who is not subject to the will of another. One not a slave or a vassal. Well, we know slavery makes one subject involuntarily to another. Yeah, that absolutely. But what about volunteers? When we get a job, when we do anything, when we join the military, we're volunteering. But once we volunteer to be a subject, then we are subject to the will of another. You notice how that works? We have the freedom to, in other words, contract. We have the freedom. We're given this commercial vessel, this protectionism from the United States called a citizen, a person, and that person is what we use as a bond and surety to ensure that we're going to be good little employees. The company, the principal, can then use that person that we are attached to, if you will. We use it, and therefore that is proof enough of express consent to it. We use its name, its number, its protections, its consumer protections, and all of the things that go with it, its insurance. Since we use all of these things that are part of the franchise, well, unfortunately, that means we are bound to any taxes and everything else that's applied to it. And so we put up that person as sort of this dummy, this agent, this thing that it has a credit score. You don't have a credit score, your person does, right? The person that is assigned to you at birth, created out of your vital statistics and created shortly after you're born, this status in society. And it's given a credit score, it's given a false reputation, and that is what the employer actually hires with you attached to it in surety. So anything that the employee does bad, you're the one responsible for its actions. The government does not see you as anything but the agent for service of process in order to extort and exact and cheat and put in pain and punish that person. Remember, in Latin, the word persona means mask. You're essentially given, like a rental car, you're given a vessel to participate in commerce, and it acts as a surety so that you will be held responsible for all of the things that you do, good or bad. And again, you're given a credit score. One who enjoys or is entitled to a franchise or particular privilege as the freeman of a city or state. Are you free if you're of, which means belonging to, a city or state? Well, no, folks. The city or state can only give you as much freedom as it can before you're outside of its limits, its jurisdiction, its corporate limits, as they say. Because city limits, well, cities are municipal corporations, so now they have signs that say corporate limits. It's the same thing. What is government? A series of a couple 100,000 corporations, municipal. I mean, that's all it is. So, a freeman is not an involuntary slave or vassal, but a freeman is a voluntary slave or vassal. In other words, one in a franchise that belongs to the state. So in other words, what it's talking about is the person, okay? To enfranchise from franchise means, again, to set free. We set the slaves free, to liberate from slavery, to make free of a city, corporation, or state. That's interesting. To admit to the privileges of a freeman. Wow. The English colonies were enfranchised by special charters. In other words, when the English colonies were set up, they were free to act upon their own character as long as they didn't disobey the principal, which was the king. Really not hard to understand. This does not mean in any way that they were naturally free. It only means they were a franchise of the crown. Right? But as you know, a McDonald's franchise isn't free from the mother corporation. It's in order to use the charter and the crown symbology and the arms and everything of the crown. In order to say I am an Englishman, I get derive my rights from the false god we call the king. Well, that's what a franchise is. So the English colonies started out as franchises of the crown, and then we know the story after that. To free or release from custody, to naturalize, to denizen, to receive as denizens, as to enfranchise foreign words. Now, I don't have the word denizen up here, but it basically is this in-between state where you're not part of the land and you're not part of the sea. You're sort of this... You're stuck with this persona, this status that doesn't allow you to be a man on the land. It does not allow you to have certain rights. It takes away your God-given rights and replaces them with what we call franchise rights. But let's go back to naturalize. Wow, wait a minute. How many people have been naturalized into the United States from other countries? Right? And what do we equate that to? I'm going to America because I want to be free. Replace that word with enfranchised. I want to be a voluntary slave. I want to be exacted, extorted, put in pain, punished, taxed, licensed, and all the rights that they give me, all the things they force upon me as a voluntary servant. That's what it means to be a United States citizen of the nation state. And the only reason they're coming here to do that is because their particular nation state has grown even more tyrannical than ours. Oh, but you wait. We're coming into the point where this nation state, if you wake up to what I'm telling you today, if you start spreading this information, if you finally spread my information, if you finally tell people about this, if you finally get people to understand that they are voluntary slaves, no different than, the only difference is that is a title. That's it. You're enfranchised instead of enslaved. Right? That's what citizenship is to the nation states of the world. To receive as denizens, to enfranchise foreign words. To enfranchise means, again, to make free out of Bouvier's 1856. But listen, to make free, to incorporate a man in a society or body politic. To make free, to incorporate a man, in other words, give him a franchise, a person, in a society or body politic. Now, if you're still going to argue with me about the notion that we are incorporated, I'm not sure what to tell you. And anybody who continues to argue against that notion really needs a lesson in civics, a lesson in history, a lesson in legalese. And you probably shouldn't be listening to that person, because they don't know what the hell they're talking about as they try to convince you to do the things we are going to talk about, which are so fraudulent and wrong. From becoming a national to the UCC code to whatever, it's all bad. Do not go down that road. And if you have gone down that road, well, we'll get into that later. And enfranchisement. What is enfranchisement? To release from slavery or custody. Yeah, that's part of what it is. But remember, only so that you can be incorporated into a system through franchise, through citizenship. The admission of persons to the freedom of a corporation or state. Investure with the privileges of free citizens. What is a free citizen? It's an oxymoron, unless you consider that citizens are free, enfranchised, in other words, in the jurisdiction. Again, enfranchisement, this is Webster's 1828 dictionary, the incorporating of a person into any society or body politic. The incorporating of a man's status into any society or politics. So the status, whereas it's spiritual. In other words, if you're truly a free man under God and God's law, you don't have a person. You don't have a legal person. You have a reputation. You are your word. Your word is your bond, etc., etc. But when the person is thus incorporated, when the vital statistics are written down and a legal person is created, that's a completely different thing. That is a vehicle, a vessel in commerce. It is a corporate entity, and it can be nothing else. The incorporating of a person into any society or body politic. That is what has happened to us, folks. Enfranchising, again, is setting free from slavery or custody, admitting to the rights and privileges of denizens or free citizens, pretty much no difference, in a state, or to the privileges of a free man in a corporation. A free man in a corporation. And again, to what end is the jurisdiction or power of the corporation? That is where your freedom exists. Right? If you're in prison, you are free 1 hour a day to go outside. Does that mean you're truly free? No. Bird in a cage. So, what was this? Let's go back to the Latin and understand what exactly was this notion that we have, and we've been taught, and we've been told, and movies have been made, and we pretend like it's this wonderful thing. What exactly was this concept of emancipation? So we must go to the Roman law and understand these terms in the Latin before we can understand them in the English. Mancipium, in the Roman law, the momentary condition in which a filius, that refers to your blood right, your family, might be when in course of emancipation from the potestas, and before the emancipation was absolutely complete. The condition was not like Dominica potestas over slaves, but slaves are frequently called mancipia. Thus, you have the emancipation process, the setting free or enfranchisement, in the non-legal Roman authors. So, basically, when we're talking about the Roman jurisprudence, which, again, we'll cover, is our current law. I know it's probably a big statement for a lot, but we'll cover that. This is one of the powers exercised by the pater familias. That is the father figure, pater of the family, the father of the family, in other words, the father of the corporation, the head of the corporation. Because in legal, there is no family. Legal, a family is a corporation. The manus, or martial power, we know what martial law is, ultimate power, right? So, in other words, what is mancipium? It is the power of the master over his slaves, that is, of a freeman. Well, here we see that a freeman is a slave. He that is a 14th Amendment citizen is a freeman, and that means under the power of the master over or as a slave. The paternal power. The state is the parent. Right? I've covered that in detail. What the courts say. Who is the parent of the child? The state is. The marriage is a three-party contract between the husband, the wife, and the state. The husband and wife are persons that incorporate into one person, and the state is the paternal power, the pater familias. And in Rome, you could sell your son. And in America, you can also sell your son. It's just called birth. It's called delivery, which means abandonment. It's called the birth certificate process, which we've covered. The paternal power is succeeded by the mancipium, or the power acquired by the purchaser over the person whom he held in mancipio. So the slaves were purchased. Their person was being held, that is, the status, if you will, of slavery, even though slaves are considered to have no status. They still are considered the hard to put into words, but it's like we all have a pink slip, and whoever owns the pink slip owns us, basically. And whose condition was assimilated to that of a slave. What is most remarkable is that on the emancipation from the mancipium, the slave holder, the power of the master, he fell back into the paternal power, which was not entirely exhausted until he had been sold 3 times by the pater familias. So this tells you that as slaves, we can fall back into the paternal power. In other words, we don't have to give up our children through birth, through delivery, and get that deed, that receipt called the birth certificate. We don't have to fill that out. We can simply record the birth in the family Bible, and that's all we need. We don't have to make or force our children to enter into personhood if we never create a person in the first place. That's truly the only way I think we'll ever be free, is if we stop putting our frickin' children in slavery just because our forefathers fell for the trick in the first place. But that's just me. Stop getting a birth certificate. Stop putting your children into mancipium. I mean, it's not what. Let them be free men and choose to be citizens if they want. They can always go to the United States after the age of consent. You don't have to go there as a child. But if you go as a child, then you can go through public school, be learned in public things instead of private, and be brainwashed into becoming a good little citizen and never know the difference. And think that you are actually in a quote-unquote free country. Oh yeah, you are in a free country. It's called franchise. Voluntary servitude or slavery. In his times, it was only resorted to for the purpose of adoption or emancipation. So what the hell is emancipation? Well, there's more to learn first. What is emancipare? To sell. to alienate. Right? What does alienate mean? It means to take someone's rights away from them and replace them with franchise rights. Or, in a slave's case, to just merely take rights away and not much else need to be said. To sell, alienate, or make over to another. So a slave is emancipare, or given or made over to another. In other words, let's just face it, the black slaveholders of Africa sold their own people over to the traders and then were brought over to America and made slaves. That's how it worked. That's history. So to sell with certain formalities, to sell a person, one of the forms observed in the process of emancipation. See, you're not selling, it's like a dog. You're selling the pedigree. You're selling the persona, the mask of slave. No man is a slave. We have to believe that a man is a slave for a man to be a slave. We are the ones responsible for respecting such persons. Why? I don't know, because the Bible over and over tells us, the law of nature tells us, never respect persons of any kind, which we'll get to. And again, if this is not making sense, I can't explain it any other way. This is it. This is my manifesto to you. You either take it and, become men again, or you don't. It's up to you. You remain slaves. To emancipate is to enslave, to bind, or to tie. Yeah, that makes sense. To emancipate, such a simple definition, means to set at liberty. Well, is that the legal version or the natural version? Well, that's Webster's 1828, so that's not necessarily the full definition. And, of course, you'd have to look up liberty to understand that liberty in legal means franchise. And yes, that's in that dictionary. Now we come to the word manceps. Mancep in the Roman law was the actual purchaser, the purchaser of the slave, one who exchanged a consideration, a monetary value, in other words, for the persona of the man. The slave, the flattering title. One who took the articles sold in his hand, a formally observed in certain sales. One who took the articles sold in his hand, took the slave. A farmer of the public taxes is another word for manceps. So that's interesting, because what are we talking about when we say a purchaser, huh? Well, as a mancep, the mancipi res, a thing, res means thing. In Roman law, certain classes of things, there's status of things, which could not be alienated or transferred except by means of certain formal ceremony and convenience, called mancipatio. We now understand that a slave we go through the process of handing over the slave, the purchase, in other words. The distinction was abolished by Justinian, and the distinction corresponded as nearly as may be to the early distinction of English law into real and personal property. So we're talking about the person as a property. Now, how do we define property? Again, there's the natural understanding, the spiritual understanding, and there's the legal understanding. What is property? Well, in nature, I can say confidently through science, the study of nature, that oxygen is a property of water. Without oxygen, the water would simply be hydrogen, H2O. There needs to be two parts of hydrogen and one part of oxygen in order to make up what we call water. So that is a natural property of water. But what is a legal property? Obviously, it's not natural. A person is not natural. A person is your reputation. A person is your status, your mask, something you use as a surety. But it's not real. It's not a property of God or nature. What is it? What does that mean a property is? What is your property when you hold title? That's just it. It's a name and means nothing unless you believe it means something. Well, then it does. However, in this case, when we consider a man as property, we're actually considering it the title of the man. In other words, the person. The person is, if you will, a legal property of the man. By property, I'm refer to that as water is, or oxygen is to water, the person is to the man. The question is, who owns and created that person that the man is standing in bond and surety to voluntarily? All right, it's all based on volunteerism, or it's based on involunteerism or slavery, involuntary slavery. Right? So if I hold the person as property, then I hold the man as a slave. The United States is the creator of all persons that are legal persons, i.e. corporations, associations, etc., individuals included. So the United States holds the property of every man that is enfranchised into it as a citizen or denizen. That's what 14th Amendment, or what we call 14th Amendment citizenship, is. Where we as men are a property of God, but our person has been incorporated to become a property of government. I hope that makes sense. This is why we should never respect persons. Again, we'll get to that. Well, and you'll understand it perfectly when we do. You can read emancipatio up atop, transfer of ownership, essentially, which essentially is what happened when the states, or the people of the states, the slave holders who had that right to hold slaves, were forced to give that right up, and a national slavery, a voluntary slavery called citizenship, was created. So the transfer of the ownership of the persons of the slaves were put into 14th Amendment citizenship. Not all of them. Some of them were actually set free, which is interesting, because there's still private lands out there with black people on it. And because they don't have this education, the lands are being taken from them in an alarming way, because they're not utilizing the land for any purpose but to put a trailer on it, symbolizing the payment or weighing out the stipulated price, buying the whole estate or succession of the used by the father, the pater familia, in making a fictitious sale of his son. Of course, all sales are fictitious. You're selling a fiction, a person, and you're saying the man is attached to that person. Which sale, when 3 times repeated, effectuated the emancipation of the son. So if you're sold 3 times, you're set free from involuntary slavery. All right. Again, that's where it comes from in the Latin. So what does it mean to be a purchaser, or more important, what does it mean in legalese to purchase something? And this is where it all sort of makes sense, because we just consider a purchase as, well, I'm just going to, give you some money and you're going to give me something of so-called equal value. What a joke that is. I'm going to give you pieces of paper for a real thing. And that's equal value. Yeah. Oh boy, are we stupid. So what is a purchase in legal? It's not as simple as you think, you see. The word purchase comes from and actually means a conquest. Think of the conquistadors, the conquestors. Yeah, okay, we're going to cover that in a minute. But yeah, see, it all makes sense. You conquer a land, you make people your slaves, but you call them citizens. Oh, the definition of citizenship in some dictionaries is those people who've been conquered in a war and incorporated into society. That is what Rome did with its conquered lands and people. So, conquest in the feudal law, the term was used by the feudists to signify a purchase. There you go. What could be more feudal than taking slaves? Purchase, when defined in Black's Law Second, the word purchase is used in law in contradistinction to descent. And that's extremely important because remember, the law has two paths, one the natural path and one the legal or artificial path, right? The evil path, if you will. A law that is in line with God's law recognizes the blood or the descent, right? This is the royal lines, as they call themselves, the pure evil. the law of descent is where heirs come from. The heir is naturally recognized as the purchaser, he who will receive property in descent. Right? They're bearing their arms, they know the family, but a person has no blood, a person has no descent, and so the person is stuck getting a mortgage, doing all the things we have to do as citizens because we're not recognized by our descent, but by the person, the property of government. And so we have no blood, we have no God-given rights, we're not acting as Christians, we can't claim God on our side. We have nothing except what they give to us, and of course that means we are purchased, and is what I'm trying to tell you. We're conquered, we're conquested, right? What do you think the Civil War accomplished when all the states, we covered this in Red Pill Sunday School Season 1. What do you think happened? You can read. When the United States conquered the states in the Civil War, never declaring peace, never actually recognizing the southern states as its own confederation, its own combination, its own union, if you will, never giving it the international law appeal of the law of nations, etc. So it was never actually organized according to the international law. And so they didn't have to treat the prisoners of war in any way, the way they'd treat, the king would treat traitors. So they created the Libra Code and all of that stuff. But the point I'm trying to make here is when the United States became a nation state, when the army became centralized and conquered the states, it's the same word, it's the same thing as purchase. It's the same concept as, in other words, the people in the states were manceps in Mancipatio, where they were... you know what I'm saying? The states were forced to reconstruct and accept the new constitution and this new nation state and to make new state constitutions that gave up the public lands of the new states, new territories, and the old ones. So we'll cover that again, too. Again, all this is going to be in this presentation. So you will not be confused about anything. If you are, you just need to re-listen because this is all being laid out to you. If you don't understand it, man, wow, you're too far gone. You're too far in the either denial or you're happy being a slave, and that's fine. That's most men are. You're probably normal in that way, but there's a lot of us that do not wish to be in this situation. We want to get out of it, and that's what I'm trying to guide people to and away from the fake redemption process that we'll be talking about soon. So it's in contradiction to dissent and means any other mode of acquiring real property than by the common course of inheritance. Again, you need a will because the law doesn't recognize your children. Because children belong to the state. You give them up at birth. You deliver them to the purchaser. But it is also much used in its more restricted vernacular sense, that of buying for a sum of money. Oh, so not only is a purchase buying something for money, but so is a conquest. What happens when you purchase something? You're taking the property. So there's no difference between a purchase with money or a conquest with force. Do you understand? So when it comes to chattels, that's you and me, or cows or sheep or anything else, this is universally the application of the word purchase. It is basically a transfer of property, acquiring real property. But remember, you have to believe that such a thing exists, that a beautiful creature of God that is priceless can have a price, and in mammon, the root of all evil, and also have ownership. I mean, you have to believe that you can own God's creation. I mean, that's what we're tricked into doing. It's what what you'd call sin or sinful thought. Purchase in the true sense. Purchase transmission of property from one person to another by voluntary act and agreement. Well, there you go. Reconstruction, 14th Amendment, founded on a valuable consideration. And in a technical and broader meaning relative to land generally means the acquisition of real estate by any means whatever except by descent, etc. Purchase is the most purchase in its most enlarged and technical sense, the lawful acquisition of real estate by any means whatsoever except descent. Again, so all the dictionaries seem to agree. Now, here's a page. Again, you can read these on your own. Some of the highlights here. Purchase is called the possession of lands or tenements that a man hath by his own deed or agreement, unto which possession he cometh, not by title of descent from any of his ancestors or cousins, but by his own deed. But you see, a deed in legal means a piece of paper, right? Notice the word S-cheat, which is something I cover in my book heavily. I won't get into that now, but we've all been S-cheated. Tax collectors used to be called cheaters. So funny. And then we have purchase in a different dictionary. And the highlights here, the transmission of property from one person to another by their voluntary act and agreement, etc. And acquisition by contract between the parties. The estate includes every lawful method of coming to an estate by the act of the party as opposed to the act of the law. So acquisition by contract is not in line with the protective sense of the law. The law that would be protective as God's law is, of course, should be ignored. But, once you get into contract, then you're bypassing all the laws that protect you. And unfortunately, if you become a national, if you do all these things, you get into Uniform Commercial Code and all these contract laws, all these uniform codes, Unidroit, and all this stuff we're going to be talking about, this is what happens. You're losing the protections of the law because the maxim of law is that the contract makes the law. And we're going to get into that heavily as we go on. Eminent domain or the right of eminent domain by the state is also considered a purchase. A forced purchase, albeit, but it's one that you, of course, have to agree to according to the Constitution, etc. So, again, we see that conquest or purchase are the same words. It's just that sometimes you get lucky and get money, and sometimes you just get an ass whooping. The conquestor is the conqueror. A conquisitio in feudal Old English law was acquisition. Well, that's what nation states do. They acquire other territories and lands. That's what the United States has been doing. That's how it formed into this shape we currently know it as. It's took over Hawaii against the people's will, and they were conquered, or, if you will, purchased into the United States. They were given personhood. What they don't know is that they can retract that personhood at any time. And it's unfortunately they don't understand this. They want to go back to being Hawaiians, tribal group, all they have to do is give up that U.S. citizenship and act privately. It's voluntary. Conquest. Acquisition by purchase. Any method of acquiring the ownership of an estate other than by descent, etc., etc. You see, they mean the same thing, purchase and conquest. An estate acquired other than by inheritance, the acquisition of the sovereignty of a country by force of arms. exercised by an independent power, which reduces the vanquished to the submission of its empire. Let me read that again, because if you didn't catch that, the Civil War is defined as, in international law, the acquisition of the sovereignty of a country, the United States taking over the states, by force of arms, exercised by an independent power, the United States, a foreign power, which reduces the vanquished to the submission of its empire. In other words, 14th Amendment citizenship. Again, when you conquer a people, all the way back from Rome and Roman times, you make them citizens. You give them franchise in the corporate structure. And again, conquest simply means purchase. Words of purchase. For instance, the word heir is called a word of purchase. So if you consider the heirs to the throne, heirs to the crown, the royal lineage, the family of the royal Payne family, right? The notion of their being heirs to the throne is literally a word of purchase, a word of conquer. And this is why they were always killing their father and having wars with each other, because it's pure, it's not natural, of course. These are titles, but the way the law works, of course, you kill your father, you take his throne and lineage, right? Well, that's perfectly normal, isn't it? And that brings us back to freedom, or, to enfranchise. The slaves were enfranchised. Do you understand that now? And do you understand that the same citizenship that was offered to the slaves to incorporate them into society, into the United States, was also given to you, that you could volunteer, or that is, your parents could voluntarily submit you or submit the paperwork, the application that is the birth paper, the vital statistics, only to create a birth certificate which creates domicile in the United States, where your law comes from, and mere residence in the state, where you're a foreigner in the state because you're a United States citizen, which is in Washington, D.C. You're in a federal area and you think you're free in a state. You are not. And we're going to cover that in great detail, because most of us don't understand the difference between a state and the nation state, which is the United States. And the concept of a real nation, a spiritual nation, or a compact between peoples to protect one another from the very notion of a nation state forming. That is my introduction to what we're going to be talking about, because you have to understand the difference between yourself and your person. They are two separate things. They are not connected in any way, shape, or form unless you voluntarily or involuntarily submit to it. And it requires the belief, the faith, if you will, of the people, the purchasers, that you are indeed not a man. And of course, you can't be a man of God and treat other men as if they're not men of God. It's obviously, evil. So with that said, we can now understand the following, which it all has to do with persona, all has to do with legal persons, all has to do with contracts, and how we use that person to go into a contract. What happens when we give up the nationality? What happens, in other words, when we give up U.S. citizenship and say, I'm just a national? Well, that works for some people who move out of their states, but what that really means, and you're not going to like this, is that you're now stateless, and we're going to cover that. You've done something very stupid by becoming a national. Okay? What you've done is you've given up certain franchise rights. You can't vote. You can't do the things that people in Guam do, for instance. Those insular possessions, the conquered places, the Virgin Islands, such things, they must be naturalized. They must be, in other words, enfranchised in order to get those rights and become citizens. Or, from before a certain time, if you were born in those insular possessions, you were a national but not a citizen. But what you're going to discover is that you always were a national. You didn't gain anything by becoming a national. You actually just gave up franchise rights. You didn't gain anything. You didn't acquire any freedom. In fact, you got further from true freedom in the state. You're stateless. You're now part of this corporation that's called a nation. And the only outlet you're going to have is to participate in commerce. Commerce, of course, is for slaves. You can't do commerce in the common law. There's no commercial contract in common law. So, yeah, you've given up common law. You've given up everything. And you're supposed to do the opposite. And again, I'm going to explain. I'm not promoting U.S. citizenship. I'm trying to tell you that, and will explain to you that this is completely different. Just because you have a citizenship, a vessel, a person, does not mean that you have to use it. You still have the right, as a natural born, etc., to act privately, meaning foreign from the United States. Just because a voluntary slave called a person, that means that if you use it, you're incorporated into the system, does not mean you have to use it. One thing, though, that you cannot do is alter or change it, as all these gurus tell you to do, because it's not your property. Remember the difference. If it was your property, it would be real, of God, of truth. Your person, the legal person, provided to you as a vessel in commerce, owned by the United States, is not natural. It is not yours. You cannot change it. With that said, I'm going to now, this was kind of I'm actually at the end, and I'm kind of, going back to the beginning now. So now that we have this understanding that we are slaves, that is not just a colloquialism, that is not just a metaphor, right? It's not a reference to the Matrix or anything like that. It's true that we are voluntary slaves, and I have just proven it. We are enfranchised voluntarily. That means that we can also remove ourselves from that franchise. That is up to you. You want to embrace the rights that are God-given, that the constitutions of the states and the nation protects you in your exercise thereof, that's great. If you want to remain in the international commercial system, then you'll keep doing what you're doing, or you'll listen to some of these gurus who are guiding you, who I think are honestly agents of the Vatican. And again, I'm going to tell you how all of this ties to the Vatican. This is not just a colloquialism. It's not just a rumor. It's actually very true. And for 90 years, we just had the anniversary, in fact, for 90 years, Unidroit meaning Uniform Law Commission, that's trying to get all laws in the world into one global law system, has existed for 90 years. This is nothing new. They've been working towards this so-called new secular world order with uniform laws for a very long time, and all of this is going to be explained. Why you should not be involved in UCC, why UCC is not made for you, and yet why all the other uniform laws, from Child Protective Services to you name it, over 100 of them, made by this Uniform Law Commission, which we're going to discuss, why they've been accepted through treaties and other fashions in all 50 states. Why, when you have a problem, Child Protective Services, for instance, comes out, well, that is a uniform law coming all the way from Rome, passed in all 50 states so that it doesn't have to be passed federally. But I digress. Let's go back to the beginning now, and with this understanding and this history, let's go back to the beginning of the presentation and start from scratch talking about UCC, the false redemption process that you're being sold, tax protestation, and all these different things that are fraud. And you're going to see and be proved that they are fraud, you do not want to participate in this stuff. You might trust Anna von Reitz. You might trust all these people selling these things. They are defrauding you. They're causing you to defraud yourself, or defraud the IRS, or defraud the Federal Reserve, or defraud the FBI. You don't want to participate in this. And after all the times that you people have asked me, this is my answer to you. I've created this presentation so that you don't fall victim to this trap, this international commercial trap. Uniform laws. All right, here we go. So what we're really talking about is this sort of simulated or area, a federal zone, a federal place that you're putting yourself in. What are they saying over in the state assembly? All right, we're gonna start with some of the lies that are being told to these people who are joining these state assemblies. And I get so many emails. Should I trust the state assemblies? And Anna von Reitz, or Ratzinger, who's actually from Canada, I believe, and calls herself a judge, and nobody can figure out why. I've tried to contact her. I've tried to ask her questions. I've tried to contact the assemblies. I've tried to get them to answer my questions. And all they say, like any multi-level marketing scheme or cult, is to come to the meetings. Come to the meetings. All your answers will be right. No, I'm not coming to your meeting. You answer a simple question, and you can't. All right, so here's the other question that's asked to me. Should I become a national? And I point people to the U.S. Code that says, look, hey, you already are a national, dummy. How can you not know that you're a national already? But they're telling you in these assemblies and in so many other places that you need to become a national. But you don't want to be a citizen of the United States because why? Well, it's unclear. Nobody's told me the benefit, but the belief behind it is the problem because you're actually losing rights when you give up your citizenship. Let me explain what that means. Now, in the U.S. Code, it says there is certainly a form of nationalism in the United States, but it is still the United States that is not citizenship. And that applies strictly, as it defines the term, to outlying possessions of the United States. That is Guam. That is the Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands. That is Puerto Rico, right? It is people that are not in the States United, but who are possessions. You like that word? You want to be a possession of the United States? Well, then by all means become a frickin' national. Give up your rights. Give up your citizen. If you're giving up your U.S. citizenship, well, you're also giving up what is called in the 14th Amendment the state citizenship, the false sort of residential citizenship, the ability to be a foreigner in the state and have U.S. citizenship. You're giving it all up and you're becoming stateless. A national is stateless. Now, let's start here because I don't want you to just listen to me. Okay, because what these people are doing, and this is the big red flag, big, huge Mondo red flag. We're going to start with two people who are pushing this notion of UCC, this notion of becoming a national, this notion of all these things, and they're defining their own terms. This is the big problem. They're defining their own terms. When someone comes at you, why do you think I spend so much time defining terms? Because we cannot speak unless we understand terms. You cannot think about it this way, all right? If in mathematics, all terms were redefinable. If I could define what 2 is, and I could define what x is, well, then there would be no set standard. Nothing could be agreed upon. Nothing could be done. Nothing could ever happen because you can define your own terms. Of course, that's not how anything works. There is nothing out there, except in nature, where you can redefine your own terms, where you can say what you... No, if you're using a language in a proprietary term of art, in an art form such as government, then you use their terms. It's their property. It's their copyrighted material. So when you speak of something, and for instance, and we'll get to this in a second, when Anna von Reitz says, become a state national, folks, have you not thought this through? When they say sovereign citizen, that's an oxymoron. Most people are aware of that now, that it's a logical fallacy. You cannot be sovereign and a citizen, a subject and a sovereign. Doesn't make sense. Can you be a state national? Can you be in a state and be a national? Well, how is that possible, folks? Right? To be sure, and just to be clear, I looked it up. What is a state national? I looked through so many different sources, all of them primary sources. I did a search on the internet. I did everything I could to find out what the hell a state national is. And folks, it doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a state national. Why? Because it's an oxymoron. Now, there's a such thing as a nation state, and we're going to get into that, what that means. But there's no such thing as a state national. And what you're going to find out is that's because it's made up. Guess who made up the term? Well, good old Anna von Reitz and her state assemblies. And now all these people are going around saying, I'm a state national, something that is not recognized in government. Doesn't matter what you call yourself. You call yourself Dumbo the magic elephant, the flying elephant. They're still not going to recognize you. You can call yourself God. They're not going to recognize your authority or your title. They didn't create it. So it doesn't exist in their world, in their legal system. Just because you say it exists does not mean it does. Now remember, all of these systems are fiction. When you're making up fiction, you make the rules. But we don't make the fiction. This is the problem. So let's start out. Let me start out by, like I said, I'm going to spend most of my time here today, most of our time today here is going to be listening to professionals. Not to Clint, not to her, no, it's going to be listening to professionals. But we're going to start out here with, first of all, just an overview of why the UCC thing is something you should avoid, why there is no magic account, why there is none of this stuff, by someone who's actually done a major amount of research on the subject. And we're going to follow that then by a couple of the gurus that we're speaking of who are selling this. And when you hear what they have to say, you're going to understand why this is all fraud. Again, it might be well-intentioned fraud. It might be absolutely everybody who's in this seems to be good intentions, seems to want to be free, seems to want to be patriotic, seems to want to preserve the country. But see, what's happening here is this entire simulated inverse thing has been created to fool us into going into an international commercial status. Basically, we're incorporating ourselves. We're using UCC, and we're actually dumb enough to put our property in the UCC, which is essentially collateralizing us as a corporate thing. And then we go out, and if we do it wrong, guess what? If we use that thing incorrectly, all of our collateral is going to be taken because we're using it illegally. Right? The law, in order to do this stuff's made for organized crime. You're not organized criminals. You're good people. You don't use the tools of the devil to do the work of God. You don't use bad things to do good. And that's what you're trying to do. You've been tricked into this inverted reality where you think that leaving the state, the very structure of the United States is the state, and we'll learn more about that because obviously we need a civics lesson, we need a history lesson, we need a lesson in what UCC code is, we need a lesson in what international trade and commerce is, we need a lesson in Unidroit, and we need a lesson in what the hell is the states united in a compact versus what is the United States, a nation state. We need to relearn, or maybe learn for the first time, I don't know, what these things actually are. And so I'm not going to tell you what they are. I'm going to let the experts tell you what they are. I've gathered a bunch of stuff together for you so that you can learn and so that you can see why you are being misled, how you are being misled, why this has all been inverted to, in my opinion, take those of us who we could call the revenant or the remnant or whatever, those of us who are actually still have the notion that there is this possibility of being free and self-governing, and stealing us away, literally leaving us stateless so that we don't have that ability anymore. We don't have the power that the Constitution would give us of each state, and we're going into this oblivion through UCC and through this international commercial code and state. This is all organized. What I'm about to show you, in other words, is the very backbone of governance. What is the backbone of everything? That's its law, its foundation. What keeps it together? What makes it flow? Well, you're going to find out that UCC and those who created the uniform codes are just a group of attorneys, a group of people who've served in government. Even Supreme Court judges will serve on this uniform law commission that makes all these uniform codes. And guess what? You only hear about UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, one of their most proud things that they've gotten passed. But I want you to think about this, because this is where Child Protective Services gets all its power, all these uniform laws. So before we start this, and before we get to our first speaker, it was like a little conference here, I want you to understand what's happening, okay? Think back to the Agenda 21 actors, the people who will infiltrate into the PTA, infiltrate to get Common Core and Agenda 21 passed, right? What was Common Core? Common Core was created by the National Governors Association, copyrighted by an association in Washington, D.C., okay, that the governors have a copyright on. The governors then go out of their association back to their free states and promote their own bill, their own education system, which comes from international sources, designed to, of course, dumb us down. Now, how do they get it passed? They get it passed locally, right? They can't do it federally. They get you don't want to pass it nationally. The idea behind Unidroit and all of these different law commissions, which we'll get to, is to take private law, that is, the law under the Constitution of each state, which is specifically different from one another, and thank God that is the case, and to uniformly pass laws called uniform laws, like Uniform Commercial Code, Uniform Child Protective Services, Uniform this, Uniform that. There's over 100 of them. To get those laws passed on the local and state being local compared to the national level. If you can get all states to pass the same uniform law, then you might as well have passed it federally. If you want to implement Agenda 21 into a state, you don't do it in the state, you do it in the cities, in the counties, in the districts. You put actors, you put influencers all over the place, and you get that law passed by the councils, by all of these different governmental bodies, these associations, corporations, non-governmental organizations, everything designed to pass uniform laws. Uniform is the same as saying common, general, or national, okay? Whereas, what have I been telling you folks that we need to do? We need to become private individuals, private person, private. That means private law, not uniform with the United States Code, not uniform with the United Nations, not uniform with Unidroit directly out of Rome. That's our goal. That is what the whole United States was meant to be. And we're going to read from the Federalist Papers to show you how that happened. show you the intent. Was it supposed to be federal? Was it supposed to be national? And what is the difference? What is nationalism compared to federalism? We don't know this anymore. We're dumbed down and we're doing things that are taking us out of private law and putting us into this globalist system of inverted reality. And what's amazing is even in the Lieber Code, even in the codes of military law, under martial law, you're going to find that it says the normal governments will continue to operate as normal, but their authority will be taken away from them. We will still have the delusion. In other words, take the Civil War, for example. They had to create the Lieber Code. How do you treat prisoners of war? Prisoners of war were, of course, the people in the states that were conquered by the nation state that grew up as the United States. It went from being federal to national. It became an entity in and of itself. And we're going to discuss why they warned against that in the Federalist Papers. Right? So the nation state, now conquered, forced all of the states to redo their constitutions in support of the nation state. Ceding the land, ceding all the public lands. We're going to talk about that. That I covered in Red Pill Sunday School Season 1. I don't know, between 13 and 17 shows, numbered shows. I can't remember, but all these pieces are now coming together, because now what I understand is that this is all a push to, what did I think it was Lincoln said, that America will not be destroyed from outside, it will be destroyed from inside. Well, who's on the inside? It's us. We are going to voluntarily start extracting ourselves from private to public. We've already done it with the birth certificate, which was a brilliant move, but we're now entering into these uniform commercial codes, uniform codes in all branches of it. All the stuff of arbitration, all this stuff is coming from these uniform codes. And I believe, and this is the scary part to me, I believe that people like Anna von Reitz, I believe that all these people who are selling and influencing you into uniform commercial code. Okay, I was a useful idiot. When I saw it, I said, okay, this looks great. I'm going to write about it, da-da-da. Not having any experience, not having done the opposite. I was just excited about it. I wanted to share it. And I feel like that's what people are doing. And it's fallacious. It seems logical, but it's completely unreasonable. And we all fall for it. Well, I'm here to say, okay, I retract any positivity I've said about it, because now I understand what it is. All the pieces have come together. And I intend to expose the players, the actors who are, whether they have good intentions or bad intentions, whether they are indeed what I believe to be agents of, this conspiracy, if you will, to take people out of the private and put them into the public, or rather, not even that, not even to nationalize, but to internationalize, to make you without even a nation, right? To make you completely, you're not even a citizen of the nation, you're a national without citizenship. Wow. When you expatriate, you're not giving up citizenship. You're putting citizenship to whoever you're repatriating with. But this is even way farther. You're becoming part of the United Nations. What's happening is the United States, where there used to be states that made up the United States, the nation became a state. And the state is now part of the United Nations under all these treaties. It's under all these Unidroit treaties that I had never heard of before. It's amazing. And so you're becoming part of a nation state. You're becoming part of something that is not grounded in any territory, any land. You're basically becoming part of a corporation. And all these people, Roger Sales is another one I can think of off the top of my head, promoting this. You gotta understand, a lot of people, I think, when they move out of the country, they realize they want to keep their Social Security benefits, and yet they want the tax relief, and they want this, they're retired maybe, and they come upon this thing, they can be a national but not a citizen. That helps when they move to Argentina or move to Europe or wherever. and it helps with the tax laws. A lot of people are giving up their citizens of the United States because they've moved and they can't keep up with the tax law. It's almost impossible to do your taxes right because the law is so insane when it comes to the revenue code. So they're giving up their citizenship and becoming citizens somewhere else, but they're not just giving up citizenship, right? They're not. There's a huge difference between what I'm talking about doing, which is relinquishing your U.S. citizenship, but keeping your state, keeping yourself in your state. That is not what these people are teaching. They're teaching you to go completely into a corporate structure, and that is where you lose all political, everything. So that's the difference that we're talking about here. This is not at all what I'm teaching or preaching people to do. I'm coming straight from the maxims and principles of law. I'm coming from the Bible. None of this is included in any of these teachings, okay? So let's go right now, without further ado, into some experts. Let's hear from some people. There's some people. Let's listen to what Anna von Reitz actually is doing and saying. Let's listen to some of these gurus, what they're actually saying. And you're going to be surprised at what this one guy says. He actually, he winks at you almost and says, secretly, we're contracting with Unidroit, this international corporation out of Rome. And I couldn't believe it when I heard it. So let's just go. We'll start out with this guy who's going to tell you all the complete fraud of UCC. And not that it's a fraud in and of itself. Again, it's for organized crime. It's for bad people to use. It's not for you. It's for corporations. It's to secure transactions, and you're securing your soul with it. I mean, you do. This is so bad that I can't put it into words. It's such a massive thing that I can't put it into words. But this is not for you. This is not for the individual to subscribe all of his soul and property to. You're putting up everything as a collateral. Collateral. I mean, that means that these guys are. I mean, they're going to be looking for fools like you. People are going to jail. People are, and they're going to call in that collateral. So anyway, let me just start off by playing this video. If you want to go to his organization, his website, it's there for you. And then we'll move on to see what's being sold to you by these false, gurus and amazing what they say. We'll get into that then. So let's start here.
Hi there, Michael Bovey. Thanks for tuning in to our YouTube channel, Debt Bites. Today, I've got cheat sheet. I'm going to cover a pretty heavy topic in moving forward with our Busting Myths series. Today, I'm going to talk about TDA, or Treasury Direct Accounts, and how you're supposed to be able to pay your bills and discharge debts using some secret account. Let's get started. Heavy topic. So, some of the popular advocates that popularized these theories date back to the 80s, Roger Elvik with the redemption theories and UCC financing statements, and having gone to jail for fraud, issuing site drafts, fraudulent instruments, and other supporters and people that picked that up from Roger Elvik also in jail. And even recently, two of the more known advocates of this type of process for discharging debt are being indicted, federal indictments for fraud and money laundering, that kind of thing. There are plenty of resources for you to tap into to learn that this is not correct, it's a scam, and we'll have those in the video description below. But let's begin with some of the histrionics, okay? And it begins with the fact that you were born. So you're born, you're a natural person, and suddenly, and back in the day in history, your birth was recorded in the family Bible. There was no such thing as a birth certificate. And then along come government and society and a more organized situation, and you're issued this birth certificate. And this birth certificate by some of these theories is what creates or is a bond and has a dollar set value. That value changes from one person talking about this to the next, these advocates that promote this. But the assumption is that that birth certificate created an account with your name on it in all caps, and it's got money in it for you to access and to prepay your debts or to come up with some form of a financial instrument that taps into the fact that this account exists. And it's tied to your social security number. So, right, you need an account number, right? Because a birth certificate is just a certificate. So how do you get to the money? And now you've got these different theories and people advocating that your social security number is the path to access the money that was created by your birth and or the certificate thereof. And what we've got today, and this is all histrionics, goes back to the Bank Act and a whole bunch of different things. When people argue about the 16th Amendment ratification, 14th Amendment ratification, they've got a foot in all of these different theories, because when you run out of room to explain your current theory about redemption and UCC financing statements, you've got to put a foot in over here about the birth. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'll tie these all together in the end. The fact of the matter is that, and really what the main purpose of this video is that, because I don't want to argue history, I'm not here to argue with people their beliefs, is to just focus on the fact that there is no account. There is no account that you can tap into that has money because you were born or issued a birth certificate or a social security number that gives you the ability to issue payments to people. There's a link below in the video description to one of the press releases out by the Atlanta Federal Reserve, and it talks about over $100 million worth of payments that have been reversed. The assumption by folks that think that they're going to be able to pay their bills is often the fact that it worked, because for a second it actually appears like it did. So here's what happens, right? You think this might work for you, and people have, otherwise we wouldn't have 100 million plus of payments being reversed from the Federal Reserve. But you send in this payment, and the people at these departments, say for your car or some other bill, the power company, whatever it is, and they open this up and it looks like a payment to them. They're not trained for this kind of thing. They're just posting payments, opening mail, doing this, doing that. They see this and they post a payment. You log into your account for your car, your monthly payment for your car loan, and you see that they accepted it and they posted it as paid, and you don't see the rest of this, or people don't post about the rest of their experience, although there has been a few people that have, and said, hey, I had to do this the 4th time, I'm redoing it and it's not working. Because there's no account. So the payment department posts it, and then 2 weeks later, after it's reversed, or a month later, or however long it takes to catch up with this, it's reversed, and now you owe, and plus a late fee. If it's credit cards, and after 2 payments of, they're allowed, because of the Card Act, to jack up your interest rate, actually. So you think you're doing the right thing, doing these things and paying this, but you're harming yourself, because there is no account. You see, because the Federal Reserve doesn't have accounts for individuals. They only have accounts for member banks. That's it. You don't have an account there. They've even said so in some of the links that you'll see below. Then your Social Security number isn't an account number. It's a Social Security number. It's not going to be something that you can tie to one of these routing numbers at the Federal Reserve as an account number and have it actually go anywhere, other than a 2-week, maybe a month-long fallacy, because somebody in the billing department posted your payment because they didn't know any better. And then it's reversed and all the trouble begins, right? What kind of trouble? Well, behind me is the FBI screen page warning about these scams and schemes. And they're calling them things like, be wary of individuals and groups selling things that claim to inform you how to access secret bank accounts. What I'm talking about. Treasury-controlled bank accounts for all citizens. They don't, right? We talked about that. Advocating speeding tickets, summonses, bills, tax notifications, or similar documents can be resolved by writing acceptance for value on them. And in fact, let's move on, right? So we know that you've got a Social Security number. We know that you've got a birth certificate. Now and the whole idea, the concept of there being a all caps name, right? Look at your Social Security card. Look at your birth certificate. Your name's in all caps. And when you see these kind of things, and when you tie these things together as an advocate of these kind of programs, you just borrow from each of one of these things, and it starts to bring a whole picture of, well, yeah, how come that? How come when I spell my name, it's got uppercase M for Michael, and then ICHAEL, all lowercase. That's normal. But why are these things all caps? And the idea or the concept is that your name in all capital letters is a entity that's created for you to operate in commerce and for them to exert control over you. The idea that your name lowercase is you, the real person, and your name all uppercase is a fictitious person. And that's how they get you. Yep, they got you because your name's in all caps, and if you don't acquiesce to your name in all caps, but you commit fraud and pass fictitious instruments, you're not going to get indicted. Nothing could be further than the truth. People are going to jail, and their all caps name is going with them. So what's happening is that you have this fictitious name, and you want to control it. And so you file a UCC statement, financing statement, with your Secretary of State. And I'm absolutely summarizing this. There's a whole lot of histrionics and legalese even that goes into these things. But it's with the assumption that you can file this UCC financing statement, take control of your straw man, and now anybody that uses your name and your name in all caps, you can file liens against. And people have tried that and gone to jail, filed liens against federal judges and things like that, using these UCC financing statement schemes. And it's a problem. It's a big problem you're creating for yourself if you follow them. At any rate, the acceptance for value is often tied to all of this in the UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, variation of, accepting something as a bill and discharging it through that acceptance. A lot of advocates out there have you write acceptance for value. Some want you to use red ink, some want you to put it diagonally across the page and then sign the signature line in blue ink. But essentially sending that back, like in the form of a bill, is supposed to discharge the debt. So all of these things, as the FBI is bringing up behind me, and there's plenty of links to the FTC, the IRS, more than just the Atlanta Federal Reserve, that talk about these things. And it's not really until recently that we saw such a massive increase, because like I said, this has been around since the 80s, really, and saw a good push in the 90s, some of it tied to the sovereign movement, some of it just tied to, political dissatisfaction, right? It boils down to, and this warning for me, and why I'm creating this video, is that, and again, just to repeat myself from the beginning, I'm not here to argue somebody's beliefs. If you believe this stuff, have at it. I'm not here to argue history and whether this amendment to the Constitution was properly ratified, or the Bank Act, or things to do with the IRS. History is history, but there is no secret account that you can use to pay your bills. There's, the birth certificate, and I've got all my cheat sheet here. The birth certificate does not prepay your debts, okay? The USA declared bankruptcy in 1933, and the country went off the gold standard. Actually, it fully went off the gold standard when Nixon was in office, but that's beside the point. Taking all of these things in their totality didn't create a situation where you can get a free lunch. There is no free lunch. There is no $1 million, $10 million, $100 million sitting at the Treasury with your name on it, just waiting for you to tap into it. It'd be nice. It'd be nice if I could do that and pay my bills and not have to go to work, but it doesn't exist. And it actually can cause a lot of trouble for people, because you assume it works and you find out it doesn't work, it costs you more money. And you can also be on a list of people that are remitting these kind of things and problematically causing a disruption in our banking system and causing a problem for the vendors that issued your credit or turned on your power. However you're using these things and thinking it's going to work for you, buyer beware, caveat emptor. These things are not there for you to pay bills, and there is no Treasury account or Federal Reserve account with your name on it or your Social Security number attached to it that you get to cash into.
I'm Dan Lias. I am the transactional business consultant at CT, and I've been there for 8 years. A UCC generally is a form that parties use to solidify or notify the world of a business transaction between two or multiple parties. It's essential for you to file a UCC because you're trying to safeguard your priority or your position in line in the event that something does go wrong with the business deal. Well, what makes UCCs challenging is, again, because there is not that lack of true uniformity, it can be hard for people to kind of juggle all that different law and all those different requirements. If you file correctly, the law protects you. It's that simple. If you file improperly, the law will chew you up. You can truly go from being first in line and have all your rights protected to being in the back of the line and being what's deemed an unsecured creditor and have very few remedies. Because again, the burden is on the filer, and so therefore having all that information on the front end is essential. Outside providers, I think, are 100% essential in this process. They give you that expertise, they give you an outside perspective, they give you that extra voice that I think that is essential to making sure that this process gets handled properly. Trying to look at a UCC and what you should be looking for and what you should be considering, again, is accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. I know if you say it 3 times, it must be important, but it truly is.
Now, we're going to keep going into this. So just wanted to make sure you understood that this is not just me calling out fraud. Here's a guy who's done all this research, and I'm going to read some of the FBI site, the Federal Reserve site, etc. to you in a minute. But I wanted to show you the difference here between what the professional or international trade, and commerce and sales business end of this is, like the professional that you should be going to if you were a business or corporation and you were interested in making yourself this secured position in the line to a debtor. You got to have a debtor to be a creditor, right? So you're talking about doing this as a lien against somebody. You're putting a lien on someone. So you got to understand the difference between the professional international scope of this, which is so big that I can't even put it into words hardly. I'm trying to show it to you. And then there's this, the alternative, patriot mythology end of the spectrum, which is where everybody is getting in trouble. Nobody's accurate, as the guy just said. Accuracy is key. If you screw up, you lose your collateral, become unsecured. The law used to state that if you blamed somebody for a crime and he was found innocent, the same punishment would be put on the false accuser. And I think the law should be changed back to that, honestly. If you falsely accuse somebody or try to rip somebody off, you should be charged the same amount that you're suing them for defamation. But that would clear up the courts, basically. So, you better be damn well sure if you're accusing somebody of something. So, again, who's your debtor? Now, let's see the alternative version of this and compare, who should you probably be listening to in this? The international conglomerate that uses it for evil deeds, or a bunch of people who either are agents for them trying to get you into this and steer you away from what is the, true freedom and true, being part of the state as opposed to being a nation and stateless. Or maybe they're good intentioned and don't know any better, as, I'll admit, like I said, I fell for this for a very short time until I realized I couldn't prove any of it. I couldn't find anybody that was successful. Then I did find someone that was successful. Turned out they were lying. So it's just a matter of hearsay. There's never any experiential fact or proof that you can find. You just say, well, I heard a friend of a friend of a friend. It's crazy. You gotta think of who you're listening to, as opposed to, look, I'm trying to play a neutral role here and say, look, here's the true information about this. This is way beyond your scope, my scope. This is beyond any of our functionalities as individual persons compared to, these corporations that use this. So and as the guy said, and we'll read from the FBI website, this is fraud. People are going to jail. So you ask me my opinion, and I'm giving it to you. Do not go down this UCC route. Do not go down this state assembly or state national or national without being a citizen route. It makes no sense when you actually look into it. There is no, again, we'll hear from Anna von Reitz, but there's no definition for state national. It's her word. It's her term. It doesn't exist. Let's take a look. Now, this first guy, what's most amazing about this, and I'm going to play most of the clip here, is that he even says in here, when he's thanking people for supporting him and donating to him, they don't even know his name. They give him street cred, basically. Oh, he's the lone wolf, or whatever his name is his handle is in as his persona online, and he's instructing people, and he's selling his paperwork to people, and but you come across this point where it's like a demon that's in him, possessing him and telling him what to say, has to come out and give himself credit, like give itself credit. Like this evil little imp shows up for a moment and says, and tells you the truth. And I'm going to stop the video right when he does that, because we need to know what the hell is this guy saying when he says this. And then he goes back to, trying to sell you space. So is he an agent? Does he know what he's talking about? Is he a provocateur, a influencer? Or does he really believe what he's doing? Now, when he says what he says, that I'm 99% sure this guy is steering you into something very, very bad. And that's why we're going to cover what is this thing that he says we're contracting with. It's like you're contracting with the devil. And then he goes back to his normal thing. Anyway, we'll get to that right now. Let's watch.
What's up, guys? It's your boy, the Bad Wolf, here to bring you guys more of the information. So before we get started, I want to thank everybody out there for supporting the channel. As you can see, we're halfway through 7,500 people, almost 8,000 people. When we get to 8,000, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go live. I know some of you guys have been asking me how come I don't go live. Believe it or not, I know you guys watch these videos. I'm really kind of a private person. I know it sounds weird. Oh, it's just... No, for real. I really don't do good in the public eye. I guess maybe my alter ego would. But, so I thank you guys for this publicity, this notoriety, this infamy. Whatever else, because I've even been in other chat groups on Facebook, and they don't know my real name on there, and they're like, yeah, the Bad Wolf, Bad Wolf. So thank you guys for that. I appreciate. I'm not looking for the fame. I'm looking for the fact that I want you guys to know this stuff, because you deserve it. It's yours. And I just appreciate that you like how I present the information and what I present, and that unlike a lot of people, I'm actually living this life, and I've lived this life, and I mean, it's my time and turn to give back. And so, much like for you guys and for my family, I want to make sure that this is out there for posterity. So anyway, let's get started. So this particular video is about, thank you for the donations. Those still continue to come in at crazy amounts. I mean, I got 100, 500 something, and then $2. It's all great to me, guys. I appreciate it, seriously. The channel itself is starting to make a little tiny bit of money, so that's cool. I appreciate it. Things have slowed down on the the ordering, probably because we're over COVID. People can get out there and do some stuff, but there's more traffic, so more people are at least watching. They haven't quite bought, and some of you guys have been making your own explanatory statements and having me review them during our consultations. That is okay. We can do that as well. Like I said, if you don't want to buy mine, you can make your own. I've always said that. It's definitely not all about the money here. So anyway, I digress. Let's get to it. So this particular video is about your UCC 1. Okay. Now I did mention a little bit on how to do it, and typically I do have people just get the file, because it gets so tiring telling people all the steps, and then there's some steps that I don't even know. So usually when we do a consultation, that's when I give people the information a little bit more on a UCC1, or they go to blacksite32, my site, .com, blacksite32.com, my site, and they get the file, and then they can do it themselves, which usually works great. Now, for those people who are running into this new problem, Because once again, what I've always told you in this channel, they find ways to make sure that they curve the situation, okay? So now what they've been doing is they've been making the box, because I'm just a madman in a box, but they've been making the box a little bit tinier. Tiny. Alright, so what does that mean? That means that if you use my file and you try to copy paste, which we were able to do for years, you're not going to be able to copy and paste all that information because they don't want you to protect all that. They never said you couldn't use that stuff or declare it. They just want to make the box smaller. Alright, so how do we deal with that? Well, I'm glad you asked, and that's why we've got the channel here. So, remember, this is educational information, not for any other purposes, especially nothing nefarious, because we are non-combatants, non-belligerents, friends of the United States, and treaty with the Vatican and Unidroit. We're claiming it here, people. So, remember, this is educational information, not for any other purposes, especially nothing nefarious, because we are non-combatants, non-belligerents, friends of the United States, and treaty with the Vatican and Unidroit. We're claiming it here, people. And treaty with the Vatican and Unidroit. We're claiming it here, people.
In treaty with the Vatican and Unidroit. In treaty with the Vatican and Unidroit. Well, yeah. Did you see the change? Did you see this attorney sort of like demon pop out there suddenly? I mean, the first thing you got to be aware of is anybody that says this is for entertainment or education purposes only, right? That's a big red flag being thrown up, right? That it's, in other words, I'm saying I can't be held liable for any lies I tell. This is education or entertainment only. You know, what is education defined as? The taming of the wild animals, basically, in the old etymological sense. So, look, this guy just gave away the keys to the kingdom. He just told you what's really happening here. You are contracting voluntarily out of the state, out of the actual territorial thing that we'll cover in a minute. What is a state? What is a nation? What is a nation state? Right? And you're going into this contractual thing, this commercial thing of international scope, and you have no idea it's happening. You have no idea that UCC and all of this stuff, how it was formed, that there was a treaty that the United States actually put it into law, that there's all these different treaties that enacted in all these different countries. You have no idea what you're entering into. But this creep just gave you the answer. He just told you after all of the times that I've heard people talk about, the Crown and the Vatican, the two other, nation states, essentially, the city of London, the city of the Vatican City, and then, of course, Washington, D.C., the next nation state. Again, we're going to cover that. This is nuts. This is insanity. You're going to go and participate in UCC, and he just told you that means that you're contracting, because that is the governing agency through the United Nations, all the way through to the Vatican, through to Rome. You're contracting internationally through Rome. You're essentially giving yourself up as a Roman citizen. If you want to be crude and put it that way, you're basically surrendering from your state, your people, and becoming an international slave. You're becoming a territorially void, stateless person. You don't believe me? Well, we're going to cover this in great detail. This is a very long presentation because you people need to learn just what it is you're getting into. This is designed, in my opinion, to ruin you, to take away any last semblance of your connection to your very own people. Okay, your inherent rights, it's designed to incorporate you, to enfranchise you, which means to set free, to enfranchise you into this corporate international commercial structure. All right, the slaves weren't set free, they were enfranchised, but enfranchise means to set free in a legal boundary. All right, that's what emancipation was. That's what it was to set the slaves free. It meant to enfranchise. How many times do I have to tell you? The word freedom in legal cannot mean anything else but what it means, which is franchise. There is no freedom in the legal system. You're either in its jurisdiction, in its boundary, or you're not. And now you want to enter into this international state, become a global citizen? What is the number one goal of the United Nations? To give everybody this international digital ID. It's right in Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. It's the goal, folks. And you're falling prey to it by participating in this thing that this guy, this imp, this devil just revealed to you exactly what it is. And so now it is my due diligence and yours as well to find out, what is Unidroit? How is this connected to Rome? How is this connected to the Vatican? That's these city-states. What happens to me when I join up and I start doing the secured party stuff? What does it mean to be a secure party creditor? Well, again, you have to have a debtor. You're trying to get something from somebody, and generally You're doing it to corporations trying to get a car or something for free, like the guy said in the beginning, and it's just, you're going to jail. They're catching up on their paperwork, as I've told you and warned you before. All you people who are putting in claims and deeds and perfection of title, this is not how the system works, folks. This is not meant for good people. It is not meant to set you free. It secures you. It binds you. So let's go on. Let's finish about what this guy has to say, because he's going to tell you he's going to collateralize your soul and your property so that you can do business. And it's like having a surety, right? You're going from the surety is your person, your strawman, your citizen, right? Your status, which is backed by the full credit and faith of the United States, while you have that vessel in commerce, and you're putting it up, it gets a credit score, it gets all that stuff, and you put it up, and if you default on your debt, who do they go after? They go after you through that bond and surety that you have to the person. The person belongs to government. If you don't pay your debts, government comes after you in collection of that secured party. That's what the person is. So, look, folks, this is way deeper and way more involved than you could have possibly imagined. I could have possibly imagined. And like I said, Unidroit, which we're going to cover, is the key to all of this. This is the key, the piece that puts all the puzzle pieces together for me. Let's continue.
So, remember, this is educational information, not for any other purposes, especially nothing nefarious, because we are non-combatants, non-belligerents, friends of the United States, and treaty with the Vatican and the Unidroit. We're claiming it here, people. All right, so what do we do? One, either you will have to itemize all of your stuff into that little box, okay? So you can then put all of my person, my being, including the fibers of my soul, any genetic material, etc., whatever I'm putting a lien against, for the tune of $10, $20, $50,000, $100,000 per item withdrawn or used or damaged. All of my house and my materials, $5.2 million. My vehicle and any vehicle I have, any aspect of it, including towing, $250,000. All of my computer equipment and whatever else, another 1.2 million. So that's how you can do that. Or you can still put it all in on paper. Do your form, put your information on there, because it should be your form anyway. And then you're going to get the paper form and mail it in that way. Now, it does take a little bit longer, but if you want to have it all in there, which one of my clients was I just spoke to last week, that's what I told them to do, so that's what you can do as well.
The U.S. State Department, who is responsible for issuing passports, it turns out does have a national category. But people get confused about this because their definition of national is all U.S. citizens are U.S. nationals, but there are some U.S. nationals who are not U.S. citizens. And their definition is a U.S. national is a person born in or having ties with an outlying possession of the United States. And it also includes individuals born abroad to two U.S. national parents. So people are getting confused with the State Department definition of national and our definition of American state national.
Right. The only importance of that particular piece of code is that they do recognize state nationals as a political status, even in their own system.
Exactly.
That's why it's important. It's not that we're state nationals in their system. It's that they recognize it as a valid political status even in their system.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't very well then come back to us and say, oh, well, we don't recognize state nationals. Well, yes, you do recognize state nationals. You have state nationals in your own system. So
now let us be very clear here that there is a definition of United States national. Okay, United States national is not a state national. There is no definition for state national or American state national. To confuse in any way this notion of United States national or just national with a state national. Again, a state national is an oxymoron. It doesn't mean anything. It's two opposing terms, or two terms that don't fit together. Again, you can have a nation, as what's happened with the United States, where the spiritual notion of the nation gets morphed and gets some sort of weird substantive value and becomes a nation state. That is completely different. All right? So just for clarity here, let's see what is a national. What is the difference between a United States citizen and a United States national, right? There is no state national. It doesn't exist. I looked everywhere for a definition. And as the judge herself just said, she is making the definition. She is judging whether you are an American national or not the government. She says right there are no state nationals recognized as a status in government. She says it right in front of you. Think, folks. Here, United States national means any United States citizen. You go through this process when you're already a national. Automatically, if you're a citizen, you're a national. A United States national means any United States citizen or any other legal entity which is organized under the laws of the United States. In other words, corporations, associations, organizations, etc. Or of any state, the District of Columbia, any Commonwealth, territory, or possession of the United States. None of these things are outside of the United States. Right? So the idea that you can be a national and also be not of the nation is stupid. It's oxymoronic. And which has its principal place of business in the United States. So that's a title for Title 22, which 8 U.S. Code 1408 references the definition for national. Nationals, but not citizens of the United States at birth. And again, if we go through these and read what that says, here again, the term national from 8 U.S. Code 1101 means a person owing permanent allegiance to a state. A national is someone that owes permanent allegiance to a state. Unfortunately, the United States has taken on a personality, a persona of its own, and become a nation state. This is where citizenship and all this stuff comes from. So we're talking about who can. You're automatically a national if you're a citizen. There's just no getting around this. And I don't even know how else to say it. You know, a person born in an outlying possession of the United States on or after the date of this acquisition of that possession. Again, you want to be a possession? Go live in Guam. You can be a national, but you can't be a citizen. What does that mean? If you're in Puerto Rico, or if you're in, the U.S. Virgin Islands, you're in these literal conquered possessions of the United States, it means you're not a citizen of the United States. It means you can't vote in elections. You're actually taking away these ridiculous rights you have in the first place. You're putting yourself in a position where you have less rights, which is, absolutely ridiculous. And just as a side note here, notice on or before the acquisition. What does acquisition mean? Conquest, purchase, right? So any outlying possession that has been conquered. You're a national of the United States, not of a state. A nation state, yes, but a state and a nation state are two different things. And again, I realize that most of us probably don't understand this. I didn't understand it until recently, so let's keep going and learning about this. So this is not talking about any of the 50 individual private states in and of themselves. This is talking purely of the United States as a nation or nation state. And really, there is no other mention of anyone that is a national but not a citizen. It's just not here. You're looking at the code right now. Now we can go, instead of listening to the judge or the Dark Horse or whatever his name is, let's take a look at the U.S. Immigration Service, for instance, and let's go to some official sources. Oh my God, that sounds horrible. Why would we in the truth? Why would we actually want official sources? Are you kidding me? U.S. citizen versus U.S. national. What are the differences according to the Immigration Department? All right. Citizenship identifies an individual's country of origin. United States citizenship can be defined as a status that entails specific rights, duties, and benefits. U.S. citizens owe their allegiance to the United States and are entitled to its protection. Most people have only one country of citizenship, but some have dual citizenship. U.S. citizens can be native-born, foreign-born, or naturalized. U.S. citizens include those who have obtained birthright citizenship or citizenship through naturalization. People acquire citizenship by birth if they are born in the United States or born to U.S. citizen parents. The term U.S. national and U.S. citizen are often used synonymously. But let's distinguish the difference. But in fact, they are different terms with two different meanings. First, it's essential to understand the concept that all U.S. citizens are U.S. nationals. All U.S. citizens are already nationals. I don't know what to tell you. But not all U.S. nationals are U.S. citizens. Now, that is one of those patriot mythologies. One of those fallacies that you say, oh, well, we can use that, and we can just quote that part. Not all U.S. nationals are U.S. citizens, and we can fool people into this whole redemption process that we're talking about that is known to be a fraud. Only a relatively small number of individuals acquire U.S. nationality without becoming U.S. citizens, and there is a reason for that. A U.S. national is any person who has the irrevocable right to reside in the territory of the United States without limitation. Well, guess what, folks? Residents, not domicile. Residents. Okay, not the same as domicile. The definition includes citizens, and all U.S. citizens are also U.S. nationals. Okay? That is what it means when the birth certificate says it establishes domicile in the United States, where your law comes from, and it establishes residences, a system of residence in the state. That is the quote-unquote citizenship it refers to when its 14th Amendment says you're both a citizen of the state and the nation, of the United States, excuse me. So it's not, you're a national, you're not of the state. You're in residence there. Your law and everything, you are a U.S. citizen. So the term U.S. national also covers a relatively small number of people who have unlimited right to reside in the United States, but who are not citizens. This term does not include green card holders. A green card, again, grants you the right to reside in the United States, but it is revocable. Anyone born in the unincorporated territories of Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, is also a U.S. citizen. Are you a U.S. citizen or a national or both is the question. So, look, guys, I don't know what to tell you, man. Someone that tells you that you need to be a national and not a citizen, you know, what can I say here? It's just, it's a pretty ridiculous thing. Are you a U.S. national? Are you a U.S. national, a U.S. citizen, or both? The only significant, here's the answer. The only significant differences between a U.S. citizen and a non-citizen U.S. national, right, and it says nothing about state national, are that a non-citizen U.S. national may not vote in federal elections or hold any federal elected offices. The only thing you've accomplished by becoming a national is to give up these rights. That's it. You haven't done anything. Because you already were a national. You already had the rights of a national. What you gave up were the extra rights that a citizen holds. That's it. I mean, why would you do that? What do you think that accomplished? They have the same rights to live in the United States as citizens do, and this right is irrevocable, unlike green card holders. Okay, I mean but what else? What else is there? Nothing. There's no benefit to becoming. You're not becoming, you're actually shedding. The U.S. national also has the right to a U.S. passport. The annotation page will show that a holder is a U.S. national and not a citizen. Big freaking deal! What is that? So you can show your friends? It means nothing. In fact, it's required. You're also entitled to consular protection of the U.S. when abroad, and the right to apply for citizenship by naturalization after 3 months of residency. You can reapply for citizenship. U.S. citizenship is not granted automatically to certain peoples in those possessions. However, certain ones do automatically require it. Guam, Virgin Islands, etc. Citizenship can be seen both as a status and an ideal. All persons are born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside, from the 14th Amendment. Now, people will say, I'll ignore the 14th Amendment. Okay, well, here's the U.S. Department of Immigration telling you otherwise. So, I don't know what to tell you, folks. Again, back to this U.S. passport thing. That seems to be the pride and joy of people who've done this. I'm like, look, it doesn't matter. What do you think you've accomplished by getting a passport that says you're a national and not a citizen, or a non-citizen national, or whatever the hell it is? Why do you think that matters? Because, once again, you already were and still are the same national. All you've done is given up rights because you're stateless now. You see what the problem here is? That you've literally almost, I don't know what the word is. You've seceded from the Union of States, and you've become a stateless national. You still have the right to reside and all that, but you don't. You're not. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. This is ridiculous. Nothing about this is appealing. Nothing about this says it grants you any rights. Nothing. There's nothing here. Let's go to another source. What is a U.S. national? All right, this is from an immigration website. All citizens are U.S. nationals. I mean, at least they know. At least immigrants, at least illegals know what the hell's going on here. You guys are following these people blindly. But there are some U.S. nationals who are not U.S. citizens. Big freaking deal. A U.S. national is a person born or having ties with an outlying possession of the United States. Again, you want to be part of a possession? You want to be a possession of the United States? Then become a non-citizen national. Sure, that makes a lot of sense. Become stateless. Why not? Additionally, it includes those individuals born abroad by two national parents, etc., etc., etc. Great. I still don't see I've yet to see any advantage to this. In all the things I've read, there is no advantage to this. Okay, again, it talks about Guam and the Virgin Islands, etc. Restrictions. Rights and restrictions. Here we go. This is from the immigration website. From an immigration company. U.S. nationals cannot vote in any election or hold an elected office. As far as I'm concerned, if you've given up that right, you got no right to talk about it then. I mean, you're pretty much, you've given up any responsibility thereof. Now, we've talked about the Electoral College and how the election system works. It's a fraud. But, this, what have you accomplished? Nothing. If you wouldn't have voted, you've accomplished the same thing. If you never run for office, what's the point? I mean, you're losing your citizen, you're losing your state. I can't stress this enough. And more importantly, you're now pretty much becoming a national, meaning the nation state. You're working your way into this globalist system by becoming stateless, is the point. You're allowed to work and reside anywhere in the U.S. without restrictions. Okay, we already had that. Eligible to apply for a U.S. passport, just like U.S. citizens. So you already had that. In fact, there's no difference between the passport for a U.S. national and a U.S. citizen. Did you hear that? There is no difference between the passport for a U.S. national and a U.S. citizen. Both of them mention the nationality of U.S. You're eligible to apply for U.S. citizenship through naturalization. You've done nothing. You've fucked yourself. I mean, that's all you've done. Thanks to these people who are saying it means something else. Now, if I'm wrong, and I'm perfectly willing to say I was wrong, because that's what I'm doing right now, then let me know. Let me know. What is the benefit? If you're in another country, don't contact me. If you're in this country and you're telling people to give up their citizenship in order to merely retain what they already have, which is a national status, what? Why are you telling people this? The only thing I can think of is because you want them to go into this international system. You're an agent, or you have good intentions and you're misleading people and don't know it. That's the only thing I can think of here. But I sure want to correct that. I don't want this to happen to people. I don't want people to be misled like this, because this is scaring me, actually. This is not good. Let's go to the travel.state.gov website and see what they have to say. Again, I hate to expose you to official sources. Do you want to go watch Anna or the the wolf dog or whatever more, you could do that. You just turn this off and go look at unofficial, gurus trying to sell you their paperwork. But let's read what this says here. Section 101, 22, 822 of the Immigration and Nationality Act states that the term national of the United States means a citizen of the United States. Okay, again, the same source, you already have that distinction of being a national, or B, a person who, though not a citizen of the United States, owes permanent allegiance to the United States. Oh, well, what's changed? If you still owe permanent allegiance to the United States. As the wolf guy said, we are friends of the United States. We're not foreign to it. We're friends. In other words, we're enemy friends. The Trading of the Enemies Act. We're friendly enemies. And we're contracting under Unidroit and in UCC and all of that. You see, there's a problem here. There's a big problem. Therefore, U.S. citizens are also U.S. nationals. Non-citizen nationality status refers only individuals who were born either in America Samoa or in the Swains Islands to parents who are not citizens of the United States. The concept of dual nationality means the person is a national of two places at the same time. U.S. nationals, including dual nationals, must use a U.S. passport to enter and leave the United States. Do you think that because your United States passport says non-citizen national or national, do you think that that's any less a instrumentality of the United States? What makes you think that you've done something clever? Now, I don't mean to, if I'm offending you, or you're going to say Clint's being mean again, look, my people are failing. My people are dying. My people are being put in jail. My people are being destroyed from a lack of knowledge. And what does it say further? It says it's not just a lack of knowledge, it's a willful ignorance. A willful lack of knowledge. You're not even trying. And ironically, when we watched that interview, this lady had the question. She asked the right question. Everybody's confused between what the government says a state national is and what you say. But the government never said what a state national is or an American state national or anything. They don't exist. U.S. nationals exist. They are not American state nationals. They are United States nationals as possessions of the United States. There is no state national. The woman who created the term just told you it's her term. That American state nationals don't exist in their system. They only exist in the judge's system.
It's not that we're state nationals in their system. It's that they recognize it as a valid political status even in their system.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't very well then come back to us and say, oh, well, we don't recognize state nationals. Well, yes, you do recognize state nationals. You have state nationals in your own system. So.
But I guess the question is if you've obtained a passport, do you want to go back to the U.S. State Department and say, I want to be in your state national category?
No, because you're not a state national in their system. You're a state national in our system. Because you're not a state national in their system. You're a state national in our system.
Right.
Okay. And if you have a passport that was issued by them under the false perception or presumption that you are a municipal citizen or a territorial citizen, the way that you make the distinction is by the way you sign the passport.
Yep, and just a quick review of that for everybody would be great.
Well, the quick review of it is that instead of just signing it and leaving your signature wide open to being interpreted however they want to interpret it, You claim your own signature. You use a byline as if you were a reporter writing a story and you wanted to claim copyright on it, right? Mm-hmm. Then you write by, : your signature, all rights reserved.
Now, for those of you that are listening and not watching, of course, you're going to be missing some of my notes and some of the things that are coming up. So just to be clear, we're reading from 22 CFR, Code of Federal Regulations, Section 51.7, passport property of the U.S. government. Subsection 51.7, passport property of U.S. government. A passport at all times. A passport at all times remains the property of the United States and must be returned to the U.S. government upon demand. Law enforcement authorities who take possession of a passport for use in an investigation or prosecution must return the passport not to you, but to the owner, which is the department, on completion of the investigation and or prosecution. Now, if a passport is at all times, without exception, the property of the United States, how are you going to then sign the passport in a way? This doesn't make sense. You cannot transfer government property to yourself. You cannot transfer or somehow change the status of a person to make it yours. You will never own the birth certificate. The birth certificate was an application filled out by your parents. What the birth certificate is a receipt of the fact that you abandoned your child to the state, the paternal rights. Okay, none of this is true, okay? You got to know this. Again, 22 Code of Federal Regulations, subsection 51.7, passport at all times remains the property of the United States. There's no exception here, guys. You're not going to get a passport from some thing that Anna von Reitz created out of thin air that has nothing to do with government. I'm sorry. This is as great as it sounds, wonderful as it sounds, this is not how things work. You're talking about transferring the government property to you. That's about as logical as seceding from the union, as we call it, trying to secede from the nation state. You will be seceding with government property, public lands, and they will come and they will beat the shit out of you and take it back. Just like they did in the Civil War. You got to understand, this is a military occupation. Okay? And by the way, the fact that this lady is asking, do we need to add the without prejudice to this notion of saying retaining all rights, if you're being issued a passport, it's your person that is being, your status that is being given to, and you're in no position to reserve any rights. Your rights are predefined. You're not getting a passport as a free man. You're getting a passport because you're a slave and you need permission to go from one slave colony to the next. You don't reserve rights that you don't have or that you've given up. This is not how things work. This whole concept of reserving rights, that's what you do when you don't become a citizen. It's not what you do afterwards. None of this is reasonable. When you look deeper and you see when the government tells you, no, this is our property, when you look at your Social Security card, it says, this is our property, you don't get to own these things or transfer the property. It doesn't work that way. So, there's several articles around that you can find on the subject because, again, this is something that you would use as a commercial entity. Very important. Think twice before marking your correspondence without prejudice. This just from 2020. All too often the term without prejudice is used incorrectly, even by lawyers, likely because people tend to believe that there is some sort of magic that attaches to the phrase. The concern is poetically summarized in 1975 court decision from Australia in Davies versus Nyland. Now, this applies, of course, internationally. It's a international uniform code that we're talking about, concept. And remember, all of this patriot nonsense, this patriot mythology has been around since, after the 60s, essentially, the tax protest movement. And it says, in some quarters, of the community, there is a belief amounting almost to superstitious obsession that the expression without prejudice is possessed of virtually magical qualities, and that anything done or said under its supposed aegis is everlastingly hidden from the prying eyes of the court. While there are appropriate circumstances to use the phrase, it certainly does not have magical powers and may actually be detrimental to your position if used incorrectly. And this is really what I'm trying to get across to you folks, is that you're using all of this stuff very incorrectly. What does it actually mean if a document is marked without prejudice or a verbal communication is made on a without prejudice basis? That document or statement will generally not be admissible in any subsequent court, arbitration, or adjudication proceedings. The rationale for this legal principle comes from the public interest associated with encouraging parties to settle their disputes on their own without recourse to the courts, which is something that judges and arbitrators are especially encouraging of in the construction context. Of course, they don't want you in their court if you don't have to be. The use of the phrase and the meaning given to it by the law allows parties to have free and open settlement discussions and offer compromises to their positions and then renege later if a satisfactory settlement cannot be reached and formal dispute resolution becomes necessary. Is that what you thought it meant? Or did you think it had some magical quality that's somehow you're signing something but you're not? Yeah, you see, again, these are lies that have been told over and over and over, and we all fall for them. We talk about them in the so-called truth movement. I understand. It's easy to fall for because it does make a sort of sense. But again, is it something that you should be using unless you're in commerce? That's the question. Do you even know you're going into commerce by saying it? Okay, the phrase... when we should use the term without prejudice, the phrase can and should be used when you wish to communicate or respond to a settlement offer. Is a passport a settlement offer? No. Indicate your willingness to negotiate or reconsider your position. Does that have to do with the passport? No. Or if you wish to make a counter offer or proposal. Does any of this have to do with the passport? Absolutely not. Stating that such communications are without prejudice brings them within the protected realm of settlement privilege, keeping them off the record and making them inadmissible in most cases as noted above. When should without prejudice not be used? In short, you should not say that something is without prejudice if you might want to be able to rely on it in court or any other type of legal proceeding. As a basic guideline, this means that you should not use the phrase in any communication that is not part of a settlement discussion or exchange. So it's basically telling you this is not for that use. You don't put it on your driver's license. You don't put it on your... It's not going to make a difference. The government knows what the passport is for and who it's assigned to. Right? And you're certainly not acting privately or in any way that you're going to keep something out of a settlement discussion or exchange. Your court, in other words. No, it doesn't make sense. You don't get some special privilege by signing your passport in any way. You could... Look, the law says you can put an X as your signature if you're illiterate, okay? Because when you sign something, you're signing it with intent. Just saying without prejudice does not in any way change the intent of the passport. The intent of the passport and what it's used for is not up to you. You either sign it in acceptance or you deny it. But see, you're too weak to be able to deny it. That's, again, this is a spiritual weakness. This has nothing to do with legal problems. All problems are legal. So this is a spiritual problem, again. So you're essentially marking something, all rights reserved, etc., or without prejudice, as something that you don't want to be admissible to court. But why would you sign anything that is just your normal process of life. Why would you sign it that way? You wouldn't. That's the point. This is for commercial things. Bottom line, only use the term without prejudice when commenting upon, communicating, or responding to a settlement proposal or offer. Otherwise, you may lead yourself to believe that your communication is somehow off the record when it may very well be part of the eventual record. And again, like this false sense of confidence from writing these things is exactly that, false. And if we actually go to UCC code, UCC 1-308 is a common form where we actually find this concept of explicit reservation of rights. Where do you think it's coming from, right? It's not like this came from George Washington or something. It's not a defense to a criminal charge, no matter what those who preach the sovereign citizen gospel might want you to believe. The UCC, otherwise known as the Uniform Commercial Code, primarily regulates financial transactions between businesses. It does not provide any defenses to criminal charges. It says specifically, UCC 1-308, it reads, a party that with explicit reservation of rights performs or promises performance or assents to performance in a matter demanded or offered by the other party does not thereby prejudice the rights reserved. Such words as without prejudice, under protest, or the like are sufficient. Subsection A does not apply to an accord and satisfaction. This provision allows those who have entered into a contract to make payments on that contract or perform services without waiving their rights to future legal action based upon a contract. There's nothing fancy or funny or tricky about this. It's very specific to UCC and applies only to the world of contractual relationships between commercial actors. Does that sound like what you want to be? Because that's what you're headed to if you're filling out these forms. You have no purpose for filling out these forms unless you intend on being an internationally contracted slave. For example, let's say that two businesses have a contract, one supplies parts to the other. There is some dispute to the quality of the parts, but they are necessary for the recipient business to operate. This party might send a prepayment for the next shipment under the agreed-upon value in the contract because they believe the parts are subpar but still usable. The supplying party might continue to send the parts as they believe that the parts are fine and that after sufficient negotiation, they'll be made whole. The supplying party would send the parts with a notice that they are doing so without prejudice in order to prevent the receiving party from claiming that there was assent or agreement that the parts were subpar based on the performance of the supplying party. In other words, you're protecting yourself from the opinion of your purchaser. As the provider of the service or parts or whatever, you're sending these without prejudice. In other words, you're not accepting the notion that they are subpar. Right? That's what it means. Doesn't have anything to do with all of the stuff they're telling you it has to do with. UCC 1-308 has nothing to do with outside the context of commercial transactions. And we could go on and on and on. But I must stress, again, these are commercial terms. Commercial terms, not terms of free men. There's no reason for you to be writing this unless you're in a contract. Like I said, the real problem is that it can actually hurt you if you use it in the wrong way. And I think really that's what it boils down to. When you read comments online as well, you'll see that people are asking about the 1-308 and Uniform Commercial Code. You know, has anybody ever been successful using it? You know, all these kind of questions. And And you get the responses from people who are actually in business, in commerce. You know, the way this question has been asked suggests that the OP, the 1-308 form in Uniform Commercial Code may have a significant misunderstanding concerning the purpose and effect of Section 1-308, which apparently is regarded in some circles as a talisman that will protect citizens against actions taken by their government. The OP should seek advice from a lawyer before invoking Section 1-308. Another comment I saw: if you are asking the question, you likely read something on social media that indicates you should sign UCC 1-308. You may never need to, and there are some silly theories around about what it means. So, I mean, you can find all these comments from professionals and people who've, been through the scam or whatever. In fact, here it is. Has anyone successfully defended in criminal court using UCC 1-308 as a defense? And to go down in a doctorate from SIU School of Law states that as a defense attorney, I can honestly say, without reservation, no one has successfully used this defense in court. UCC 1-308 applies to commercial contracts, not criminal law. It's in the name, Uniform Commercial Code. Nothing in the statute applies to anything in the criminal law spectrum. Out of curiosity, I Googled this, and I uncovered all kinds of YouTube videos and websites telling people they can use 1-308 to get out of answering to the government. As a general fan of watching sovereign citizens get burned in court, I would not have an objection to anyone trying it as long as I was present to view the outcome. One other comment is, how do I sign UCC 1-308 when signing a contract? Now, again, the question reveals the ignorance or the mythology behind the question. And the answer is you don't. This guy's a patent attorney and associate professor of business law. At o'brienpatents.com, he says you don't. In a bilateral contract, parties exchange promises for performance. In a contract for the sale of goods, one party can modify the contract in good faith and without additional consideration. If the other party disapproves of the modification, it can reserve rights under UCC 1-308 by responding to the modification in writing. So 1-308 is not invoked at the signing of a contract. It's invoked during performance of the contract, if someone tries to change the contract or not fulfill it. However, if the modifications to the contract is not a modification, but rather an accord, a contract that replaces the original contract, then satisfying the accord terminates the original contract, and thus invocation of UCC 1-308 in the original contract, if any. If you're at the signing stage and you are concerned about the other party performing, UCC 1-308 offers little comfort. Rather, there are a number of clauses you could add to the contract to accomplish what you're trying to do. Ask the attorney helping you with the contract how these kinds of problems are being mitigated, and if not satisfied, ask another. Look, there's nothing wrong with going to an attorney, okay, and asking for help, asking questions about the law. That's what they're there for. That's what their canons state that they are there for. Your problem is when you retain or hire the attorney to act as yourself. At that point, you've given up all the rights that you think you'd be reserving anyway. So, going to an attorney and asking advice or information on what this stuff is okay. It's okay. Should I, is this something that I should be involved in? And chances are most of them have probably heard of these schemes. They're very popular. What the attorney below is trying to tell you, without offering weird legal advice, is that this is a commercial code. It only applies in limited ways to certain kinds of contracts. It does not relieve you of criminal sanctions. You can't get out of speeding tickets. Driving on the highways is an implied contract to follow the laws anyway. And nobody wants a bunch of yahoos driving like idiots because they think they have magic word immunity. If you spend money or use a cell phone or debit card, yep, you have waived certain rights. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what citizenship is. You're getting, or nationalism. If you're getting a document from the government, you're already waiving rights. You don't, just because you say all rights reserved does not mean that you're reserving rights. It means that if there's changes to anything to the contract, well then, yeah, you're by signing something, you're agreeing to the contract. You're not disagreeing to the rules or stated contract. You're saying if that contract changes, you're going to reserve all rights. But even then, I'm not even sure that applies to U.S. persons. Again, this is commercial. Magic words do not make you free. That takes fortitude, wisdom, goodwill, and self-respect, and a lack of desire to impose your will on others will go further than you think in ensuring that you get the same courtesy returned. Here. It's all in the way you act.
Do we need to add the without prejudice or?
You can. It doesn't, it's just sort of like reiterating what you already said, but you can if you want to. In
Sure.
my case, I wrote retired.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
And when you write retired, you're meaning I've retired from any presumptions.
right, I've retired from your system. I am not part of it. And in my case, I literally am retired. I'm semi-retired. So, what are you going to do? I don't work for you anymore. I don't work for anybody anymore. Bye.
Learn how to become an American state national or American state citizen by navigating to www.theamericanstatesassembly.net. Links to Anna's articles and resources can be found in the video description box. Thank you for subscribing, liking, sharing, and commenting.
And the state assemblies, what do you think? I mean, God, for God's sake, there's already state assemblies. The California Assembly, it's the lower legislature of the frickin' state. I have no idea what you people think you've joined. When you say you've joined and you've gone through the process and you're doing UCC and you're doing, but I'm here to tell you that you're on your way to a well-intentioned ticket to hell. Here's an example. Okay, this is what is supposedly called the New York Assembly. Land and soil jurisdiction. Yeah, well, I don't even want to get into that right now. But here's the New York Assembly, right? Forget the actual New York Assembly, which is the lower legislature of New York. Let's talk about Anna von Wright's assembly in New York. So-called assembly in New York State. And it says learn. Let's learn, shall we? Let's learn what the Patriot mythology is. The first thing it says here is that each state is a sovereign nation state unto itself. Now, right there, we know this is not true. And I'm going to show you why that's not true in a moment, but I want to finish this particular hoax that is the New York State Assembly, as she calls it. Okay, each state is a sovereign nation state unto itself. This is an absolute lie. This is an untruth. It may have good intentions behind it. It is not. New York, California, Texas, and any of the 50 states are not nation states. There is one nation state. It is the United States. All right? There is one nation state. It is the United Kingdom. There's one nation state. It is the Vatican City. There's one nation state in Brazil, it's called Brazil. All right, but the states themselves are not nation states. And please understand that we're going to probably in video 2 of this presentation, we're going to go into that in full detail. Because this is something you have to understand so that when you hear this kind of nonsense, you can say, oh, well, now I know this is fraud. Okay, it goes on. And it gives you the background, the Patriot mythology. Of course, it has to say the wondrous founding fathers of the 13 colonies started our government, Actually, they didn't start the government, but okay. They each represented their particular land areas, and they formed what were then called jural assemblies. Jural assemblies, which were a group of local people who came together at their local meeting halls to discuss how to self-govern their county and nation states. No, not nation states. Under common law, each state is a sovereign nation unto itself. Now remember, this was English common law. English common law. Counties and nation states across America are once again forming jural assemblies to take a stand for we the people that will restore our lawful government. There's unfortunately nothing to restore. It's still there. It's just been militarily occupied. Restoring it is almost a joke at this point. You know, why do you want to go back to something that would lead to what we have now? It doesn't make sense. Go to the history. There's nothing to restore that is good. Why do you always look back? You should be looking forward. You should be thinking of something new, like they did, right? This is not anything. Again, this was happening all over the world. We're going to get a republic. Let's get a republic. No, this is not to be stuck in this revolutionary circular motion. No, it doesn't make sense. You don't want to go back. You want to go forward. The New York Jural Assembly must have a minimum of 30 people, 25 to a grand jury, with 5 alternates. Does this give the grand jury, as they call it, any power? Do their decisions have any legally binding authority? Absolutely not. There's no examples of that. The government envisioned by our founding fathers, oh, they presumed to know what the founding fathers envisioned by creating a nation state. Thinking all the whole time that states are actually nation states. There's something so wrong with the fundamental understanding of this stuff that you cannot possibly continue to follow this group of illiterate people. No, the founding fathers did not do this for your good. They did it as slaveholders. I mean, I don't know what to say. The fathers had reasoned checks and balances to protect we the people. The we the people are not us. We were indentured servants and slaves. We are not the people. We're never intended to be the people. That's why they created this whole dysfunctional, delusional thing, this false history. It begins with the people as the highest level of authority. Great, but we aren't the people. We're United States citizens. You want to go back to being the people? Great, but what you're telling people is to remove yourself from being from the states. And nothing about this makes sense. However, the incorporated fictional foreign entities pretending to be our lawful government, they're not pretending, have inverted the power structure to the point of we the people being enslaved by the corporatocracy that purports to be our government. Again, it's voluntary. Obviously, it must be voluntary if you're promoting something that voluntarily removes yourself from the system. So, no, you're not being forced. No, you haven't been enslaved. You're allowing yourself to be. By returning your God-given rights, you never lost them, but okay, by returning your God-given rights of your living soul, to the soil of your domicile. No, your domicile is United States, sorry. Here on New York, you reclaim your true self and your true governance. I never lost myself. I don't know about you guys. And my governance is my governance is United States because I'm still a United States citizen, but otherwise it would be God. So you're saying my true governance is my state? Everything about this is just so wrong. Where's the mention of God-given rights? There's one mention, but again, it's a complete misunderstanding. Your living soul. These are patriot mythology words. These are sovereign citizen words. These are part of the scam. because you're not understanding what inherent rights means, what the Constitution protects. You're not telling people the correct thing. Join us by declaring your status. Declare your person and therefore be free. Again, absolute misinformation. Regardless of your political affiliation, we are all Americans first. I'm sorry, but this concept of being American, what were my forefathers? What were the people that, what about my 1600 forefathers? What am my forefathers in the year 1000? What were they? Why am I an American? American first. That's, again, something Fox News and Donald Trump promotes. That's saying, essentially, United States. No. I mean, if you're going back to your state, it should be California first or Oregon first. No, you're saying America. That was not how things worked. Now, yes, you had a compact to both strengthen and protect each other, but you did that as a state, not as an American. We're American, America, the word America, I remember studying, America was a reference to some South American demon god or dragon. There's nothing good about it. Something Masonic. We're living men and women. We are living men and women. Well, okay, there's another one. Women is, of course, a legal term. We're living men now, okay, but I think if you're a man, it's presumed that you're living, and if you say that in court, you're going to be looked at like you're either insulting the intelligence of the judge, who obviously sees that you're living, or, you're being redundant. You're a man, okay, that assumes you're living. Standing on the soil and land of New York. Now, I don't know what that whole thing is. That's something they've created again. Land and soil jurisdiction. Land and soil jurisdiction. Who owns the land? It's God, so there's no jurisdiction. It's... it's just none of this, the natural law jurisdiction. No, it doesn't work that way. We are a nonpartisan, peaceful, respectful group seeking like-minded, loving souls to accelerate the tipping point of change. Oh, gosh. How wonderfully Gandhi of you. Oh, it even says we are the change we've been waiting for. How extremely Gandhi of you. Again, join us by declaring your status. None of this page offers you anything real. Let's go back to the beginning. Each state is a sovereign nation. Now, what's hilarious about that is here's an article from the Citizens Journal. California is not its own nation state. Why is there an article on this fact? Well, it's actually kind of funny because not too long ago, and over a couple of years, Governor Gavin Newsom has used this as his slogan. It says California is not its own nation state. Governor Gavin Newsom, stop using this slogan. The slogan is not new. His use of the term began during his State of the State address on February 12, 2019, just 5 weeks into his new job as California governor. During the last few weeks, Newsom has repeatedly referred to California as a nation state. The governor did so on March 15th when announcing school closures in a nation state with 6+ million children, and on April 7th when he told MSNBC that a deal to buy personal protective equipment for workers was made possible by California's enormous purchasing power as a nation state. Governor Newsom, does this mean California is sovereign or independent of the United States? If so, this can only lead to more Californians leaving the state since they are proud Americans, unfortunately, or joining the movement to divide the state into several states independent of you. Or are you suggesting a return to Mexico since that is our mother nation? You see the problem here? California is not a nation state, the United States is. If California were a nation state, it would be recognized and in the United Nations. James P. Rudolph, a California attorney from La Jolla who worked for the Clinton and Obama administrations, writes, "A nation-state is a country. California, like all states, is not a nation-state. Newsom, for the sake of clarity and constitutional deference, should stop using the term, and so should the so-called state assemblies. Because a nation-state has gone national as opposed to federal. You're going against the very things the founding fathers purported, and yet you're using them in your rhetoric incorrectly. It's amazing. This is just pure ignorance. According to Henry Brady, dean of the Goldman School of Public Policy at the University of California, Berkeley, California is a state. California is not a sovereign country. Governor Newsom, stop calling California its own nation state. As that goes to you too, Miss Wrights, what's fake judge? You are not president. Stop giving yourself federal and constitutional authority as written in the United States Constitution. If it was a nation state, it would have a president. That's the point he's trying to make. And that's a really good point. Meanwhile, Governor Newsom, in his daily press briefing on April 14th, said he calls California a nation-state because of geographic distances, its rural and urban construct, population density, large land mass, and because different parts of the state are so distinct and unique. Well, that sounds about as wise and knowledgeable and scholarly as the New York State Assembly under Anna von Reitz. So, let's move on. Let's talk about Anna in court, Anna's reputation in court. So let's just take a look at what happens to people who try to spout this stuff in court, because here's what I want you to understand when we're looking at this case. This case has a specific jurisdiction. It's tied to specific persons. What's happening is these gurus are trying to get you to argue theory in court after you've already gone to court. This would be similar, if you'll indulge me, to going into a music class that you've paid for or that you've signed up for and you've agreed that you'll be graded for, judged basically for, at the end of 6 months. And when the teacher comes out and says, okay, we're going to learn music, and he says, this is a C on the piano, and you raise your hand in objection and say, well, can you prove that that's a C? I need proof. What do you think the teacher is going to do? He's going to, the same thing the judge is going to do. He's like, dude, you're in my class here to learn the theory. Here, you've agreed on everything. You've paid the fees. You're here. You're the one that's putting in this action and this notice. Why are you arguing theory? Right? Theory is already set. The theory of the law is already set. It's there. The words, they are there. You don't get to define them or redefine them, right? You don't get to call yourself a national or a state national just because you think that sounds good. They don't accept it. Again, I'm going to go into a mathematician and argue that his theory is wrong, or that the whole thing is based on a theory that's already been set. Theory does not mean necessarily that it's still in the theorizing mode. Okay? Yes, the theory can change, but not because you go to a court and pull these types of stunts. You're there in that court for a specific matter, a specific subject matter is at hand. You do not, therefore, argue anything else. So, here's a case where you have Anna von Reitzinger, the judge, so-called, mentioned, cited in this court case by the defendant who loses his pants, just as everybody else is who's going to follow these people. these gurus into the UCC or whatever, whatever it is you're calling it, the state assemblies, etc. You're not going to win in their system simply because you believe you've created your own system. You cannot have a state within a state. That's constitutional. There's no arguing that. It's an international law. With exceptions, which we'll talk about. But not these things have to be accepted by the international law of nations. You can't just say you exist, right, and get all these rights and benefits. It just doesn't work that way. And besides, it's a system you're supposedly fighting. Anyway, the United States District Court, Southern District of Ohio, Western Division, plaintiff David M. Lugers. On June 7th, 2016, the United States filed a civil complaint to collect the unpaid liabilities of defendant David M. Lugers for federal income taxes, penalties, and interest to enforce the liens of the United States securing that debt against a parcel of real property located in Fairfield, Ohio. Now, this debt, these penalties, this interest wouldn't exist if David hadn't registered it as such. There was a debt securing this parcel of real estate parcel. Probably did accepted for value or one of the other things that are illegal. He probably had a temporary confidence because they hadn't catch up on their mistake yet. But I guarantee you they will find the mistake and then they will come. It could be 10 years, it could be 2 years, it could be months. But they're going to come after you for the unpaid taxes, penalties, and interest that you owe because you stopped making payments or because whatever it is that you did, that some guru convinced you that through this UCC process you can somehow steal a home or ignore your obligations that you signed a contract for. In lieu of filing an answer, defendant David Lugers filed a motion to dismiss this lawsuit based upon alleged lack of jurisdiction, which is patently ridiculous, as we'll see. In addition to filing suit against Mr. Lugers, plaintiff named his wife, Connie Lugers, to the extent that she may have an interest in the property. Ms. Lugers appears to have been properly served, but has failed any type of timely answer. Let's see, the United States is also named 4 other defendants, but that's not what's important here. Here's the arguments. That the United States of America is not the United States of the U.S. Constitution, and therefore that this court has no jurisdiction. In short, defendant Lugers asserts a lack of personal jurisdiction over him and a lack of subject matter jurisdiction over this case. Attached to defendant Lugers' motion is a judicial notice of fraud and violation immediate order to cease and desist that purports to be signed by a woman who identifies herself as Judge Anna Maria Reitzinger, non-negotiable, all rights reserved for, by, and on the record of the Alaska State Superior Court, who lives in Maine, and, it's just all this weird stuff. So again, self-proclaimed. What does the court actually say? Well, we'll get to that in a second. Defendant's motion is patently frivolous. Arguments that a person is a sovereign citizen and not subject to the laws of the United States have uniformly been rejected by the courts as lacking any foundation in law. United States versus Munt and all these other court cases. Such an argument is completely without merit and patently frivolous. United States versus Grabble, etc. And then when we go down, we have the note here that says Miss Reitzinger, not judge, but Miss Reitzinger, sometimes identified as Anna von Reitz, is a self-proclaimed, okay? So in other words, there is no record of any judge named this by this person, is a self-proclaimed Alaska Superior Court. On the next page it continues, judge, unquote, as a flattering title that means nothing, whose edicts have been cited by other pro se litigants who share a version of Mr. Lugers' misguided beliefs. Boyd versus United States. So here the court is recognizing this lady for exactly what she is, which is not a judge, or for that matter, any expert or legitimate source of information. This is very important that you do not, quoting a court case is one thing. Quoting a fake judge, that's a whole nother thing. That's immediately going to put you into hot water. It's going to immediately put you in a place where they know that you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Other arguments, the courts are lacking any foundation in law, United States versus Month, United States versus Allen, etc. And in the response to the defense motion, the United States points to several statutes that independently grant this court subject matter jurisdiction over the case. Again, subject matter jurisdiction. What is the subject? It ain't legal theory. I'll tell you that much, including 28 U.S. Code and 1340 U.S. Code, 26 U.S. Code and 7603A. Based upon both statutory and case authority, the undersigned rejects defendant's frivolous motion to dismiss case for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. Apparently, again, if you're going into a court and you're saying that the subject matter is the very foundation of the court, the very legitimacy of the court, you're going to lose that argument because the court is there already acting in its illegitimate or de facto capacity, which you've accepted because you're in the court. So you don't argue this stuff in court. You don't really argue this stuff at all. It's known. I mean, do you think the court doesn't know this? Right? Do you think the court doesn't know that it's illegitimate? Right? Which doesn't mean what you think. It just means it's appointed by the de jure, the legitimate, to run things, right? Like the president appointing people when he's the only elected officer, or when you appoint a czar, right? It's illegitimate, but it's under the de jure authority. So I don't know what to tell you, but this is not what you argue in court. It is not the subject matter. The subject matter is what you did, you dumb, stupid people who file these forms without knowing what you're doing, without knowing what UCC even is, where it comes from, how it's connected to Rome. You're entering into this system. It's your fault. And then you're saying the system doesn't exist or that it doesn't have jurisdiction in the courts. Bull. And we're going to find out why that's bull when you see all the treaties and everything that's been ratified into the U.S. Code. It's just, this is so frustrating to me because, see, what's happening here is all of my work to show you what is the strawman, what is this theory, right? All coming from legitimate sources is tainted. It's thrown out the window because it all gets wrapped up in this frivolous stuff that people are doing. And then there's all these people who say, well, there's not even such a thing as a straw man. Well, yeah, actually, it's right in the dictionary. You can look it up yourself. Why am I paying so much attention to this? Because you're tainting all of the years that I've sacrificed to educate people on what this is and how to actually get out of these situations, which is to never get into them in the first place. Right? And we're going to show some other fallacies of Anna von Reitz right after this, which, I mean, it's a huge difference between what I'm teaching and what am I teaching? I'm teaching what it says in their source, and she's teaching what she says in her idealism, right? Two different concepts here. So they rejected the defendant's frivolous motion to dismiss. For the same reasons, the undersigned rejects the defendant's argument that the court lacks personal jurisdiction over him. Surprise, surprise. The defendant has failed to prove any and all presumptions that the United States of America is actually the plaintiff herein, that the statutes cited are positive law. So all the things here that that the plaintiff was essentially saying are presumptions, he failed to prove that they aren't true. That one, the United States of America is actually the plaintiff herein, or not the plaintiff. That the statutes cited are positive law. He's claiming they're not positive law. That Lugar's is an individual. That he is the defendant. He's saying he's not the defendant. He's not an individual. That he is a citizen. That he's not a citizen. and that he was properly served and resides in this. He's claiming he wasn't served and resides in the district. Well, if you weren't served, how did you get in this court? It doesn't make sense. Why would you say you weren't properly served and then show up to a court case? I mean, come on. What the hell? Again, you're not there to argue these things. These things are known to the court. You're not going to get out of your case by saying that the pawn isn't the pawn and the rook isn't the rook and that every piece that you have is a queen or a king. It's just, you're not going to work. In other words, you're not sovereign, folks. Mr. Lugers identifies himself as a non-resident non-person who is not present within or domiciled within any United States judicial district beyond the jurisdiction of the court. Protected by the Minimum Contracts Doctrine, U.S. Supreme Court, and the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. So you're protected by the Supreme Court, but you're not within any United States judicial district. You're protected by the Supreme Court, but you're not in a judicial district. You're beyond the jurisdiction of the court, except the Supreme Court. That's not how things work, folks. Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. That's a whole other subject I don't even want to touch right now. Mr. Lugers appears to believe that the only authorized federal district court is located in the District of Columbia, a location in which the defendant Lugers does not reside. Mr. Lugers concedes nothing and recognizes no law. In other words, the court is considering him to be anarchist, lawless. Right? It's starting to understand this guy. No matter what we say, he's not going to admit to any law. This is why anarchy will never work. They're happy if you say you're an anarchist. That means they got you. That means you have to be governed. You don't have a law. Holding the court has a personal jurisdiction over a defendant who has received personal service of summons or other form of notice and is within the territory of the forum. The record reflects that the summons issued by the clerk of this court was served along with a copy of the complaint on June 2016 by leaving such summons and complaint with defendant Luger's wife at their usual place of abode. Defendant Luger's reply memorandum continues to maintain that he's appearing only by special limited appearance in a non-representative capacity as a third-party intervener. Wow. Can you say guru? Do you think you came up with that term all by yourself? You think he did some studying to find that term? No. Now, someone told him to say that. And by someone, I think we know who that someone is. So, look, special appearance as opposed to a general appearance, that is a thing, but it's not necessarily for the purposes that the gurus tell you it's for. Okay, in a non-representative capacity, well, there again, the court is looking for either the person or the representative of the person, the attorney, the agent, okay? Even pro se, you're technically there. You can't be a person. You're always representing. I mean, it's like a congressman is always a representative and nothing more, nothing less, right? It's just, you can't be non-representative, right? You're there representing some entity. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there and the court couldn't call on you. Capacity as a third-party intervener. In the law of agency, there is the third party, but you're not a third party. You're the first party, if anything. How are you a third party? You're saying you're appearing as a third party? Like, these things don't make sense in a court of law that's theory is already set. Again, you're here arguing that you are something you're not. That, I mean, it's already bad enough that you're there in person, but that you're a special person, non-representative capacity, and a third-party intervener. You're not a third party. Mr. Lugar's protest that the plaintiff has failed to prove any and all presumptions, that the United States of America is actually the plaintiff herein, that the statutes cited are positive law, that Lugar's is an individual, that he is the defendant, that he is a citizen, that he was properly served and resides in the district, and that the cited cases apply. So he's protesting to all these things. Where did he get that idea? Look, again, theory is not the subject matter. I don't know how to get that across, right? We don't argue the legitimacy of the formula in math. We don't argue what, they tell us, if you're supposed to find out what X is, and the only way you can do that is to know what Y is, well, you don't argue that Y doesn't exist. Otherwise, you'll never find X, right? You don't argue these things. Otherwise, there can be no system of law unless everybody is expected to agree on the terms. So, this is not how you argue in court. This is why all these cases lose, because you're not even paying attention to what the subject matter is. Right? The subject matter is that you did faulty UCC paperwork, and they filed it not knowing any better, because these are grunts filing, and it caught up to you. And now you owe all these back taxes. Again, I covered this in the last chapter of my book, by the attorney generals of the state who call this frivolous and tell you why. If you don't want to know and you want to continue to act blindly following the blind, then go right ahead. But I'm telling you guys, this is going to catch up to you. All these transactions you're being told to do, whether it's the UCC, whether it's filing a paperwork and then saying you have 30 days to respond. If you don't respond, then it becomes somehow law or contract. This is not how it works, folks. It isn't true, because then you act on that. And then you say, well, I gave you 30 days and you didn't respond, and therefore I've been living here 10 years. You can't take my house. Well, you bet they can. You filed a paperwork that said I have allodial title to this house. Well, guess what? Only the state has allodial title. You can have perfected title granted by the state, but you can't have... Okay, listen very carefully, folks. You're not sovereign. The state is sovereign. You cannot be higher than that which grants you any authority in the first place. Where your privileges, where your rights come from, you cannot be higher than that. You cannot be sovereign over the state and also act within its powers and its benefits. You can't. It's a maxim of law, in fact. Over and over I've stated this. You cannot have power that is higher than the source of that power. Does that not... it's perfectly reasonable, perfectly self-evident law. You can't have more power than the grantor of that power. Who owns, technically, all property? The state. Who gives title to the property? The state. Who receives title? The receiver, you. Now, you could get that title to its highest point, fee simple or whatever they call it nowadays, perfected title. But you still are bound by the laws of the state constitution. Now, these people aren't even telling you that. They're telling you to do all this in some international commercial system, trying to bypass the state. Again, I'm telling you to go back to the state. They're telling you to get the hell out of the state. And we're going to see that even worse later on when it comes to public and private law. They're promoting public law, guys. U.S. code is public law. They're saying, we'll get to that. She's saying, look, we are under public law. No, you want to be under private law. You want to be private, not public. So we'll get to that in a moment here. But, just reading this should tell you that none of these arguments have been put forward probably since the 70s, 80s. in various forms, all kinds of books you can read on the redemption, the false redemption thing. Need I remind everybody that there is a reason that Christ is the Redeemer? Christ, being the law of nature, is your Redeemer. Following it redeems you. Paperwork does not redeem you. And this whole redemption for money, again, pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that doesn't exist, folks. So it goes on to quote in the Munt case, which is applied to this. The Sixth Circuit quoted extensively from a prior opinion in the Tenth Circuit. In other words, the government quoted this against this case to put the argument to rest. For as long as this court continues to see the same tired arguments, okay, the same argument in new words isn't going to change anything. The prior analysis remains apropos. Okay, defendant's motion to dismiss advanced the hackneyed tax protester refrain. All these tax protesters that are supposedly heroes, if you look a little deeper, they've all been arrested, they've all been charged with tax fraud. None of them succeeded. Okay? They might appear to be heroic, but in fact they're just misled. And they're misleading you. This motion, the defendant's motion to argue with all this theory, to dismiss, advanced the hackneyed tax protester refrain that federal criminal jurisdiction only extends to the District of Columbia, United States territorial possessions, and ceded territories. Defendant's memorandum blithely ignored 18 U.S. Code, subsection 3231, which explicitly vests federal district courts with jurisdiction over all offenses against the laws of the United States. All. Defendant also conveniently ignored Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution, which empowers Congress to create, define, and punish crimes irrespective of where they are committed. See United States v. Warall. Article 1, Section 8 and the 16th Amendment also empowers Congress to create and provide for the administration of an income tax. There is no protest here. The statute under which defendant was charged and convicted, 26 U.S. Code, subsection 7201, plainly falls within that authority. Efforts to argue that federal jurisdiction does not encompass prosecutions for federal tax evasion have been rejected as either silly or frivolous by a myriad of courts throughout the nation. And again, many people have gone to jail. In the face of this uniform authority, it defies credulity to argue that the district court lacked jurisdiction to adjudicate the government's case against the defendant. Again, take all these sources and try to argue I mean, you're arguing, you're using the Constitution, but ignoring Article 1, Section 8. I mean, you're using the Constitution in name, but ignoring the fact that it allows an income tax. Now, look, folks, we can argue all day that the income tax is bullshit. We can argue all day about the theory behind whether the tax is legitimate or illegitimate. It is illegitimate because it's under the de facto government. But who created the de facto government? Congress. The legitimate Congress. So, if you have a nation of slaves, you create a de facto nation state, to control all those slaves. You call them common citizens. It's not that hard to understand. And it goes on that for 75 years, the Supreme Court has recognized that the 16th Amendment authorizes a direct non-apportioned tax upon the United States citizens throughout the nation, right? The nation is, there's not a place it doesn't touch, because the nation, as opposed to the nation state, right? When we talk about the nation, we're talking about the whole kit and caboodle. When we talk about the United States, the nation state, which we'll get to, that's different. The nation state is appointed by the legitimate government to control the nation. not just in federal enclaves, federal areas, but efforts to argue otherwise have been sanctioned as frivolous. Because remember, there's the public lands and the private lands. United States controls the public lands, or the federal areas, according to the Buck Act. Finally, and this is what's going to be your result too, United States versus Month, the undersigned has doubts as to whether Mr. Lugers will ever recognize a ruling by this court. However, there is no doubt that Mr. Luger's beliefs concerning subject matter and personal jurisdiction over him are clearly erroneous. A lot of these fallacies come from a misunderstanding of just what the United States is, why it was created in times of war and conquering. We forget that we're under military rule. We forget a lot of times that the Constitution has been suspended because of emergency declarations, that the law can be suspended because of emergency declarations of emergency or war. We forget a lot of things, that we live in essentially a lawless society, but that the laws continue as long as they work. But if they don't work, then it's lawlessness. And I'm writing a book on that, so I'm not going to cover that anymore. That's what I talked about in the little conference we just did. The complaint further alleges that David M. Lugers owns an undivided one-half interest in the title and ownership of property. The United States seeks to enforce its lien against the Rena May property by having the property sold at judicial sale and request a judgment entered in favor of the United States and against the defendant, David M. Lugers, in the amount of $144,857, plus statutory additions, including interest, penalties, and fees. Because, and see, that's what's going to happen is, I sometimes wonder if they do it on purpose. They say, okay, look, here's another one of those idiots who thinks they can UCC their home or whatever, put their home into some kind of thing without paying the bills. Let's let it sit for 10 years, and then we'll collect not only the amount that's going to be owed, but all the interest too. I'm starting to wonder if that's not just, is there a file somewhere where they put things and then every 10 years or 15 years they come along and they say, okay, time to repossess. It's just because they catch up on their paperwork and then you're screwed. But the whole time you go around and you tell people, oh yeah, the redemption process works. Yeah, I accepted for value my car, my home, and everything. I was wonderful. It was great. And I sent them a letter and they didn't respond, and therefore I win. No, you're just temporarily putting the consequences of your actions aside until suddenly you get the bill 10 years later after having all this confidence that you somehow won in a system where there is no winning. Slaves don't win. Because the defendant proceeds pro se without knowing what the hell he's doing, the pending motion to dismiss has been referred to the undersigned for initial review. I now recommend the denial of that motion. What's going to happen to you too? Analysis. The defendant's motion to dismiss on judicial grounds relies upon what has been commonly described as sovereign citizen theories, alleging that defendant is an Ohioan. I mean, you're saying Ohioan as if Ohio is any less fictitious of a name than the United States. I'm an Ohio national. There's no such thing. An Ohio national. You want to be private? That's great. But an Ohio national. Who is not a citizen of the United States and therefore not subject to its authority. Remember, all citizens are nationals. All right? These are just two different aspects of the same thing. You're not gaining anything by becoming what you already are. Losing. And finally, in the conclusions and recommendations, which is going to be, again, what happens to you for the reasons stated as recommended the motion to defendant, Mr. Lugers, who, thanks to Anna von Reitz and others who are teaching this, and or David Michael with a colon, Lugers, again, without capitalization, as if all caps matters, non-negotiable autograph. Ah, yes, the autograph. I'll bet you he signed it in either blue or red, too, because that's as old as the redemption movement itself. Oh, we got to sign it in blue, never any other country. Never other color, excuse me. And or David of the House Lugers, a living man without benefit of counsel, hereinafter known as Lugers. I mean, that's the other thing. These descriptions, these flattering titles have no bearing. You haven't claimed your arms. You don't have a coat of arms that is the House Lugers that you have used to bear your arms. You can't bear arms that you don't have. Dismiss this action for lack of jurisdiction, and that it be denied. United States Magistrate Judge. Surprise! I'm going to have to laugh because, really, this stuff is ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous, but we, because, again, it's all the theory of law. It's not the subject matter of the case. Oh, man. One other thing I wanted to show you here is this. I will say two things here. First of all, here is a real problem. Here's one of Anna von Reitz's blog posts, I guess you call it. Again, completely 100% against what I have been telling you and sourcing to you for all of this time. She says, only ignorance of the public law, that seems to be our problem, is ignorance of the public law. If your local sheriff knew what he was doing, knew he was doing anything wrong by prosecuting you under private foreign law, he probably wouldn't do it. The same for the highway patrolman and the state troopers and the federal agents. Private foreign law. Whenever they know the actual public law, they tend to obey it. But as they are not taught the public law and are not instructed to enforce the public law by their corporate bosses, I don't know who their corporate bosses are, but what can you expect? So far as they know, they are obeying and enforcing the law. That is the only law they know. It never occurs to them that there is more than one kind of law, and that they may be dealing with people who live under different forms of law than they do. We live, and listen to this statement, we live and breathe and stand under the public law, not their private law. Now, I want you to understand, folks, public law is all U.S. code. All U.S. code is public law, and here is someone who's claiming to be outside of the United States saying that we live, breathe, and stand under the public law. I mean, that's the international, that's the law of nations. That's the public law that goes back to the publican, the Romans, okay? Big difference. In the state, when you're under the constitution of the state, when you're actually the people again, you would be under private law, the private law of the state. And as we will discuss, you would be in the private areas of the state. In fact, you know what? Instead of waiting, let's just talk about that now. Because just unbelievable ignorance being put forth here. Okay? When we say that Nevada is 80% federal lands, that means that 87% of Nevada is under public law. Public means it's not owned by an individual. It's kept by the Bureau of Land Management, military bases, or all other needful things, as the Constitution says. It's under public law, not private. Whereas 13% of the state, I might be getting those numbers off, it's almost half of California, but in Nevada, it's really high, 83 or 87%. That means 13% of the state is private, not ceded to United States jurisdiction. Not ceded to the United States, not given to the nation state through Congress. And remember, all constitutions were rewritten to cede the public lands to the government. I covered this in great detail. So there's no way to confuse public law with private law and think that we are, as a free people, somehow under the public law. Public law is U.S. code and all United States law. Right? As private law is foreign law. So United States, I mean, if she had just reversed these words, she'd actually sort of be correct. Although the sheriff, I mean, what do sheriffs do anymore? Sheriffs are there to run the prisons, for God's sake. They've been relegated to like prison guards, basically, running the courts, making sure the courts are putting a lot of people in prison for prison labor, right? Stamp that "Made in America" stamp on all the products coming out of the prisons. I mean, this is ridiculous. No, we don't live, breathe, and stand under the public law. We do, or we should, under the private law, but instead we have a persona, a strawman that exists in the public law, and we're in bond and surety to that. So again, these can't just be construed as just simple mistakes. It's either absolute ignorance of law, or it is someone trying to push you into something by inverting everything into. I mean, do I have to point to anything? I just pointed to a court case where this guy lost because he's quoting Anna von Reitz. So something is very wrong here, folks. That's my point. Somehow these people are leading you astray. And I don't fully understand it, but it just seems like, there was one professional guy that said, Unidroit hasn't gotten bigger because it's not known. It's not, it's not advertised. It's not, right? Well, what would be the logical thing to do is to push it to people in this way, clandestinely, slowly, incrementally. So, and the other thing here's another thing I just want, just to throw in there. 22 of the Code of Federal Regulations, subsection 51.7, passport is the property of the U.S. government. All right? A passport at all times remains the property of the United States and must be returned to the U.S. government upon demand. Okay, for instance, if it gets lost, law enforcement should return the passport to the department, right? But that also applies to the passport as it's in your hand. If they want it, they can confiscate it at any time. You believe that having a passport is somehow better than having a driver's license, right? Driver's license, property of government. When you get your Social Security card, the form that comes with it, what does it say? Property of government. It's not your Social Security number or card or anything else. It's not your money. The passport is not your property. You cannot you cannot say all rights reserved. The passport is issued to a person, right? If you're using the passport, you are purporting to be that person no matter how you sign it. The signature does not have as much weight as you think it does. Again, there are style manuals that say, okay, your corporations will follow the style. They'll use all caps for corporate names and individual names, the subjects, the parties of a contract, of course, and makes sense. It makes them stand out. It doesn't give that any authority. You know, you could put an X on the signature line, and that would be good. You could put "fuck you" on the signature line, and that would be construed, because it's not your signature that matters. It's the fact that you're frickin' using the property of government that puts you in the bind. So all these people who tell you to sign this or sign that and say all rights reserved and without prejudice and all the other things, something that I fell for. By the way, I'm putting myself in this category. This pisses me off that these fake guru people sold this crap to me. Because it's very, very enticing. It's very, very hypnotic. But once you look at it like we're doing today, you see the faults. You see the fraud. No, putting a different signature, signing it, the house of this, or putting one name first and another name second. The intention is what is higher than anything else. And you'll see this in case after case. You'll see this written in the dictionaries. You'll see it in the maxims of law. Your signature means so much less than you think because your actions are what matters. And this is why what I'm really trying to tell you here is you don't have to correct your status. Your status is effectively given by your intention, by your action. If you act privately and you form, let's say, a private membership association or some other form of private action, private banking, etc., then you're acting privately. If you're not using the person of the United States, you're not using the insurance that's granted to it, you're not using all the things that apply to it, and you're acting in a private capacity, then your transaction is private. If you're acting within the state, not outside of it, not with another state, not with another nation, not with another country, then you're acting privately. In other words, foreign to all other law. United States is foreign to the city-state that has become Washington, D.C., is foreign from the states. The states make up a nation in a spiritual capacity, and then that nation, in its spiritual notion, became an entity in and of itself and conquered the states. Right? That's the thing that you're trying to get away from. It still has the obligation, though, to protect, to honor the non-ceded areas, the private areas of the states. Again, California is like 53% private. Most of the West is a majority of the land is public. It's been ceded, the public lands. Again, did a whole series of shows on this. And it's in the constitutions, the state constitutions, where they say we cede the public lands to the United States. So in all, 25% of the land of the states, the 50 states, 25% of that land is considered public. Because you got to realize states like Delaware and Massachusetts were in the original 13 colonies. There's hardly any public land, 1%. Whatever's been ceded, military bases, etc. But as you go farther west, then, yeah, more and more land, because they're newer states, more and more land was turned over in the constitutions after the Civil War, when states were required to reapply for membership in this new United States, because Congress was sin a day, Congress was broken. I mean, again, If these things aren't clear to you, you should not be messing with this stuff. And again, what is my message to you? Go back to the privacy that this country was set up for. Go back to being the people of the state. As opposed to what these people are trying to do is just to remove you from the state, put you into a purely national state where you were stateless. That you're peopleless, in other words. So if you have any doubt, again, 22 Code of Federal Regulations, subsection 51.7, passport is the property of U.S. government. I don't care what anybody tells you. I don't care if that passport is for a U.S. citizen or a U.S. national. Okay, there is no state national passport, although, from what I understand, you can get some ID card from Anna von Reitz, and I'd be very careful of that because the last person I knew who put a seal of the United States or any state upon anything was a guy who went to jail for making silver coins, and he made the big mistake of putting, because he's lost in his patriotism, doesn't know his enemy is, he put the United States seal on his silver dollar. And of course, that's fraud. You know, who has the right to print coin? Congress. Not the states, not the people, not citizens of the United States. So he puts the seal of the United States on his silver coin without asking as a private currency, and guess what? He goes to jail. Well, you start putting the seal of the United States on things. That's essentially, it's like flying a false flag. It's piracy. You're breaking so many international codes and rules and laws, and you're breaking U.S. code, you're breaking the Constitution, you're doing everything wrong. So I don't recommend getting an ID card or fake passport from the Anna von Reitz, cult. I don't do it. Doesn't prove anything. There's no jurisdiction. It doesn't create. I'm sorry, guys. This is hurting people. I don't want this to hurt people. Look, I mean, even the government gives you warning about this. The funny thing is, the more I look at this, the more I think you guys have done nothing at all. This is just a scam in and of itself, that what you have done is actually pointless, worthless. You're getting documents that don't apply to you, essentially. You've applied for a national passport or non-citizen national passport, which only people in foreign possessions could apply for. All you've done is defraud the paperwork. You've said that you're a non-citizen national when you're not. It's not like you're changing your status by doing this, by getting this passport or whatever other paperwork you're submitting by mail. I was worried that people were actually doing this prematurely and actually harming themselves, but now it's starting to look like this is just a pure scam. This actually almost seems, even though it's fraud, it almost seems harmless, like you haven't actually given up your citizenship. You've just filled out fraudulent paperwork and gotten a fraudulent passport. But let's read what the government says about this. Well, this is actually an Immigration Direct website, not a government website, and then we're going to go to the official source after this, which basically says the same thing. Though there is an increase in the number of persons getting naturalized every year, you also have a small percentage of persons who wish to renounce their U.S. citizenship. A U.S. citizen can renounce his or her citizenship under Section 349A.5 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, INA. This is not a secret, folks. It's not something only conspiracy people know. People do this every year, but what they're doing generally is moving to another country and pledging their nationality, that is their allegiance, to that country, or they're receiving some sort of dual citizenship. What they're not doing, though, is evading taxes or doing anything like that. That doesn't work, and we're going to cover that. If that's your idea behind this, then you're sorely mistaken, and we'll cover that. There are a few things that you have to do to renounce your American citizenship. Notice it says American citizenship. American is the same thing as United States. I'm sorry, I know that's another patriot mythology. But look, I don't know if we've covered this or not because it's such a long presentation, but there's long form and there's short form. There's US and USA. There's no difference between the two. Of course, the Patriot mythology says there is, but official records and everything else says there's not. I'm sorry, again, I know people are going to clown on me and troll me and hate me for saying this, but I'm showing you the official records here. Okay, now here's the most important part. Something I don't think any of you have done, which is why I say almost probably everything you've done is illegitimate and doesn't count anyway. You probably don't even have to worry about this. You have to go to a U.S. consulate or embassy and renounce your citizenship voluntarily. Because, of course, citizenship is voluntary. As I've been saying all these years, you have to do this in a foreign country and also sign an oath of renunciation. U.S. citizens cannot renounce their citizenship by mail. I repeat, U.S. citizens cannot renounce their citizenship by mail. Now, how many of you have renounced your citizenship by mail? Or how many of you think that because you got a national passport that you're no longer a citizen? Because you did it what? By mail. Because that's what the fraudsters tell you to do. They will specifically tell you, and I'm going to show you this very soon, that these gurus specifically tell you, do not do what the paperwork tells you to do. Don't do it officially. Ignore that it says you have to do it in person, right? Instead, do it by mail. Do it our way. And that way, well, you know, again, you're sending it to an office that will file the paperwork. They have to file it. It's their job. Even though they know it's wrong, they're going to file it anyway. And you think you've accomplished something. Again, it's a great scam. And you're buying people's paperwork or you're joining someone's so-called assemblies. I mean, I got to give it to these people. And this is it's not the new scam, it's the old scam. Remember, it's been going on for a long time. I think it's just been perfected here a little bit. Or even while being present in the U.S. One has to know, however, the effects of renouncing their American citizenship before doing so. So you're confusing the notion of nationality and citizenship as if while they are two different things, they go hand in hand. Right? The only reason people aren't citizens is because they live in an outlying possession that at the time was not granted citizenship. But they're still nationals. Why? Because they're conquered. Just like Rome gave citizenship to the people it conquered. Your new lord is the United States. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. I'm not saying I'm for or against it, but this is the way it is, and you're not doing anything constructive by following these people who are leading you astray and possibly getting you to defraud yourself and the government. You will be losing all the privileges of citizenship. It is not possible to retain some privileges. So this is another problem. You don't just get to pick and choose, well, I'm going to keep these rights and get rid of the rights I don't like. Again, put in paying tax, license, extorted, all those things are your rights. You don't get to just say, I don't want those, but I will take the good ones. That is not how it works. If you wish to retain your rights as citizens, the Department of State will not approve such a renunciation. So all of you who think that you've somehow kept states' rights but gotten rid of United States rights, that's not how it works in the situation that you're doing it. Now we go to the section on statelessness. Again, before renouncing, make sure you have a foreign nationality. Now, as I've said, the states are foreign to the United States. That's what several and private means. But you're taking that in the wrong way. There is a connection there. Remember, the states had to pledge their lands to the United States. There's still a binding element there, and that has to be understood. You're not escaping taxes. You're not, none of this. You're confusing being a legal entity with being a Christian. There's two different things. Remember, go to a monastery, you're in a state of sanctuary because you're acting like a Christian. It's totally different. Why should you make sure you've pledged your allegiance to another country, your nationality? Well, you'll be left stateless if you renounce your U.S. citizenship and will result in no protection from any government. And this, I think, is, again, I might be wrong. This, again, might be filled with great intentions, but I think these people are steering you into a stateless, or trying to make you stateless, to the point where you have no set law. You have to enter into international commercial code and all these things, uniform laws, Unidroit, all these things, because you have no other alternative. You've given up any protections you have. You've given up your natural-born status. Apart from these, you might be subject to extreme difficulty when traveling, as you may not possess a passport from any country. All right, now, this is important because not so much in the United States, but when coming back. If you are not stateless, you'll be required to obtain a visa to travel to the U.S. or prove that you qualify under the Visa Waiver Pilot Program, the VWPP. In other words, you're going to have to do what immigrants do when they get a green card. The only difference between a green card and a national is that a national is permanent resident and a green card is a temporary resident. That's it. That's the only thing that changes. If you cannot get a visa or qualify under the VWPP to enter the U.S., there are circumstances under which you could be barred from entering the United States. Who controls the borders, folks? Who in the Constitution controls the border? You're missing this very important point, is that the collaboration, the constitutional binding relationship here. The United States is supposed to protect the states from foreigners entering. Well, you're going to become a foreigner to the states and the United States. Okay, tax and military. Renunciation will not have any effect on your U.S. tax or military service obligations. Period. End of story. If that's your purpose, then you're in the wrong game. It will not allow you to avoid possible persecution for crimes you committed in the U.S. That is not what gives you sanctuary, remember? What does give you sanctuary? Are you going to pass the test yet? Your actions. In addition, you cannot escape from the repayment of financial obligations that you incurred in the U.S. or abroad. All right, you're not going to escape contracts because contracts are part of international commerce and protected through all the treaties. You will be liable, and whatever country or whatever state or wherever you are will extradite you or charge you on behalf of the United States. I'm sorry, but this is the reality, and I know this is not what you want to hear, but it's what you need to hear. Reinstating. Note that renunciation of American citizenship is irrevocable, except under provisions in Section 351 of the INA. It cannot be canceled. Now, this is not quite the case, I don't think, with you guys, because I don't think you guys have actually done it. I don't think any of you have gone to a consulate and actually in person, pledged an oath to another nationality or renounced your citizenship and became stateless. I don't think any of you have actually done it. I think you've been scammed. Which actually brings me to a bit of relief, because it makes me actually feel better that, okay, these guys just got scammed to buy someone's paperwork. That's wholly different than actually doing this and then realizing, holy crap, I'm screwed. And then remember, your children, if you don't ever register them, they're still natural born. They can still apply for citizenship, just like everyone else, after they reach 18 and 6 months after. And we'll cover that a little bit more in a second here. Now let's go to the official source to see if all of that was correct and see what the travel.state.gov has to say. This is the U.S. Department of State. The U.S. Department of State, not the states individually. And we're at renunciation of the U.S. nationality abroad. So this is the listed way that you can do it in the U.S. Code. The Immigration and Nationality Act, Section 349A5 of 8 U.S. Code 1481A5, is a section of law governing the right of a United States citizen to renounce abroad his or her U.S. citizenship. That section of law provides for the loss of nationality by voluntarily and with the intention of relinquishing nationality. Now, you're told that you can go ahead and get rid of your citizenship, but not your nationality. It's just not how it works. Your nationality will always be United States, which refers to the States United. Okay? That's the nation. You can't be a national of a state. It doesn't work that way. States aren't nations. They aren't nation states. We already covered that. And, according to Section 5, by making a formal renunciation of nationality before a diplomatic or consular office of the United States in a foreign state in such form as may be prescribed by the Secretary of State. Not in such form as may be prescribed by gurus, by a false judge, Anna von Reitzinger, or any of the other people who are telling you to do this. And again, not by the mail, in person. Because, I mean, think about it. You're renouncing the person. So you have to appear in person and then give that person back to the United States. You get it? That's what appearance is. It's magic. Elements of renunciation. A person wishing to renounce his or her U.S. citizenship must voluntarily and with intent to relinquish U.S. citizenship. 1. Appear in person before a U.S. consular or diplomatic officer. 2. In a foreign country at a U.S. embassy or consulate. And 3. Sign an oath of renunciation. An oath of renunciation. You've got to cancel out your already established oath. And you're taking a new one to whatever country you are in. That's the point. Renunciations abroad that do not meet the conditions described above have no legal effect. I mean, that gives me a sense of calm. It gives me a sense of relief. Hopefully you haven't gone so far as to make this, even worse. But if you've not done this, if you have not done a renunciation of your citizenship and thus your nationality, because they're connected, then I think you guys are actually you've just been scammed. It has no legal effect if it doesn't meet these criteria. How you didn't go to the code and read this, I don't know. Because of the provisions of Section 349A5, U.S. citizens can only renounce their citizenship in person. Did you renounce it in person, or did you follow your guru's advice, who scammed you and sold you some paperwork and told you to fill out an affidavit and maybe a thumbprint in red ink, or you sign in blue ink, right? All these little things, not new. Which one did you follow? Because, again, renunciations abroad that do not meet the conditions described have no legal effect. And if you didn't do it abroad, the other aspect of this is U.S. citizens can only renounce their citizenship in person and therefore cannot do so by mail. Now, this is the government website. If you're going to argue with this and trust these people who are telling you to do this over what the government explains exactly how to do it, and it's part of the law, then again, there is no hope for you. There is no help for you. You're hopelessly lost. So we have to do it in person. We cannot do it by mail. So this automatically defeats most of the scams out there, electronically or through agents. You cannot do it electronically or through the mail or through another agent or attorney. You must do it while in person. In fact, U.S. courts have held certain attempts to renounce U.S. citizenship to be ineffective on a variety of grounds. Okay, one requirement, renounce all rights and privileges. You're not just renouncing your citizenship, you're renouncing all rights and privileges of that relationship. A person seeking to renounce U.S. citizenship must renounce all the rights and privileges associated with such citizenships. Again, you don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to say, I reserve constitutional rights. Constitution doesn't give you rights. It only protects your God-given rights, remember? Those are inherent. You never lose them. You just voluntarily put them aside until you're ready to claim them again. But you don't claim them through legal anti-God paperwork. I can't stress this enough. In the case of Colon versus U.S. Department of State, 2F Supplemental 2D 43, 1998, the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia rejected Colon's petition for a writ of mandamus, directing this Secretary of State to approve a certificate of loss of nationality in the case, because despite his oath of renunciation, he wanted to retain the right to live in the United States while claiming he was not a U.S. citizen. Okay? You want to live in the United States, but you don't want to be a U.S. citizen. You want the rights of a U.S. citizen, but you don't want to be a citizen or not. None of this makes sense, folks, especially in the eyes of the law, especially in the eyes of the conqueror. If you would have done this in Rome, they probably would have thrown you in the arena. If you were to try to do this in communist China or anywhere else, you're fortunate to be doing this in this country where it's at least excusable on the basis of complete ignorance, which shouldn't be excusable. Actually, and again, I say these gurus, they should be the ones being charged with high crimes, messing with people's lives like this. Dual nationality and statelessness. Persons intending to renounce U.S. citizenship should be aware that unless they already possess a foreign nationality, they may be rendered stateless and thus lack the protection of any government. Notice that word render. Render back to Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's. Well, there you have it. They may also have difficulty traveling, as they may not be entitled to a passport from any country. How are you going to pass a port? Well, I'm a free man. Let me in, North Korea. Firing squads are called, and because you're not a citizen, nobody notices that you're shot in the head assassin style. Statelessness can present severe hardships. The ability to own or rent property, work, marry, receive medical or other benefits, and attend school can be affected. Former U.S. citizens would be required to obtain a visa to travel to the United States or show that they are eligible for admission pursuant to the terms of the Visa Waiver Program. If unable to qualify for a visa, the person could be permanently barred from entering the United States. If the Department of Homeland Security determines that the renunciation is motivated by tax avoidance purposes, the individual would be found inadmissible to the United States under Section 212A10E of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S. Code 1182A10E. As amended, renunciation of U.S. citizenship may not prevent a foreign country from deporting that individual to the United States in some non-citizen status. Oh, you can't send me back. I'm a non-citizen. Oh. Persons who wish to renounce U.S. citizenship should be aware of the fact that renunciation of U.S. citizenship may have no effect on their U.S. tax or military service obligations. Contact the Internal Revenue Service or U.S. Selective Service for more information. God forbid you should actually contact these the places that actually are charging you the tax, the places that are actually forcing you to be drafted. This is, why are you not contacting me? Why are you not reading this? If I can find this, you can. In addition, the act of renouncing U.S. citizenship does not allow persons to avoid possible prosecution for crimes which they have committed or may commit in the future, which violate United States law or escape the repayment of financial obligations, including child support payments. Because remember, child supports, all that stuff is Uniform Commercial Code, which is international law. This is why you can't escape it. All these previously incurred in the United States or incurred as United States citizens abroad. And as far as children, which are also called individuals, as far as persons, with developmental or intellectual disabilities, because that changes the entire structure of law when you can't or are unable to clearly think. Again, when robots become self-sufficient and are able to think for themselves, God forbid, then they could be given citizenship. But if your child is retarded, I used the retarded word. No, it's the real word. If your child is retarded, then, if I have brain damage, I can't very well be follow the law. I can't, it's it's pretty obvious. That's why children aren't technically quote-unquote citizens until they're 18 and they voluntarily accept it. Citizenship is a status that is personal to a U.S. citizen. Therefore, parents may not renounce the citizenship of their minor children. Similarly, parents and legal guardians may not renounce the citizenship of individuals who lack sufficient capacity to do so. Remember, though, we're talking about the birth certificate, right? How does the government know there's a citizen if you've never registered the vital statistics to make one? And ask them to take your child off your hand, deliver it. Minors seeking to renounce their U.S. citizenship must demonstrate to a consular officer that they are acting voluntarily without undue influence from parents, and that they fully understand the implications and consequences attendant to the renunciation of U.S. citizenship, right? So in other words, if you don't know this stuff, and why would you impose it upon your children? You need to be educated before you do this. Children under 16 are presumed not to have the requisite maturity and knowing intent to relinquish citizenship. That's why cucumbers aren't citizens. That's why horses aren't citizens. Children under 18 are provided additional safeguards during the renunciation process, and their cases are afforded very careful consideration by post to the department to assess their voluntariness and informed intent. Unless there are emergent circumstances, minors may wish to wait until age 18 to renounce citizenship. Because that's the official point. I mean, that's the point where you choose. You're going to enter into adultery or you're not. Again, the act is irrevocable, which is, again, one of the things that I was very concerned about, and I'm a little less concerned now that I realize people haven't actually, at least I don't think, actually appeared in person. They've followed their gurus and done it the wrong way, which is kind of funny. A bunch of people who have basically a faith-based belief that they're somehow free when they're still in franchise. Or, that is freedom, that's right. And cannot be canceled or set aside absent a successful administrative review or judicial appeal. Oh, wait a minute. So if you do actually give it up, you have a chance to get it back. Why? Because you can appeal and say, well, this guru, this liar, this thief, this cheat, this fraudster convinced me that I was doing the right thing. That as a good little American, I'm doing the right thing. Little did I realize this, and this. Section 351B of the INA provides that an applicant who renounced his or her U.S. citizenship before the age of 18 or lost citizenship related to certain foreign military service under the age of 18 can have that citizenship reinstated if he or she makes that desire known to the Department of State within 6 months after attaining the age of 18. Renunciation is the most unequivocal way by which a person can manifest an intention to relinquish U.S. citizenship. Please consider the effects of renouncing U.S. citizenship described above before taking this serious and irrevocable action. Next page on this government website at the travel.state.gov Renunciation of U.S. citizenship by persons claiming right of residence in the United States. That would be you. The term national of the United States means a citizen of the United States, or B, a person who, though not a citizen of the United States, owes permanent allegiance to the United States. That's it. There's no other. You haven't canceled your allegiance. Therefore, U.S. citizenships are, of course, also U.S. nationals. I really want you to understand that, folks. Non-citizen, you can't be a citizen and not a national. It's like it's hand in glove. Non-citizen nationality status refers only to individuals who were born either in American Samoa or Swains Island to parents who are not citizens of the United States. Again, that's not you. This non-citizen status exists solely for the purpose of those people. Are you American Samoa? I'll bet you're not. Were you in the Swains Island to parents who were not citizens of the United States? I don't think so. Section 349A of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S. Code 1481, governs how a U.S. citizen shall lose U.S. nationality. Now here we're talking about losing nationality. Citizenship, again, and nationality go hand in hand. While you're pretending to give up your citizenship, there's way more to it than just that. As we've discussed, you have to give up your nationality to really give up citizenship. So, in a foreign state. So, what does the law actually allow, as opposed to what you claim from your guru master plan? A person who is a national of the United States, whether by birth or naturalization, shall lose his nationality by voluntarily performing any of the following acts with the intention of relinquishing United States nationality. Now, you know this has all been fraud unless the following applies to you. And those two things are, 1 or 5, making a formal renunciation of nationality before a diplomatic or consular officer of the United States in a foreign state in such form as may be prescribed by the Secretary of State. I don't think any of you have done that, so we're safe so far. Or 6, making in the United States a formal written renunciation of nationality in such form as may be prescribed by and before such officer, not by the mail, as may be designated by the Attorney General, whether the United States shall be in a state of war, and the Attorney General shall approve such renunciation as not contrary to the interests of national defense. This is why they tell you, because it's here and you can see it, oh no, don't appear in person, send it in the mail. But look at the circumstances here. This only applies when the United States shall be in a state of war, and the Attorney General approves it because it is not contrary to the interests of the United States in wartime. Does that apply to you? The United States hasn't been in an actual war since 1942. That's the last declared war. I don't think most of you were probably even born. There's a problem here. Renunciation cannot be taken back and does not merely suspend nationality, but irrevocably relinquishes it. Consequently, renunciation of U.S. nationality is not a step to be taken lightly and should be undertaken only after serious thought and reflection, and maybe a little research. A little due diligence, maybe? Pursuant to Section 358 of the INA, the renunciation of one's U.S. nationality does not result in one's expatriation until the Department of State approves a Certificate of Loss of Nationality of the United States, or CLN. All right, now, again, you're doing this in a foreign country, which is why this statement is here. If you do this in the United States, it doesn't really make sense now, does it? You can't expatriate from the United States while in the United States. In order for a renunciation under Section 349A5 of the INA to be effective, all of the conditions of the statute must be met. In other words, an individual wishing to renounce U.S. nationality must appear in person and sign an oath of renunciation before a U.S. consular or diplomatic officer abroad at a U.S. embassy or consulate. Section 349B of that act provides that any person who has committed or performed any act of expatriation is presumed to have done so voluntarily, but such presumption may be rebutted upon showing by a preponderance of the evidence that the act or acts committed or performed were not done voluntarily. Does that apply to you? Well, if you didn't do it right in the first place, probably not going to matter. I would still be concerned that they might catch up and actually do it, confuse what your intention was with an intention to give up nationality. In addition, please be aware that the U.S. Department of State and the U.S. Supreme Court have concluded that the intention to relinquish U.S. nationality required for purposes of finding loss of nationality under Section 349A of the INA does not exist where a renunciate claims a right to continue to reside in the United States, unless the renunciate demonstrates that residence will be as an alien documented properly under U.S. law. So essentially, all these people are coming over here as aliens trying to be citizens, and here you are reverting to an alien status. Renunciations which are not in the form prescribed by the Secretary of State have no legal effect. They do have a patriot mythology effect. They give you a sense of belief, but I think for the most part we can see that this is a scam. Nothing's actually happened. Again, I would just urge caution and maybe revoke what you've done, or let them know, hey, I made a mistake. I fell for a trick. They're aware of the trick. So perhaps, you're showing good faith. But that's just me. I don't know. I with times as they are, I don't think you need any more on your plate to show that you're an enemy of the state. That is, the nation state. Moreover, U.S. citizens cannot effectively renounce their citizenship by mail. Another reinforcement of that. Renunciation of U.S. nationality in the United States under certain narrow circumstances is allowed. Persons who contemplate renunciation of U.S. nationality should be aware that they will experience a great deal of hardship unless they already possess a foreign nationality or are assured of acquiring another nationality shortly after completing their renunciation. If you got enough money, you can pretty much go to any country. In the absence of a second nationality, those individuals would become stateless. As stateless persons, they would not be entitled to the protection of any government. Individuals who have carefully considered the consequences attendant to the renunciation of U.S. nationality may contact the U.S. Embassy or Consul for an appointment. Now listen to this, folks. Moreover, a person in possession of a U.S. passport who renounces U.S. nationality will be asked to submit that passport to the U.S. consular officer for cancellation. Why? Remember, it's the property of the U.S., not you. If the Department of State approves the CLN, the individual will be ineligible to receive a U.S. passport in the future unless he or she, like any other alien, subsequently naturalizes in the future as a U.S. citizen. Now, I want to state again, I'm not in support, I'm not in denial either of citizenship, okay? I understand what it is. That's all. I don't kid myself. We're conquered, we're purchased. I get it. And I want you to get it too. And all of this, I'm directing at myself as much as anyone else, because I, too, when I heard this, when I saw it, when I researched it, instead of going to official sources, I, too, fell for the trick. I'm just saying that again because I don't want to be confused of being mean or making fun of anybody, because I'm making fun of myself as much as anyone else. And I'm doing this for your benefit, not against you. I'm for you. I want you to succeed. And this is not success. As previously stated, persons contemplating renunciation of U.S. citizenship are reminded that renunciation is irrevocable, except as provided in 351B of the INA, 1483 of U.S. Code, 8 U.S. Code, and cannot be canceled or set aside absent a successful administrative or judicial appeal. Next page on the travel.state.gov website, certificates of non-citizen nationality. That's the CNC form that was just talked about. The Department of State occasionally receives requests for certificates of non-citizen national status pursuant to Section 341B of the Immigration and Nationality Act, INA, 8 U.S. Code 1452B. As the title of the certificate indicates, only a person who is a non-citizen U.S. national, that is, a U.S. national but not a U.S. citizen, may apply for such a certificate. That is not you. We've covered this now in triplicate, okay? This is the people from Samoa or that other island that I can't think of the name of. We just discussed, in fact, it's going to say it again. Just to reinforce it, as defined by the INA, all U.S. citizens are U.S. nationals. All U.S. citizens are U.S. nationals, but only a relatively small number of persons acquire U.S. nationality without becoming U.S. citizens. All right, you acquired these things at the same time, in other words. Section 101A21 of the INA defines the term national as a person owing permanent allegiance to a state. Now remember, this doesn't apply to the states. This applies only to the nation-state. Section 101A22 of the INA provides that the term national of the United States includes all United States citizens, as well as persons who, though not citizens of the United States, owe permanent allegiance to the United States, non-citizen nationals. What is a non-citizen national? Again, just because you applied for a non-citizen national card and you mismarked on purpose, you defrauded your application, the possession of a card that says you're a national and non-citizen or whatever does not therefore make it true. These people did the paperwork, they submitted it because they're grunts, they don't have the right to change the paperwork, they can't change that for you. You're responsible for your actions, not them. And you have now defrauded government. You're carrying around a national passport, non-citizen passport. Well, I mean, actually, that's not even true. You're just carrying around a national passport. I don't think it says you're a non-citizen because we already read both passports say USA on them. But then you're going to confuse USA with that it's not US when it's just another style form of writing, international and national. We covered that, or we will cover that. These are all patriot mythologies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have to be the one to, expose you to the truth like this. And I hope that you're not angry at me for doing this. I'm on your side. I am your advocate here. Section 308, the INA confers U.S. nationality but not U.S. citizenship on persons born, quote, in an outlying possession of the United States or born of a parent or parents who are non-citizen nationals who meet certain physical presence or residence requirements. The term outlying possessions of the United States is defined in Section 101A29 of the INA as American Samoa and Swains Islands. No other statutes define any other territories or any of the states as outlying possessions. So this doesn't apply to you. Now look at that sentence, though. Or born of a parent or parents who are non-citizen nationals who meet certain physical presence or residence required. Is that talking about you? No. Sorry. I mean, it might be, but I really doubt it. Public law. Oh, we love public law. No. Section 302 of Public Law 94-241 provides for certain inhabitants of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands who became U.S. citizens, United States citizens, by virtue of Article 3 of the Covenant to opt for non-citizen national status. Doesn't say anything about you from Alabama or California or wherever. And you can't just arbitrarily change that. Sorry. As the department has received few requests, there is no justification for the creation of a non-citizen national certificate. There is no justification because it's such a small number of people that would actually qualify. Now, I don't know how large of or significant the people are that are mismarking and intentionally defrauding the government and getting a national passport and saying they are not U.S. citizens when they are, or haven't given up their nationality. You know, that's a whole nother story. But as far as legitimate in their eyes, what is legitimate in the Department of State, there's no reason to create this because it's such a small amount of people in those outlying possessions. And they're probably not going to come to the United States very much. And if they do, they're going to apply for citizenship. Therefore, the department determined that those who would be eligible to apply for such a certificate may instead apply for a United States passport, which can say either United States citizen or United States national. No difference. That would delineate and certify their status as a national but not a citizen of the United States. Well, why aren't they a citizen of the United States? Because they don't live in an area designated as natural born. They haven't been nationalized. If a person believes he or she is eligible under the law as a non-citizen national of the United States, and the person complies with the provisions of 341B of the INA, 8 U.S. Code 1452B, he or she may apply for a passport at any of the passport agency in the United States. Do you qualify? No. When applying, applicants must execute the form DS-11 and show documentary proof of their non-citizen national status as well as their identity. Pertinent sections of the law on non-citizen nationality. Section 341 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. B. A person who claims to be a national but not a citizen of the United States may apply to the Secretary of State for a certificate of non-citizen national status. Upon, that is, 1, proof to the satisfaction of the Secretary of State that the applicant is a national but not a citizen. Well, how are you going to do that? You can't just say it. You can't just be like, hey, I've changed my mind. And 2, in the case of a non-citizen national born outside of the United States or its outlying possessions, taking and subscribing before an immigration officer within the United States or its outlying possessions to the oath of allegiance required of an applicant for naturalization. Have you done these things? I'm guessing not. Section 101A21 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. The term national means a person owing permanent allegiance to a state. Now, I could see where good-intentioned purpose would say, oh, okay, well then that means I'm a state national. I owe allegiance to only my state and not the United States. Well, yeah, but you can't just stop there because Section 101A36 of the Immigration and Nationality Act says the term state includes District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands of the United States. Oh, oops, see. So the term national means a person owing permanent allegiance to the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands of the United States. Remember, you're talking about the nation state and its outlying possessions. We already know that the states are included in the United States as public areas, federal areas. And 101A29 of the Immigration Act and Nationality Act, the term outlying possessions of the United States means American Samoa and Swains Island. So again, we're just reinforcing here that this doesn't apply to you. the term state does not apply or have relevance in these chapters that the gurus are telling you to look at or quoting. Maybe they don't want you to read them. Okay? They don't apply to the states. They're specifically defined here. Section 308 of the INA. Unless otherwise provided in Section 301 of this title, the following shall be nationals but not citizens at birth. Now here's the list. And again, if we go down it, we're going to read the same damn thing we have been reading, and none of it applies to you. You're not born in an outlying possession. You're not born outside the United States in an outlying possession. You don't have parents that weren't both nationals. You're not a person of unknown parentage. You're not an orphan. You weren't found, in other words. You're very well known. That's what the birth certificate does. It finds you. Remember, found in law means imprisoned, basically. Taken. A person born outside the United States? No, that's not you. None of this applies, folks. I'm sorry. The proviso of Section 301G shall apply to the national parent under this paragraph in the same manner as it applies to the citizen parent. Yeah, none of this applies. Okay? So you can't come here, like Anna von Wright says, and say, well, they recognize the state national, therefore they have to recognize my version of what a state national is. Well, no, they don't recognize a state national because the state refers to the United States, Guam, etc., the outlying possessions. It does not refer to the 50 states. So no, this is an untrue statement. Administrative review of loss of nationality determination. Now, this is the part that I wanted to especially get to, because if you do have a problem with this, and personally, if I went through this so-called redemption process, I would pray to Jehovah to ask forgiveness for ignoring my actual redemption, the law of God, personified in Jesus Christ as the example, and I would then go and, maybe say, look, I made a mistake, I followed a guru, they're fraudsters, you have them on your website, you're fully aware of the problem, I was a fool, forgive me, I didn't mean, I knew not what I doeth. Administrative review of loss of nationality determination in accordance with 22 Code of Federal Regulations, subsection 5051 and 7 Foreign Affairs Manual, FAM 1230, the Department may, in its discretion, review determinations of loss of nationality upon request at any time after issuance or denial of the Certificate of Loss of Nationality, CLN, to ensure consistency with governing law. The grounds upon which the Department will consider reversing a finding of loss of nationality and vacating CLN are set forth in 22 Code of Federal Regulations, subsection 5051B, but I'm guessing you don't have a CLN because you didn't do it right in the first place. The most common scenario is one in which the person requesting review presents substantial new evidence, not previously considered, of either involuntariness or a lack of intent to relinquish U.S. citizenship at the time of the potentially expatriating act. Critically, consistent with 7 Foreign Affairs Manual 1236D, quote, all such evidence must relate to the time when the potentially expatriating act was performed and not to a subsequent change of heart. Well, you're not having a change of heart. It's more like you're shitting your pants because you realize you've been scammed. So the evidence spoken of here would be the evidence of the scam, that you received false legal advice from someone who says they're not giving you legal advice, and then gave you paperwork and told you to fill out the same form as they did. Oh, but it's education only. A person may initiate a reconsideration of a loss of nationality determination by submitting a request for administrative review with justification and supporting documentation to a U.S. embassy or consulate or by writing directly to the U.S. Department of State, and here is the address. Sorry, guys, if you're not watching, you're not going to get the address. You may also submit a request for administrative review to the following mailbox. And that was updated May 5th, 2021. Like I said, if it was me, I'd carefully review this and decide, did I just basically send a bunch of crap that has no effect in, or is there a chance that this could actually affect my nationality and leave me stateless? Personally, I'd probably err on the safe side, and I would probably, at least send an inquiry. It's not like what you've done is secret. It's very public what you've done, so it's not like they're going to be surprised. I would just ensure, hey, look, I was scammed. I wish to withdraw, or correct the record or whatever. Now, let's go back to the alternative truth, patriot mythology and all the fallacies. Where does this come from? And what you find, for instance, this is a website called afreecountry.com. Defending freedom in the United States of America. Little does he know that freedom means franchise. Defending franchise as of the United States of America. Well, that's a little strange because that's saying defending voluntary servitude or voluntary slavery. This is why patriot mythology is so easy to pick apart. It's a belief system. It's a religion. Sorry. And, I'll read this and comment, how to apply for a non-citizen national U.S. passport. Well, we just covered this, so automatically we know this guy's full of shit. However, even those who are full of shit, again, I will consider, like myself, are good intentioned. I never meant to steer anybody wrong with any of the things that I was saying. Right? I seek freedom just as much as anyone else. And I've spent my life searching for this privacy, this freedom from such tyrannical entities. And freedom from my own weaknesses of volunteerism. Accepting the doctrine of master and servant, which is another word for volunteerism. It's back in 2017. And again, he's passing on someone else's information without verifying it. The following instructions are for American nationals. Again, these terms, there's U.S. national, period. You can say American national, but it means the same thing. These following instructions are for American nationals to apply for a non-citizen national passport. So this applies to the very few people in the outlying possessions of the United States or people whose parents were not citizens. It doesn't apply to most of us. The first thing one must comprehend is that most Americans are not United States citizens. Okay, so here's again the difference between Americans and United States citizens. I understand what he's saying. The intentions are good. United States took over literally militarily conquered the states. I get it. I get what's trying to be said here. It's just that there's no foundation behind what he's saying. In fact, anybody who has a birth certificate is a United States citizen. There's not, when you read the statistics of how many people are in the United States, it doesn't say non-citizens. Most of these instructions match those found on Vaughn Wilson's site, Copper Moonshine Stills. Oh, yes. That's where I'm going to go. I'm going to bypass the entire government structure where I'll be submitting all my paperwork, and I'm going to go straight to Vaughn Wilson's Copper Moonshine Stills, because he certainly must know what he's doing, right? Because, hell, a little moonshine will do the trick. To show your appreciation for his dedication, please visit, maybe purchase a still, even though that would be illegal. Okay, I like an occasional belt of moonshine and plan to get one myself. Oh, well, I hope the government doesn't read that. Let's see. This is so funny. I mean, we have to laugh at ourselves for being this naive. We do. If we can't laugh at ourselves, if we can't enjoy the process of learning, if we can't get off our high horses, get off our egos and say, God, I was really wrong about this. I mean, it's laughable how we've been fooled. And if you really want to take it out on somebody, take it out on these gurus. Take it out on the people who sold you this stuff. I never tried to sell this. I've been telling people to stay away from this for a long time because none of it actually added up. And this is just the first time that I've sat down for a long time and actually took a deep dive and said, what is this? Where is this? No, this is wrong. Most Americans, it says, are not U.S. citizens until they volunteer to be one. Well, I mean, there's a little truth to that. We've gone over the birth certificate process and the age of consent to be a legalized adulterer. The term United States in the phrase U.S. citizen or United States citizen refers to citizens of a corporation that was founded in 1871. Well, no, again, it's a nation state, which is, Washington, D.C. is a municipal corporation, etc., where the government is seated. This is partially true. Again, it's part of the patriot mythology. And then the 1871, people will say it was a bankruptcy. I don't think we've covered this yet, but the U.S. has never been bankrupt. That's a lie. We either covered it or we will cover that. If you believe in that, you're wrong. And I showed that in official capacity. So this is wrong, 1871, or, whatever act that they're referring to. There was the same act 70 years earlier in 1801. This one was a continuation of that act or a furtherance of it. There was no point in which this was formed unless you consider that the formation of it was the Constitution. Remember, that was the point where it was perfected. As far as I can tell. Again, the Civil War was the time when it was really shown to be what it is. The definition can be found in 28 U.S. Code, subsection 302 definitions, wherein we see 15 United States means a federal corporation. But remember, these type of codes, while I'm all for pointing people to this, but that's only for that chapter and that 28 U.S. Code. It refers to certain aspects and certain business relations and internationally and nationally to the United States. It does not mean that you can apply that to everything. Again, it's a partial truth that is written and can be used for the patriot mythology. Remember, it's a nation state. The United States should not be construed as an abbreviation of the United States of America. Anytime one is referring to the United States of America, do not abbreviate. This, again, is not true. I'm sorry. I understand the sentiment. When you're talking about the 50 states individually, they are not the, quote, United States as a corporation. I get it. Right? They are not the nation state. That's different than saying what this guy. What we're talking about again is style. How do you say it short form? How do you say it long form? How do you say it under the United Nations? And how do you say it according to the United States in international relations? If I haven't covered that yet, I will cover it eventually in the next show. Okay, so again, all of these are fallacies that even the guy in the original video we watched points to. It's like you look at different things, little tiny parts of other codes and other resources until you come up with a grand story that, while it makes sense and it's logical and it seems true, absolutely incorrect because you're not using these terms in their correct form. Fallaciously applying it to support the things that you believe. I mean, people do this with the Bible. People do this with all kinds of things. This article provides the step-by-step procedures for filling out the DS-11 form provided by the federal government for issuance of a passport for non-citizen nationals who are people not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. as dictated by the 14th Article of Amendment for the Constitution of the United States of America. Now, I'm sure that he means that there's a Constitution of the United States and a Constitution for the United States of America. Yeah, I think we've covered that. After you're conquered, the states had to accept the new Constitution and the ratifications, the amendments, 13, 14, and 15, Reconstruction, etc. They had to accept their own new constitutions, seceding their public lands. This would be about as worthless as saying that all that land is still part of Mexico, the original Mexican Constitution. It doesn't mean anything. And I fell for it, I admit. Until now, I understand that these things are mythologies. Issue a passport for a non-citizen national who are people not subject to the jurisdiction of. There's nothing that says that a national is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. I'm sorry. That's a complete lie right there, fallacy. But it helps to establish the belief factor so that you'll buy people's paperwork. It does not provide all of the reasons for doing this, as that has already been explained at Copper Moonshine Stills by Vaughn Wilson. Well, let's go right over to Copper Moonshine Stills and hear why Vaughn Wilson tells us to do this. No, let's not. We've gone to the source. However, you should know that this is the primary way that Americans can escape the matrix set up by the federal corporation. This can stop foreclosures, traffic violations, drug violations, child support, or any other actions taken by the government against a people. No, we just read that is not true. This is not some shield that's your magic word spell that you can put up and say, I'm immune from taxes, I'm immune from fees and fines, I'm immune from child. Remember, these are international things. If anything, you're putting yourself into them. And remember, the states cannot protect United States citizens. That's Title 42, Section 1981. The states can offer no protection over the federal law because the states were conquered, purchased. And finally, it says this whole sentence does not allow people to cause an injury to another. Nothing stops anyone from causing an injury, okay? That's nature. You're going to do it, you're not going to do it. And the law that you follow is what defines that. Now, obviously, the law of nature says do no harm. That's not what the legal law says. Legal law says do harm with license. So he goes on, it returns the holder of this type of passport to the common law. Absolutely 100% untrue. You're never in the common law while you're a citizen or national of the United States. You are not in common law, and you are not protected by the Constitution. You're in the matrix, as he says. You're not outside of it. And a passport, a property of the United States, does not therefore somehow release you into common law. However, under common law, there is no injury if there is no crime. Well, it's not necessarily true. By the same token, if there is an injury, there is at the very least a cause for remedy. It is a crime if there was intent to cause the injury. If there was no intent, there is still a cause for remedy for the injury committed. I mean, okay, that I guess we can accept that in a very loose way, but we're not a party to that, just like we're not a party to torts. We're not in common law. And a passport does not change that fact. You're filling out incorrect paperwork. You're not going to go to court and say, ha, judge, look at me, I've got a national passport. I'm not a national non-U.S. citizen passport. The first thing he's going to say is, well, which island are you from? Which possession are you from then? Oh, were your parents not citizens? Right? He's maybe now they're so familiar with the fake judge, he's going to say, well, where'd you get that from, huh? So you're telling me you defrauded the government to get that card? Is that what I'm hearing? Right? If he's asking you the right questions. And finally, here's the instructions, numerated instructions. The card will be carried with you as an identification. And that, this is exactly what people showed me, their national passport card. And they were so proud. And I looked at it and I'm like, okay, that's what does that mean? I mean, what do you, and the truth is people that have them don't know what it means. It's kind of funny. And I have to laugh because it's something I might have done if I hadn't looked. Fill in your date of birth, sex and place of birth, self-explanatory. Social security number. Where it says social security number, fill it in with all zeros. What? Well, that's fraud. Because remember, this all has to be done in person. The mailing address needs to be in care of, or CO, whatever mailing address you prefer to use. I get a lot of people that use that thinking they get some protection by saying in care of someone else's mailbox. Guys, you're using a government service. You can't hide the fact that you're in use and therefore under its law by using care of. Again, these are patriot mythologies. When you sign the first page, write without prejudice above your name. There it is. Well, he doesn't even include all rights reserved. He just says without prejudice. And what did we just read? We just read the without prejudice fallacy. There's no reason to put this on your passport. You wouldn't even put it on a contract until the contract is disputed. Some people also add UCC-308, but I prefer to remain in common law when signing my contracts. I'm not even going to comment on that one. We already covered it. Also, circle or underline the words non-citizen national in the declaration just above the signature line. In other words, lie. The instructions state to wait until the applicant is in front of an agent to sign the documents. Now, this is very important because this is where the fraudster knows this won't work in person. Because if you do that, if you circle or underline the words non-citizen national in front of and sign this document, they're going to require proof that this is true. And you don't have it because you're not from the islands. You're not from the possessions, and you're paying all that. We already know this. So, what does the fraudster say? Or possibly the good-intentioned idiot? I'll accept either. The instructions state to wait until the applicant is in front of an agent to sign the documents. Oh, but disregard these instructions. No, you wouldn't want to follow the instructions of government. No, that would be bad. Oh my God. As your application will be mailed to the Secretary of State in the state in which you were born. Now, again, the whole point here is to avoid the prying eyes of those who can actually stop you from making a horrible mistake, from lying on your application, from committing a federal crime by saying you are a non-citizen national, which is a very distinct, small group of people. So, again, we know this is fraud. I mean, right there, you know this is fraud. Everywhere the applicant is asked whether someone is a U.S. citizen, check no. Also, remember, on any form that asks if you are revoking your U.S. citizenship, the correct answer is no, since you never had it. You were always a non-citizen national. So here, I mean, this is gobbledygook. This is a contradiction right here. This is absolutely an oxymoron. So you're saying you're not a U.S. citizen, and then you're not revoking your U.S. citizenship. Right? So either way, these are lies, right? So because you are a U.S. citizen, Sorry, the person that you are acting in, getting this passport, is a U.S. citizen. In other words, the person and the passport belongs to the country, belongs to the nation, state, the corporation, right? You've got to understand that by not revoking your U.S. citizenship, you're still a U.S. citizen. But by saying no, then, as well, whether you are a U.S. citizen, one way or the other, you're lying here. And again, just by simply applying for this does not change your status. There's no change of status. It's so ridiculous. You were always a non-citizen national. This is untrue. When filing in the permanent address block, it should be the zip code. What? When filing in the permanent address block, it should be. Well, that makes no sense, but okay. The zip code needs to be all zeros so as to differentiate between the corporations are and the continental United States. Differentiate between what the corporations are and the continental United States. Rural free delivery, your town, your state, 000. Now, again, there is the old legitimate post office. You can do, free mail, and there is the 2-cent stamp and the 3-cent stamp. 2-cent stamp, I think, for packages, and 3-cent stamps for, per pound. I that is a legitimate thing. The rural free delivery, yeah, there's, again, truth to this. There's a lot to this. I don't want to get into it. I have people send me letters this way. Some of them free, some of them with 3-cent stamps on them. Okay, look, that is, again, taking something legitimate and now using it for fraud. This does not in any way change what you are doing. Okay, it does not change that you're acting in fraud, saying you're something you're not, etc. And then we get down to this. Write an affidavit of your status. Okay, remember, status and person are the same thing. You don't just make an affidavit and change your status. That's not how things work, folks. Write an affidavit of your status, which will include a statement that affiant is a man, woman upon the land. I think they can figure that much out for themselves, because the fact that you're writing something means that you're living and obviously not in water. And yeah, this doesn't mean anything. It's not a term that's going to be recognized as anything. This is like Anna von Reitz making up a state national. If the applicant is a continental marshal, superior court justice, grand jury investigator, or have taken an oath similar to that of those offices just listed, so as to assert their status, that may be included rather than your birth certificate. I'm not sure if those a continental marshal, a superior court justice, a grand jury investigator, I'm not sure if those are terms they're making up or legitimate terms. I mean, it's hard to say since we make up so much shit in this movement. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. And I'm not going to spend time on it because if you're an actual superior court justice, you're going to know not to do this shit. Okay. Sorry. Again, I have to laugh. If the applicant has not taken an oath of office or affirmation, include a certified copy of your birth certificate with the application and passport photos. So literally send your matrix, your birth certificate, the first documentation of the existence of a person, right? The receipt given to your parents when they gave you over to the state, send that over with the application and passport photos. because, that's a natural, obviously, a document of the land, right? Okay. Sorry, I'm getting let's get late, getting a little outrageous here. The certificate marking when you were born should not be the one the state created for you. The document serves as evidence that a state agency was created and you are the registered agent. Well, there's at least some truth here. I mean, I say all the time, if you don't understand the doctrine of agency, if you haven't read a treatise on agency, for instance, then you probably know nothing about the law and how it works. Agency is everything. Yes, you are the registered agent. And yes, personhood is an agency, technically. And the principle of the agent is, of course, government. Now, this is a truth which is thrown in here. But here's what I want you to understand, folks. If you are indeed a self-evident creation of God, you don't need proof. This is the idea of privacy. Privacy is to be self-evident, self-existent. I don't need paperwork. I don't need words. I don't need names. I don't need titles. You don't understand what freedom is if you think your freedom is equal to a name on a paper or a record of a birth event. Right? The whole thing starts with the recording and ending recording, the death certificate of an event. That's what it's called, your birth, your event of a person, a child. So you got to understand here, folks, this is absolutely opposite to what I've been telling you straight from the Bible, straight from the law. You do not need proof of your existence. Your existence is proof of your existence. I think this is what people are really trying to say when they say I'm on the land. But I mean, you don't need proof. This is the point. Proof is what destroys anonymity. Proof is what destroys your ability to remain private in all things. Right? You don't want these proofs. These are legal proofs. Legal destroys what is of God. And that includes your anonymity. You will need a program like Inkscape to edit the document linked above for creating your own certificate and counter deed. This is a new one for me, so I'm not sure. No. I'm just going to say this is more bullshit. If you have a pressing matter that might result in your going to jail or losing your children or your home, pay the added fee to expedite your application. Wow. If you're losing your children or home, you need to quickly get a passport that is a U.S. national passport. I mean, the gall, the immorality of this, promising that you're going to help people, or this is going to help you if you have child problems, or, you're losing your children or losing your home. That's really fucked up. I mean, wow. I suppose there's all of that too. People promising foreclosure scams and everything. Oh my God. I didn't even think about that. And finally, it says, you should follow these steps for asserting your freedom. Assert your freedom. Get a passport that is not your property. Yes. At the end, in a little paragraph here, if the applicant was not born in one of the 50 states of the Union, then you should use the state in which you were naturalized. As the 14th Amendment to the Constitution for the United States of America states, it applies to people born or naturalized within the United States. If you were not born or naturalized within the United States of America, you will not be able to get this status, because although you may not be a non-citizen, you are not a national. Because although you may not be... I can only assume this is referring to someone who's, a from China or any other country in the world, which this seems like an almost redundant sentence, but the quotation, here you are talking about the Constitution of the United States. I don't know. This mixture of, I'm going to use the things of the devil to promote godliness is basically what's happening. It's so bizarre. But this is the Patriot mythology. Just on these, I just wanted to let's to see as a difference here. It says Virgin Islands are full. Those who were born in Guam, Puerto Rico, or the U.S. Virgin Islands are full U.S. citizens, and the Philippines is an independent country, and citizenship was never accorded to them. In 1898 to 1946, the Philippines were U.S. nationals. And I'm sure that had a lot to do with Hawaii and the war and all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's... So let's... I just wanted to make sure that we covered that in full detail so there's no question that what these people are promoting to you is complete bullshit, that no status has changed, that chances are you haven't actually done anything, you're operating on faith, that you've done something illegal, defrauded the government, you've done something that you shouldn't have done. There are recourse. I showed you the page where there was the address and the website. Personally, if I would have done this, if I would have followed any of these gurus and I would have pretended like I was no longer an U.S. citizen, I would be very wary, and I would ensure that that this didn't do what, didn't take away the nationality, as we're saying. I would just correct it. That's all. I would say I withdraw it, or I didn't mean it, whatever. I was coerced. I wasn't doing it, and I was doing it involuntarily because I was told I had to be free, that kind of thing. I was lied to. Now, the only other thing I'll say is, if you are prepared to live a Christian life, if you are prepared, by all means, be stateless, right? But are you spiritually prepared for that? That's the question. Are you spiritually prepared? Are you knowledgeable enough? Do you understand what's happening? And I don't think most of us are. So be careful. Now, just to ensure that you understand this is not just me saying this, that, we're comparing the reality of the situation to what we believe. In other words, I have fallen for a lot of the Patriot mythology myself. I have fallen for ideals that don't exist. They are ideals. They are what we want things to be, not necessarily what they are. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you don't start acting upon ideals that don't have any place in the actual system or in reality, right? We need to be very understanding and very aware that there are a lot of scam artists out there. In fact, if I were to examine the entirety of the truth movement, the Patriot movement, the radio circuit, most of it is advertising. Most of it is selling products. Most of it is people trying to make money. Right? This kind of hope, we call it hopium, it's a good thing to sell because you feel like you're doing something when you're actually not. You feel like you're taking steps towards your freedom or your liberties or whatever, but you're not actually doing it. But it appears that you are. I understand the appeal. I understand. I've gone through it myself. And again, this is my sort of manifesto to you that says, hey, most of this stuff is, after years of being in this so-called movement, the movement that I say never moves, it's going nowhere. Nothing's happening because most of the information is a lie. I mean, I thought for sure when I exposed that the Federal Reserve mythos was a lie, that people would change, that people would stop with the lies about the Federal Reserve, but it never happened. I still can't believe it, to be honest. I really can't. But okay, I mean, I can point you right to the code. I can show you how most of the facts surrounding the Federal Reserve mythos are false, and yet it's still going. It's still going strong. People are still making documentaries about it, telling lies that have been repeated over and over and over. And that's really what we're talking about here, is the redemption process being repeated over and over and over, changing slightly throughout history. But it's still the same old scam. And quite honestly, the truth movement is appearing to be just the same old scam as well. They're not interested in the truth. You have to have your own mythology, your own belief system, your own false history in order to be different than the mainstream lies. And I'm sorry, I'm just, at this point, I'm separating myself from most of it. I'm happy to do interviews and teach people, but it doesn't feel like it's getting through to people. We revert back to the mythology. After I show you this isn't real, you're going to go back to the mythology. Because it feels like you're doing something. And the truth is painful. Spiritual awakening is a very painful process. Seeing the truth and nothing but the truth, acting in truth and nothing but the truth, it's a very painful process. I'm not going to lie to you. Right? It's very much more difficult than plugging yourself back into the matrix, back into the lie. And so for the end of this particular part 1 of this series, and I'll probably do 2 more videos on this, because we need to learn much more than this to understand how this all intervolves. We haven't even touched Unidroit hardly. So that's a whole other lesson. Just national, what is a national, what is a citizen, what is a state, what is a nation state? That's a whole nother lesson that we need to go through. And apparently we don't know our history enough to understand it, so we need to go through it. But for now, I want to just finish out this particular part of the subject, which is this UCC, fraud. All of it. All of the stuff we've talked about, all the stuff the guy earlier mentioned and showed you some of the websites. Well, we're going to go through those websites right now. And it's probably going to take another couple hours. So if you don't want to, if you're convinced, I mean, this is very important, and I'm going to cover personhood as well, persons out of the Bible, why that's so important, why the Bible says no, 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 that law of nature says no persons whatsoever, don't respect them, nothing. That's part of this too. So that's what we're going to be talking about. This is strictly, for the next couple hours, a primary source verification that this is fraud, according to all the official law enforcement and other government sources. Let's take a look at some of these official websites. I know it's crazy, but we're going to go to the source. We're going to go to the FBI. We're going to go to the Secretary of State. We're going to go to different websites that will tell us, hey, is this redemption process, the Strawman concept, the surety bonds, and all the stuff that these people are promoting to you through UCC code and all these other avenues, which again are international treaties in commerce, which we'll explain in more detail. Are these relevant? Are these legal? Are these considered as lawful or legal by such organizations as the FBI? Or, as the gentleman just said, have they come out and said, no, people, let's reconsider what you're doing because this is fraud. Now, again, I know I'm crazy. I'm going to the source. I'm sorry. It's what I do. Call me crazy. But let's start with the FBI. I mean, it's like what you think you're gonna melt if you actually go to a government website or actually look up a source. For God's sake, people, stop listening to gurus. An official website of the United States government, the FBI website, Scams and Safety, and this on the common scams and crimes, redemption, strawman, and bod fraud. Now, this is not to say that the concept or the theory behind this strawman thing that I talk about, the title of my very book, doesn't come from the Latin strawmanius homo, right? It doesn't mean that this is not a legitimate concept. It just means that the way it's being utilized, not in just the theory, but in in this process, in this redemption thing. Remember, and I, look, I don't care what you believe, honestly, but if the Bible is common law, then Christ is your Redeemer. There's no redemption. There's no money. There's no gold at the end of the rainbow, because the rainbow is an optical illusion, just like everything legal is. And there's only one Redeemer, and that is the law of God. That is Christ. You're supposed to follow Christ, then you will be redeemed. It's that simple. There's no piece of paper that's going to redeem you. And I know people don't like to hear that don't believe. For some reason, you've put the Bible aside. You don't understand that everything that the law, the legal law, and the law of nature, that the Bible is 100% in every way. I mean, it talks about persons. It talks about surety. It talks about flattering titles. It talks about flattering bad oaths. It talks about everything that you do in this legal system, and everything that these gurus are trying to tell you to do, the Bible is against. Because the Bible is the law of nature. In other words, how to remain pure from the legal system, from the devil's tool, the contract. And the devils themselves, the attorneys, the agents, those who wish to attorn you. Now, you can sit here and make fun of this concept of Christ the Redeemer all you want, even though it's accepted by government. It was actually law in Philadelphia and other places that the Bible was common law, the foundation, the principles of the very structure of law, inherited through the common law. That's why it's copyrighted by the crown. I don't think you understand the impact that actually has. But I'm here to tell you that if you think that it's funny or somehow humorous or ridiculous that I'm saying that, I think you're missing the point here, because what's even more freaking absolutely ridiculous is your belief in the opposite, which is the legal system. You actually believe in this shit that's being peddled to you, and I'm here to tell you that is more laughable than anything the Bible says. I mean, you gotta be a complete nincompoop to believe that this system, one, exists for your redemption purposes, and two, that it somehow is going to save you. You've got your own legalistic religion. Oh, well, that sounds familiar. Gee, isn't that what they called Lincoln's political system? His political religion? Yeah, see, this is a big problem here, folks. You can tease people all you want about their literalistic belief in the Bible. That's fine. But to miss the point of the metaphorical, the legal, the aspect of this where every single thing you do every day in the legal realm as opposed to the Bible, you've got some serious issues if you think that that's funny and yet your belief in the legal system is somehow normal or acceptable. Yeah, you think about it, folks. I mean, really, think about it. Let's read. Proponents of the redemption strawman bond fraud scheme claim that the U.S. government or the Treasury Department control bank accounts, often referred to as U.S. Treasury direct accounts, for all U.S. citizens that can be accessed by submitting paperwork. Good old paperwork. Here, buy mine. No, buy mine. With state and federal authorities. Individuals promoting this scam frequently cite various discredited legal theories and may refer to the scheme as redemption strawman or acceptance for value, or A4V. If you see A, the number 4, and the letter V. Trainers and websites will often charge large fees for its kits, in other words, its paperwork, that teach individuals how to perpetuate this scheme. Now, this is coming from the FBI, folks. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't make me your enemy because I'm calling you out to look at the source. They will often imply that others have had great success in discharging debt and purchasing merchandise such as cars and homes. Failures to implement the scheme successfully are attributed to individuals not following the instructions in a specific order or not filing paperwork at correct times. Well, you didn't use blue ink. Hey, you didn't use the right style. You didn't use the name in all caps. You didn't do this. Come on, guys. Wake the frick up here. I mean, this is part of the scam. Oh, you didn't use a fingerprint. You didn't sign in blood. You didn't ejaculate all over the paperwork. None of it is real, folks. You're taking theory and you're mixing it with this false redemption theory. It even says legal theory. And then these people sell you merchandise. Now, I want to state again that I still have an article up on my blog, Killing Your Strawman. I kept it up there, but I retracted it. I said, this is not true. I fell for this. It sounds so good because, yeah, A for V, the paperwork goes through because the government workers don't know any better. They're just there to process, just like if you worked at a bank, you'd keep processing all these checks or whatever, and they miss it. And it goes through, and then, after a while, the paperwork, something's wrong, the taxes aren't coming in, whatever it is, and they catch up to you. And it appears to be purposeful fraud. And that's what they charge you for. This scheme predominantly uses fraudulent financial documents that appear to be legitimate. And that's the problem. It's that they look so legitimate. They sound so legitimate. Just like, it's as legitimate as The Price is Right. It's like you're on a game show about to win a prize, and you want to believe it, and so you make it true in your head. I understand it. I believed it for a short time. But what it didn't deter me away from was understanding the truth behind the concept of the straw man, the agent, the surety, and all that. Don't confuse this with all of my research and all the stuff that I've revealed, which are straight out of the dictionaries, straight out of the court cases, straight out of every source that you'd want to use. These documents are frequently referred to as bills of exchange, promissory bonds, indemnity bonds. One of the things that I believe Anna von Reitz tells you to do, in other words, a surety bond, offset bonds, site drafts, and comptroller warrants. In addition, other official documents are used outside of their intended purpose, like IRS Forms 1099, 1099 OID, and 8300. This scheme frequently intermingles legal and pseudo-legal terminology in order to appear lawful. You're sending in forms to the IRS frivolously, folks. That's illegal. You think this whole thing is set up to allow you to go through some spiritual tunnel and find money, a pot of gold at the end. It's such a ridiculous notion when you stop and think about it. Notaries may be used. Of course, that's one of the things Anna von Reitz teaches about notaries. Notaries may be used in an attempt to make the fraud appear legitimate. Often victims of the scheme are instructed to address that paperwork, their own paperwork, to the actual Secretary of the Treasury. Now, I can understand the misconception that you'd want to do that because it actually says in some of the law that how do you expatriate from the country? You give notice to the Secretary of State, etc. But, guys, here's the FBI telling you it's fraud. So, again, shoot the messenger or, use a primary source. Whichever one makes your ego and your cognitive dissonance feel better. If you don't know what cognitive dissonance is, it's when two things are in your mind, two ideas that oppose each other, and you want to believe the one that is, in your best interest. And that's what you find amongst most people that you talk to about this stuff who don't want to hear anything about it. They call you a conspiracy theorist because in their mind things are the way they want them to be, and you introduce conflicting messages like I am to you today, telling you you've done something really stupid and that you need to perhaps do something about it. Maybe, you might even want to contact some of these agencies and say, look, I fell for a fraud. You have the fraud on your website. Can I be somehow forgiven? Can I just make this go away? I didn't mean to commit fraud. You might want to precede it because you're going to get harmed. Tips for avoiding the redemption strawman bond fraud: be wary of individuals or groups selling kits that they claim will inform you how to access secret bank accounts. Ooh. Be wary of individuals or groups proclaiming that paying federal and or state income tax is not necessary. No, this is untrue. Remember, who's in charge of interstate commerce? Who did the states cede that power to, and where do you think you're getting your power? You can't just rewrite the entire law books like this. It's just not how things work, folks. You can't write a letter to somebody and say, if you don't answer me in 30 days, I'm going to take your property, or I'm going to get title to this, or I'm going to have perfect title, or I'm sovereign, or I become, the the king of Upper Butt Crack. It doesn't work that way, folks. Do not believe that the U.S. Treasury controls bank accounts for all citizens. This is not how that works. Now, there is a true thing called the CRISP, CRIS, I believe is the acronym, accounts, and that is where the courts bundle all the cases together, and before that money ever gets paid, there's a financial instrument that's created that is invested, and the courts make a shit ton of money. If you imagine all the cases from all over America put under a CRIS account, and then invested, all that money's invested until the account is closed. This is why banks like to keep your money longer than they should. They're investing that money. Right? It's the same thing, and this is how courts make most of their money, is through investing the funds that they create financial instruments for in the form of these fees that you get from police officers. But don't confuse that, which is a legitimate thing you can read about. It's on the Securities and Exchange website. It's crooked as hell, but it's legal, right? Don't confuse that with the thought that there's some accountant that has a bank account with your name on it. It's not how things work, folks. And that you can do the Running Man contest and in the end get access to this account. It's not true. And here's the FBI telling you it's not true. Be skeptical of individuals advocating that speeding tickets, summons, bills, tax notifications, or similar documents can be resolved by writing acceptance for value on them. Now again, these things will be accepted because this is how criminals do business. But there's a whole lot more behind that type of business that's not yours. It's not meant for you. It's meant for corporations. So you're confusing the fact that it says persons to mean the individual that it's referring to you. No, it's referring to corporations. We'll get to this later. Corporations have residency just like you do. That's why most corporations form in states like Delaware. They have residency in Delaware because Delaware has special... They're persons. And they're the ones, these persons that are corporations that use UCC and all this other thing for, to participate in different forms of international commerce. It's not meant for you. It's not meant for good people. If you know anyone advocating the use of property liens to coerce acceptance of this scheme, contact your local FBI office. How many times do you hear that on radio shows? Use of property liens to coerce acceptance of the scheme. In other words, when someone says, look, you can, and I fell for this too, you can put someone on notice. You can put a lien up against the judge, and then the judge can't do something or is somehow his hands are tied because you put a lien on the judge. These things are considered as crimes, as schemes. Okay, it's not that it's not a legitimate process in an appropriate way. It's just that you're not doing any of this appropriately because you're buying a freaking packet from someone who claims to know what they're doing. Now, thank God I didn't go so far as to become one of these people who are trying to sell you to cause you to do something that I wouldn't do myself. I never participated in this. I learned it and wanted to teach it One of the few things I've ever done where I had faith in the ones that were teaching me, and I regret it every frickin' day of my life. So that's that page. That's the FBI. Let's go to the Treasury Direct, right? You say there's a Treasury Direct account with your name on it. Well, let's go to Treasury Direct and find out what they say. Here's the website where it talks about bogus site drafts and bills of exchange drawn on the Treasury. That's talking about you, folks. If you've gone this far down this road, you're in the crosshairs of the FBI, the Treasury Department, and all these different agencies. Okay, let's read what they have to say, not what Anna von Reitz has to say, not what some YouTube video has to say. There's been a proliferation of bogus site drafts and bills of exchange drawn on the U.S. Treasury Department. These documents have appeared in a majority of states and have been used in an attempt to pay for everything from cars to child support. The story behind the story is that a stripped-down version of this scheme is as follows. You'll probably recognize this patriot mythology. When the United States went off the gold standard in 1933, which is what this guy was just talking about, the federal government somehow went bankrupt. With the help of the Federal Reserve Bank, the government converted the bodies of its citizens into capital value, supposedly by trading the birth certificates of U.S. citizens on the open market. After following a complicated process of filing UCC documents with either the Secretary of State of the person's residence or another state that will accept the filings, each citizen is entitled to redeem his or her value by filling out a site draft drawn on their non-existent Treasury Direct account. Non-existent in parentheses. I don't know about you folks, but I don't value myself, and I never will value myself in the root of all evil, in the love, because I really have to love freaking money if I'm going to value myself in it. So, look, I'm priceless. I'm a priceless gift, a creation of God. I have no value in their system. There's not enough money on earth that you could give me to cash in on this. This is the lowest form of non-spiritual conduct. This is the lowest anti-God form of anything you could do, anti-Christ. The scheme asserts that each citizen's social security number is also his or her account number. As a part of the scheme, participants also file false IRS forms 8300 and currency transaction reports in the name of law enforcement officials and other individuals they seek to harass. Now, there is things going on behind the scenes. Yes, you can turn your social security card over and there's like an extra letter or number. I remember this. And it's in red and et cetera, et cetera. But the most important thing about your Social Security card is this. When it comes to you, what does it say? This is property of government. It is not yours. It does not belong to you. It is not attached to you. It has nothing to do with you unless you voluntarily use it. Your use of it is what activates these accounts, and the ability of these people to extort from your strawman, your person, your status, right? By participating in Social Security, by participating in all of these social constructs, you are the one that is activating it. You are the one that's producing them money, right? It's almost like, hey, I'll run 5 miles. Would you pledge $10 to this, thing? Every time you use that, you're running 10 miles and they're cashing in on your use of their property. When you use another's property, you are under their law. You do not make the law. You do not change the person. The person belongs to government. It's a status. It doesn't exist in nature. It's not real. It is not something you get to change. What you can do, and what I promote, is to stop using it. But that's a whole other subject. That's a whole other thing. That's the spiritual path. That's the path the Bible teaches you. Do not use anything that is a lie, that is artificial. Are you ready for that? Well, if you've fallen for this crap, no, you're not. You're not spiritually awake. You don't realize that you're being screwed over at every angle. It goes on. It says the reality, as opposed to the story you're being told. And again, that story probably sounds familiar to most people. You probably heard it on one radio show or the other. The reality is that drawing such drafts on the U.S. Treasury, according to the Treasury Direct website, by the way, remember, this is the official source, drawing such drafts on the U.S. Treasury is fraudulent and a violation of federal law. The theory behind their use is bogus and incomprehensible. And they're saying that as government. They're like, why the hell do these people think that this, like this is the movie Labyrinth, that if you can just get through the labyrinth, you get your prize, right? I mean, it's not how this thing's set up. It's set up to enslave you, not to give you some out, right? I mean, it's like telling your slaves, like, if you can get through the bog of eternal stench and through all these monsters and all these traps, which is impossible, then you can be free. Yeah, it's just not how it works, man. Why would you set it up? I mean, if you were the evil bosses, the evil royal families, why would you set it up this way? If you were an attorney, why would you set it up to the point where you give people an out? It doesn't even make it. It's incomprehensible. It's a good word for it. The Justice Department is vigorously prosecuting these crimes. Listen to me, folks. The Justice Department is vigorously prosecuting these crimes. Just because they haven't gotten to you yet, this is why I say you might want to contact a lawyer, because you've gotten yourself so far into something you don't understand. You might need an attorney to at least help you with the paperwork. You don't necessarily have to hire him as your representation. But I mean, you've screwed the pooch here, guys. Federal criminal convictions have occurred on several cases. The Office of the Comptroller of the Currency has tried to alert the banking community to this fraud. And there's a thing you can click on if you go to the website: suspicious transaction and fictitious site drafts. Next is a note on bills of exchange. With early and vigorous prosecution by the Justice Department on bogus site draft cases, we have begun to see bills of exchange taking their place. The change occurred on around January 2001. All these bills of exchange drawn on the U.S. Treasury are worthless. All the same issues and background materials applicable to site drafts also apply to bills of exchange. This is the same fraud under another name, and that's what the guy earlier was trying to tell you. This dates back to the 60s, the 70s. This type of redemption and tax protests, it's all together. And around 2001, right, we're talking the time when 9/11 happened. That was the time when I was in LA. That was the time when I was part of We Are Change LA, and that's how I got into this. That was when I first discovered the Strawman. That was when I first discovered chemtrails. That was when I first discovered, oh my God, those things on the side of buildings, those aren't decorative. Those are actually cell phone towers. I had no idea what a cell phone tower looked like back then, right? Completely ignorant of so many things. There's these lines above me. I never realized, oh, those are chemtrails. Those are those are geoengineering. All these things. And this seemed so legitimate to me that I followed it in a deep dive. There were books written. And again, it says this was about the time, shortly after that, when I left New York after 9/11. I saw the whole thing, watched the buildings fall, and left a couple years earlier because nothing was the same. So that was when I started getting into all this stuff back then. And again, it's the same fraud under another name, which is why, good people like myself hear it, and yourself hear it and think, oh, this sounds great. I want to get in on this because I feel like I'm doing something patriotic. No, you're actually doing something quite fraudulent, which is a violation of federal law according to all the official websites. Yes, and you really, really need to think about what you're doing. And this Anna von Reitz and all these other people need to be exposed for what they are. Frauds. Or worse, agents. Again, my theory is they're agents of the Vatican trying to pull you into an international commercial system, trying to make you stateless even more so than you already are. And of course, that requires using this uniform code. That's what Unidroit is. It's the foundational corporation, association, whatever it is, non-governmental organization that promotes uniform laws. Again, we'll look more into that. Next, on the Treasury Direct account website, which you can see is what's pulled up, treasurydirect.gov, we come to the more modernized or reissued fraud scam, which they label here as birth certificate bonds, a warning against doing this so-called redemption process or trying to get money or turn your birth certificate into some kind of bond or future payment or whatever it is. Again, it's warning you against this. This is fraud. Birth certificate bonds. Several internet blogs and videos make false claims that a United States birth certificate is a negotiable instrument. In other words, a negotiable instrument is a document that promises payment in the future that can be used to, one, either make purchases that will be charged to an exemption account, perhaps identified by your Social Security number or EIN, or request savings bonds held by government in your name and therefore owed to you, which is patently a ridiculous thing. Although the thought of it gets your nads going, right? It gets your blood pumping, thinking, oh, the government owes me something. That's like saying your jailer owes you something, right? I mean, I want you folks to understand here, you're in a debtor's prison. You are in an open-air debtor's prison, and the reason you're in that is for bad behavior, okay? You're not going to fill out a piece of paper and get released from the debtor's prison. In other words, the jurisdiction. You're not going to get rewarded for bad behavior. You're here because you can't govern yourself. You don't know how. Entire generations have lost the ability. And you're just a result of that. So you either start governing yourself, you start acting morally and without the commercial aspect, or you fall deeper into it by this. Now, again, I'm sure the government is happy to fine you and happy to charge you and happy to have this problem. I mean, I'm sure that there is a sense of profitability in this, you know. Otherwise, I think they'd come down a lot harder on the people who are trying to purport it. The people who are scamming you, as it says. The truth is, birth certificates cannot be used for purchases, nor can they be used to request savings bonds purportedly held by the government. Also, the exemption account is a false term. There is no exemption account. These accounts are fictitious and do not exist in the Treasury system. All right? The fact that you didn't look is a problem already. The fact that you didn't verify any of this before signing on the dotted line, not even knowing that if you take a magnifying glass to the dotted line, it's not a dotted line at all. It actually says something. Those dots are letters. You know, if you don't know about that, it says authorized signature. What's an authorized signature? Well, an agent. In other words, a person. You're signing on behalf of the person, the security agent. Your person is kind of like a secured party creditor, right? You attach all your property to it. It's kind of the same thing. It's like a perfected bond. I don't know. All this stuff is just, again, it's not for you. You don't want to be involved in this. Now, why is this a variation of the previous one, the bogus site drafts and bills of exchange drawn on the Treasury scam? Again, this has been going on for a long time, folks. There's libraries of books that people have written on this. You know, before the internet, before this was so easy to come by and so easy not to actually study. The common tale offered in this scam states, and now see if this sounds familiar, when the United States went off the gold standard in 1933, federal government somehow went bankrupt. Keep in mind, remember, we're talking about a militarized thing here, a nation state that the concept that it's a corporation and then that it went bankrupt is a very ill-conceived way of looking at it. Something that's incorporated and what a corporation is, as far as a corporation like IBM or Dell or Microsoft or Apple, completely different set of rules. So, this notion that government went bankrupt, yes, I understand. It was used as a colloquialism by one of the senators, but it's not the truth. It's a patriot mythology, just like everything else. Just like the whole Federal Reserve mythos that I've proven in triplicate is not a true story. The creature from Jekyll Island. Congratulations, Mr. Griffin. You've made a lot of money really screwing people's concept of what the Federal Reserve is. I mean, you're a bad guy for that. Now, to be clear, the bankruptcy of the United States is an integral part to this patriot mythology. It's something that I've believed because, of course, you're constantly hearing it in the so-called truth movement, right? But as part of this whole thing, it really helps to, a nation state can go bankrupt. In fact, the United States has never been bankrupt. Nation states don't do that. What they do is they default on debt. There's a big difference between a debt default and a bankruptcy. Now, bankruptcy is something that happens within the state to people and corporations, to persons, in other words. But it doesn't happen in this way to a nation state. And here's why. I mean, I want you to think about this, folks. Bankruptcy being the wrong term, the U.S. has never gone bankrupt, but it has defaulted on debt. That was the gold standard. 1933, that was 1971 when Nixon detached the dollar from gold, etc., etc. Because the Bretton Woods Agreement, I believe is what it was called, was the thing that promised the dollar was good as gold. And so everybody invested in it, and then we became this power nation, right? So, again, I really want you to understand this. This is a militarized nation state. After the Civil War, we have never had a peace declaration. We are under martial law, or the marshals of law, meaning military rule. There is military base in every state. Number one way you know that you're an occupied state is if a foreign military base is in your craw. All right, that's number one on the Lieber Code. Go read it. But think of it this way. Can a country, or I should say a nation state, really go bankrupt if it has an army? Right? I mean, how are you going to seize assets from the United States? Do you think that the courts are going to the courts are about as open to a Treasury Direct account, you raiding it, as they are to you raiding the assets of the United States for a bankruptcy that doesn't exist, okay? A default, right? It's not the same thing. So you've got to stop this patriot mythology, because the truth movement has no truth when it bases its foundations on these lies. I understand the foundation of the lies. Some people use it to the advantage of scamming you, but it's just so incorrect to say that the United States has gone bankrupt. Again, I can't remember the senator's name, but he used it as a colloquialism in congressional record, that the Congress is sitting on the biggest bankruptcy, but truly what he means is default. There is no bankruptcies. The United States has never been in the International Bankruptcy Court or whatever it's called. So from a financial point of view, all it would mean is that nobody will lend us money. But have you considered, I mean, you talk about bankruptcy, you have nothing backing that statement. But have you considered, though, that the United States has raised its so-called debt ceiling, right? Every time they talk about this, they're gonna shut down the government. They're not talking about bankruptcy. They're talking about defaulting. Big difference. They can always print more money, as we've seen. And guess what? If you think there's been bankruptcy, how do you explain that the United States has raised the debt ceiling 74 times since 1962? or more that I don't know of. Well, I mean, if the United States went bankrupt, think about how much trouble it was when, say, AIC or Lehman Brothers collapsed, right? What do you think this would do to the world economy? The debt owed by the United States is like 23 times, 25, 26 times that of the biggest banks. I mean, I don't... So the notion of an actual default where they don't raise the debt ceiling, I'm not sure how that could even... I mean, it's almost too big to think of, like too big to fail, but too big to even contemplate how that would. Now, when Ron Paul, for instance, in his books and rhetoric says that the 1971, when President Nixon closed the gold convertibility window, so the dollar's no longer tradable or attached to gold, collateralized. In his book, he says this was the same as, or tantamount to, or equal to declaring international bankruptcy. But because Ron Paul, in his rhetoric, says that, does not make it true. He's making another comparison, a colloquialism. In other words, it's a warning to the world that the United States has absolutely gotten way the hell out of control, and of course we've let it, by participating in it, by being its army, by, selling our souls to it. We've allowed this, but under no circumstances has there been a bankruptcy in the United States. This is, again, a patriot mythology from the patriot movement. The same people that talk about this are the ones telling you need to buy their paperwork and go into UCC. So, for instance, in this list, we see where the United States has defaulted, even to the point where there was a war, a small war with France, because we defaulted. But again, how do you collect debt if the debtor has the largest army in the world? How are you going to collect their debts? I think this is really why they want to go to this international system, why Bill Clinton, in his infinite wisdom, put us in the International Criminal Court and stuff like that under its jurisdiction. This notion of going international just takes away that possibility, especially of smaller nation states that represent countries, peoples, that have taken over. If they don't have the army, well, why do you think the United States is invading all these places? They're defaulting on us. They're messing up trade, which is the commerce. I mean, in the purview of the United States, peace is free-flowing commerce. War is when commerce has gunked up, when the canals, or ships are in the way or whatever. There's no distinction between war and peace other than what is going on in the commercial world. That's why they fight war now with tariffs and all these other financial instruments, financial warfare. I don't know what else to call it. And then here you can see where, look, again, it's one thing to say the United States went bankrupt. It's whole other thing to talk about municipal bankruptcy, municipal corporations. Washington, D.C. is a municipal corporation that could go bankrupt. But that doesn't change anything, because that's just the capital of the nation state. It's a municipal corporation, just like Sacramento or New York. It's a municipal corporation. And the states themselves, as federal areas, the outlying areas, the public lands, etc., the federal areas, those corporations, those municipal corporations we call states, not the real state, not the private people, not the private lands, okay, that which is taken over militarily, they can go bankrupt. They're municipal corporations. Big difference. There's a Chapter 9 law on the subject. You can read all about it. But as far as this, we're talking about an international, the law of nations, etc. This is completely different. So, no, the United States, in the capacity of a nation state, since the Constitution was written, has not gone bankrupt, but it has defaulted. Big difference. And what you need to understand is that there's only one thing that can be bankrupt, and that's you. It's people. Men are bankrupts. If you look up the word bankrupt, It means someone, again, not able to self-govern, not able to pay their debts, etc. You declare bankruptcy as an individual, someone that's incorporated into the United States. You are the bankrupts. You're allowing this to happen. Okay, that's what bankrupt really means. When your morals are bankrupt, that's what this really revolves around, and that's our collective problem. With the help of the Federal Reserve Bank, the mythos goes, the government became a corporation, sometimes called government franchise, and converted the bodies of its citizens into capital value, supposedly by trading the birth certificates of U.S. citizens on the open market and making each citizen a corporate asset, sometimes referred to as a strawman, whose value is controlled by the government. Now, again, I'm going to say there is a very, very valid legal concept called the straw man, the person, right? It's like I said, it's like a personification of the straw man argument. You're putting it forward as a bail and surety, as, if you will, a security for your actions, because you're not trusted without it, without that person, without that identification, without that credit score, everything that's attached to the straw man, the person, that thing that you put up for bond and surety, that you're attached to in surety, I should say. You need that person to do business because you're not a trusted entity. So creating a new commercial entity through UCC1 isn't going to do you much good, because all you're doing is putting all your collateral, all your personal things up as a collateral for someone to take. And if you do it wrong, you're going to be really screwed. And a lot of people have been screwed. Scams vary in methods for citizens to gain control of their alleged assets, such as filing a UCC1 financial statement, right? Almost every one of these scam artists tell you to do that and even sell you their copies, which is illegal for you to copy like that. Activating a Treasury Direct account, TDA, or creating bonds using the savings bond calculator. Yes, they actually took this calculator that's located on the Treasury Direct site and said, look, you can actually calculate how much your birth certificate is worth as a bond by putting some the information it requests into this calculator, and it'll tell you how much you're worth. Again, folks, if this is how you value your life, is your soul the value of a savings bond calculator? If you feel like your life is only worth the money attached to a birth certificate, then you've got problems that are far beyond this. You've got spiritual problems that will never allow you to be a free man. You don't have the will, you don't have the cojones, you don't have the soul, the spirit to be free. If you think that you are valued, that your whole life is valued by a piece of fricking government paper, you think that you can possibly live without all of this, without a person, without a straw man? I don't think you can. Not if you think that your value is so low in nature, under God, that it has to be valued in mammon. No, I think you got a serious problem that you need to deal with first, before you do anything remotely designed to make you a free man. These blogs and videos promise that your birth certificate bond will be able to wipe out all your debt and help you collect monies and securities. Some internet sites even offer to sell videos, webinars, and coaching on how to do this. No one, and I repeat, no one has profited from the Treasury Department by using these tactics. But the scammers intend to profit from this story by selling their bogus wares to you, and that's what I'm here to warn you about. Now, I know what the comment is going to be. Oh, Clint trusts the official government website. I'm going to go back, but I've got a book by a redemption expert who says this. There's this source over here. Look, folks, again, I don't know what to say. If you're of that mindset, that you think that the official source is not something you should be going to, or heeding its warnings before listening to someone try to sell you paperwork. I just don't know what. Again, you're in no mind to govern yourself. You're in no mind to enter into this extremely evil corporate international commercial world. You're not of the mindset. And I'm going to tell you right now, most of you, I believe, are good people trying to do something with the devil's tools. You've got to become a better man. You've got to become better people. You've got to start acting in the interests of not yourself, but your people. You need to become states again, not commercial secured party creditors or debtors. You're completely lost and have no goal. You're following this dreamcast of finding wealth through a document. The frustration here is way over the limit here for me, because when I first heard this, again, it sounds so great. It sounds just as great as finding the leprechaun with the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It's wonderful. Let's go hunt the rainbows. But I mean, after a while, for God's sake, folks, how long is it going to take you to be in this limbo, in this sense of doubt and wonder and awe, before you realize that rainbow is never going to be found? You can see it, you can taste it, you can smell it, you know it's there, but it just doesn't actually exist in a tangible form. It's a lie, it's an illusion. Do you understand? This is designed for criminals to scam you. And because of that, you're not acting as the good people, the good moral Christian people you should be, in order to have this power, this God-given, unalienable thing that is so eluding you. It's because you're not acting the part. You're not acting like the people. You're acting like persons. You're being fooled into this ridiculousness. And why? Because you worship money. This is the first thing you're going to have to admit to yourself. All this has only one thing in common: a reward. Your reward is not spiritual. Your reward is mammon. Your reward is monetary. And that's the whole problem. Let me tell you something right now. If this were true and you were to actually get $1 million, let's just say, $2 million, $1 billion, would that make you happy? Would that make you a free man? Or have you just bought into the currency of hell? Where do you spend that? Do you spend it in heaven or in hell? You don't spend, there's no money in heaven. What's going to make you happy? Because I guarantee you that every purchase you make from things that you want, because you're going to get your Treasury Direct payout someday, I mean, every action that you do that is good, that is wholesome, that is moral, when you help someone without any expectation, when you do something for someone else that is completely a gift, without any remuneration in your mind, without any expectation of payback, the energy flow that is going to come in you directly from God, directly from doing good, moral behavior, is going to feel 1,000 times better than the day that you get a fictional frickin' check from the government for $1 million of its fake dollars. The power that you're going to feel by doing good to people is going to give you so much energy. It's going to give you so much drive. It's going to make you understand that for every 1,000 things that you buy, that you want for yourself, that just one action of selflessness gives you more love and energy and power than any amount of money can buy. Now, knowing that, because I know every one of you have had that experience of selflessness, of pure and utter charity, helping somebody in a way that there's no way. You're never going to see them again, maybe. There's no way they can pay you back, right? You wouldn't even consider taking money for doing something. Those are the times when you feel at your highest level, your highest spiritual level. Imagine feeling that way all the time because you reject everything the Bible tells you to reject. All this commerce, all the contracts, everything, and you're acting on the behalf of your people, your family, your loved ones, your friends, and people you don't know. Even these people so stuck in this that they can never come out. It doesn't mean you can't do something for free for them and leave them confused and wondering, oh, what do I do? I need to pay you, right? We're all entrained that way. I got to pay you. I got to pay you for your services. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to pay me anything. For all the works that I've done and put out, I don't expect a dime. Right? It helps. I'm not going to lie. I eat because of it. I have shelter because of it. I have an internet connection because of it. When you give a gift, it is something so powerful. I don't know. I just don't know what to tell you, folks. Anyway, my little moral offshoot there. But I just want you to imagine a society where that is, again, if love, charity, and forgiveness, and just this collective group of support, where everything you're doing is for the benefit of everyone else, including yourself, I don't think you can imagine what that would feel like. You might get an experience every once in a while, but I just don't think that... just imagine that. I mean, imagine that feeling. And that is what I'm pushing you towards. That is what I want you to start thinking of. Because that is your only solution. There's no paper solution. There's no legal solution for spiritual problems. I want you to think about the Who's. Yeah, that's right. Dr. Seuss's The Who's in Whoville. Remember them? Remember when the Grinch stole Christmas? Remember when the Who's were all about the glitter and the glam and the presents and the just all got caught up in the commercial aspect of Christmas, and then the Grinch came along and stole everything that was secular, that was completely unspiritual and unnecessary for that Christmas spirit. And what did the Who's do? What did the Who's do? Did they cry? Did they whimper? Did they throw a tantrum? No, they experienced a loving moment. And what happened? Man, the Grinch's heart grew. Maybe you can make some of these people who seem hopelessly lost, all these Grinches out there, maybe you can do something by example. Isn't that what the idea of Christ is? To lead by example? Well, maybe we should be more like the Who's. There's no piece of paper that's going to change you. You can change legal things. You can do all kinds of things, but you're the problem, not the system's there. Take it or leave it. If you leave it, well, then the only thing left that you have to look at is yourself. And you are your worst enemy. Okay? It's you that needs to change. It's your actions that need to state clearly that I do not participate in commerce. I'm private. I'm of God. I have morals and values that supersede this, and therefore I will not participate in this in any way. Okay? That should be your goal. Can you imagine such a heaven on earth? Because that is what heaven is. It's not the afterlife. It's not some life after this that you should be building monuments to, or whatever it is that religions tell you to do. No, it's not what the Bible is. It's a book of the law of nature. Why would you think that has anything to do with life after death? And if you're gonna be good because you think you're gonna go to heaven afterwards, some place, some reward again, then obviously, again, your spiritual aspect is really messed up. Your spiritual rewards are here while you're here. You're not doing things here to build a better life in some fictitious fantasy world called heaven or hell, Valhalla, or any other freaking ancient heaven equivalent. All right, anyway, let's move on. To finish up this Treasury Direct website, it then goes to the reality. What is the reality of the situation here? All right, after you finish your paperwork and you try to extort the Fed or the, you commit this fraud without really understanding it, here's the reality. There is no monetary value to a birth certificate or a Social Security number, EIN, and Treasury Direct accounts must be funded by the owner through payroll deductions or from purchasing directly from the owner's personal bank account to have any value. The savings bond calculator is merely a tool to calculate the value of a bond based on an issue date and denomination entered. This information could be the issue date and denomination from a real bond, or it could be a random choice of date and denomination if you're trying to figure something out. It's very clever that they use this to trick you. The calculator only checks that the issue date and denomination entered are a valid combination. It will not verify whether a bond exists. I'm going to go to my calculator and the calculator will give me a map to the rainbow and I'll finally get that damn leprechaun with his pot of gold. The calculator will not verify the validity of a serial number or confirm bond ownership. In other words, the calculator, while a great tool for deception, is not magic. Please be advised that trying to defraud the government by claiming rights to bogus securities is a violation of federal law, and the Justice Department can and has prosecuted these crimes. Federal criminal convictions have occurred in several cases. The scam artists who post blogs and videos are trying to defraud you into buying their fake product. Do not fall victim to their scams. I'm here with the same warning, and I'm here to point out that if we actually had a legitimate government and Justice Department, these people would be getting in trouble. They would go after the scam artists. They know who they are. They mentioned one of them in the court case we read. At least I hope we've read it at this point. This is a very long video. They know who the scammers are. They're quoted by a lot of people, and they're known. I don't know what to say. So there's this notion that they're not going after these scammers, which tells me one of two things: they're incompetent, or they're making a little side business of letting you hang yourself, letting you shoot yourself in the foot, so they can collect money from you in the form of a fee or put you in jail, maybe, make you do some prison labor. Who knows? Whatever. Remember, all products made in prison are tagged with the Made in America tag. So it's very important to understand that prison labor produces things that are quote-unquote made in America because not much else is. And that brings us to the end of the federal government's warning to you. Heed it or don't. I honestly, if you're still foolish enough after hearing this, if you're one of the brave few who want to sit through this and actually be chastised for doing this, you're a fine individual, I will tell you that. And all I can say is if you're still willing to go through, if you still have faith in the state-national concept, or you want to pledge your soul to Unidroit and be in international commerce, well then, the problem with this is these guys aren't going to come after you right away, right? because the agents that they hire are no smarter than the agents they hire at the DMV or any other place, right? You don't ask the bank teller deep questions about management. You don't ask the 7-Eleven clerk about, the deeper meanings of the nutrition of their products, right? He's probably stoned and eating donuts in the back anyway. So you got to consider the only way this is going to catch up to you, and it does seemingly in all cases, is when they catch up on their paperwork. Some taxes haven't been paid, some fine hasn't been paid, or, there's this car that was bought without payment, something is off with the records, and they come after you because you've defrauded the government. I mean, but the good thing for the gurus, for the fraudsters, is that it appears that you have done the right thing, right? Just like when they tell you, well, yeah, just send a letter and say, I demand this, and if you don't respond in 30 days, it becomes law. Yeah, well, that's not how the law works. Imagine if the law did work that way, how horrible things would be. I mean, how many letters would you get a day? People demanding things from you. Moving on. Okay. Here's the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. One of the big patriot mythologies is the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is private. The Federal Reserve, man, I've gone out of my way to disprove that if you'll just read it and you understand it. You go to the Federal Reserve website, look at what it says. It's like, can you please stop saying that we're not federal? Yes, we're independent, but so is the Post Office, so is the Securities and Exchange Commission, and dozens of other, what we call, if you type into Wikipedia even, independent agencies of government. Federal Reserve's listed there, Federal Reserve Board. It's not private, folks. It's independent. In other words, it can make its own rules. But don't assume that it's not federal or it's not under the United States and that it's not under congressional law. What Congress creates, Congress controls, right? Makes the law. So the whole patriot mythology, even the story about Jekyll's Island, it's all a big fat freaking lie to support the mythology. No, it wasn't passed on a Christmas night. No, most of the quotes about it aren't true. Nothing about the story is true, and yet it's promoted over and over. It's in documentaries. And the gurus quote themselves. They don't ever check their sources. Could this be a real quote, or could this actually be a false quote? Well, yeah, they're proven to be false. But let's move on. Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. Consumer scam alert. Do not use Federal Reserve routing account numbers to pay bills. Could face late fees and other charges. This is July 12th, 2017. Recently, the Federal Reserve banks have received a number of unauthorized transactions in which consumers have tried to use the Fed's routing numbers and their Social Security numbers to pay their bills. It is important for consumers to know that, and you are a consumer, you're consuming bullshit. You're consuming the materials and paperwork of people who are trying to mislead you, whether purposefully or accidentally. It's hard to say sometimes. You are a consumer, and that's what you're doing. You're acting just like a stupid consumer. I'm not going to be nice here. You guys need to hear this. It is important for consumers to know that when making online or e-check bill payments, they cannot use Federal Reserve routing numbers. Okay, the Federal Reserve's for banks, not you. It's for corporations. Federal Reserve routing numbers are used for sorting and processing payments between banks, not people. Any video, text, email, phone call, flyer, or website that describes how to pay bills using a Federal Reserve bank routing number or using an account at the Federal Reserve Bank is a scam. Oh, that Clint, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, well, you go to the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, or for that matter, any of them, because they're all having to deal with this, and you tell them that some jerk out there who is telling lies, and that you want to go use the Federal Reserve System, a system only for banks, so that you can pay your bills. All right, I'll wait. We'll all wait for you. Come on back when you're done. The Federal Reserve provides banking services only for banks. Individuals, persons, do not have accounts at the Federal Reserve. This is basic banking 101, folks. How could you fall for this? You have to be pretty dumbed down, even though you call yourself a truther or a patriot or whatever. You really have to be pretty dumb not to understand how the Federal Reserve banks, even as you're demonizing it as this ultimate evil, not understanding anything about it, really. Again, we have to learn the foundation of all this stuff before we can, do anything about it. We can't allow ourselves and our friends and our family to be tricked into this stuff. And we have to, just as much as we yell out and fight out against these evil people, we have to start doing this to people like Anna von Reitz, to people who are misleading our friends and family in our own movement, in our own groups. They're leading us to our self-destruction. The bill payments being attempted using the Fed's routing numbers are being rejected and returned unpaid. Consumers who have attempted to use the Fed's routing numbers to pay their bills may be subject to penalty fees from the company they were attempting to pay. Now, let's be real here, folks. The Federal Reserve at any time, the government at any time, can go through and find every single one of you that are promoting this. If they wanted to, but why would they? They're getting fees. They're charging you with a crime and allowing you not to be punished by the crime if you pay a large fee. They're happy that you're dumb enough to do this stuff, that you don't know the foundation of the Federal Reserve System or banking, and that you actually believe that the Federal Reserve has accounts for you, for individuals, and there's not just a bank for banks. It's not the central bank. Come on, really, we have to cut a laugh at ourselves here, folks. Because again, I'm right here with you. I believe some of this stuff. Now, this one I never really got down with, but you gotta stop back and laugh, because we are in such desperate times. We're so spiritually devoid of guidance. We are so completely lost that this actually sounds like a good, godly, patriotic thing. And I assure you, and the FBI and the Treasury Direct, the Federal Reserve assures you, this is not. And you will be fined or put in prison. You are committing crime. Federal Reserve Bank of New York, serving the 2nd Federal Reserve District and the nation, not to be confused with the real nation, but the nation state, that is, Washington, D.C. Scams involving the Federal Reserve name. Federal Open Market Committee put this one out, FOMC scam. So this is going even higher. This is now becoming an organized type of crime as opposed to the libertarian disorganized bullshit that we're pulling on ourselves. The FOMC is part of the Federal Reserve System, the nation's central bank. Again, that stands for Federal Open Market Committee. It reviews economic and financial conditions, determines the appropriate stance of monetary policy, and assesses the risks to its long-run goals of price stability and sustainable economic growth. Pardon me. The FOMC is not involved in the recovery of any accounts or frauds, including cryptocurrency, and members of the public will never be contacted by anyone from or on behalf of the FOMC. The Federal Reserve ain't going to be calling you, folks. You're not that important. You're not a bank. Why would it call you? You're not a freaking bank. Additionally, please be advised that the Federal Reserve provides banking services only for depository institutions like banks and credit unions. Individuals do not have accounts at the Federal Reserve. Now, folks, I don't want you to sit here and, again, attack them, put some ad hominem or some lie on me. I'm not promoting, I'm not saying the Federal Reserve is good or bad. I'm not saying it's good, especially, but look, this is the truth. You either take the truth as the very distasteful syrup it is and you swallow it whole, or you got such cognitive dissonance, you want this to be so true, you want to play the fool so bad that you're willing to overlook everything that is a primary source and trust a lady who calls herself judge that the courts recognize as a fraud and actually have heard her name so often as the fraud that they know instantly that it's a scam. I mean, it's okay. I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy because I'm trying to save you from your own ignorance. That's fine. That's fine. I'm used to it, after all these years. January 2021, so just before that alert, the Federal Reserve, customer scam alert and update. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York has become aware of a scam involving videos claiming that at birth, every U.S. citizen has a secret account established at the Federal Reserve Bank that could be used by that individual to buy items or pay off loans or debts. These claims are fraudulent and false. There are no such accounts. They do not exist now, nor have they ever existed. This is an internet hoax that has caused much financial pain to the public. And again, that hoax, branded now under a different name, goes back decades and decades. In July 2017, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York posted a warning about a similar scam involving a number of unauthorized transactions in which consumers tried to use the Fed's routing numbers and their Social Security numbers to pay their bills. That warning explained that individuals cannot use, individuals, that's persons, which are equal to associations, corporations, everything else, that individuals, non-incorporated persons cannot use Federal Reserve routing numbers when making online or e-check bill payments. It stated that any video, text, email, phone call, flyer, or website that describes how to pay bills using a Federal Reserve bank routing number or using an account at the Federal Reserve is a scam. Right? It's a scam on you, but when you do the scam, it's a crime to them. All right? Once the deed is done, it's a crime. It's not just I was fooled. No, you're going to get hit with some serious bills, some serious fines, and possibly jail. Please be advised that the Federal Reserve provides banking services only for depository institutions like banks and credit unions, etc. Individuals do not have accounts at Federal Reserve Bank. I'll say that over and over. Sorry. He's repeating himself. Yeah, because you got to get this through your freaking head. The bill payments being attempted using these supposed secret accounts are being rejected and returned unpaid. Customers who have attempted to use the Fed's routing numbers to pay their bills are usually subject to penalty fees from the company they were attempting to pay. It is possible that attempting payments in such a manner may also subject the issuer to civil and/or criminal penalties. They're not messing around. This is criminal. Not just civil, not just slap on the wrist, here's a fine. Criminal. If you have any questions, go ahead and contact the frickin' Federal Reserve. Don't call me. I'm just the messenger. This one from September 2020, basically people calling and saying I work for the Federal Reserve. And it just reinforces the fact that if someone calls you claiming to be from the Federal Reserve in any way, that the Federal Reserve of New York does not maintain any type of fund or account for you. Nor does the Federal Reserve Bank of New York directly email or call individuals holding accounts at commercial banks regarding suspected suspicious activity in those accounts. If you ever get a notice from the Federal Reserve, chances are it's a scam. You are such a small little tiny potato, right? Now, it will deal with your bank, and your bank will probably contact you on behalf of the Federal Reserve. But look, this whole system is not built for you. And it tells you that over and over. It's not for individuals. It's for corporations, persons. Don't mistake the fact that a person can be individual or incorporated. Consumer scam alert. Do not use Federal Reserve routing account numbers to pay bills. Could face late fees and other charges. Going back to 2017. You can read this for yourself. It's pretty much the same thing with the routing numbers and your social security number. All right? Scam involving fraudulent bonded promissory notes. Numerous attempts to present fraudulent bonded promissory notes which reference a fictitious bond account at the Federal Reserve Bank. The fraudster claims to have a bond account in excess of $100 million. How many times do you hear people say, I got your birth certificate. It's worth this much money and it's in an account. You're waiting for you to claim it. It's a lie, folks. Because why? Where's the foundation of the lie? We just covered it multiple times. Federal Reserve does not handle accounts for individuals. Period. End of story. There is no $100 million waiting for you because you have the right paperwork. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but this is all bullshit. So the fraudster claims to have a bond account in excess of 100 million or 10 million, billion, whatever it is that they're telling you, established at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York or at another Federal Reserve Bank, upon which he or she can issue bonded promissory notes as forms of legal payment for debt. So in other words, you're hitting that account and saying, pay my debt with this fictitious account that exists. And you, in your head, are going, okay, well, I had 100 million in that account, and I just paid my car bill, which was $200, and now I have $99,999,800 left over. To which I can keep, oh man, now I'm going to go buy a car maybe and charge that off, right? There's no charging off an account that doesn't exist, especially when they tell you we don't deal with people, we deal with corporations. We don't deal with individuals. Sometimes the fraudulent bonded promissory notes are remitted as payment for debts owed by the fraudster issuing the bond, while in other cases the fraudulent bonded promissory notes are issued in attempts to pay the debts of third parties. Maybe you're trying to pay off your son's student loan or something like that. Fraudsters have attempted to use fraudulent bonded promissory notes to pay for various items, including automobiles, mortgage payoffs, and medical and veterinarian bills. These documents are fraudulent and will not be honored if presented. A promissory note is a form of debt similar to a loan or an IOU. An individual investor makes an agreement to loan money to a company in exchange for a fixed return from the company, usually principal plus annual interest. While some promissory notes are indeed legitimate, they are rarely available to the general public. They're not for individuals. Neither is any of this other shit that the UCC and all these uniform codes, they're not meant for you. If the promissory note claims to be payable through an account held at a Federal Reserve Bank, the note is fraudulent. Listen to that, folks. This undermines everything they tell you, because everything is based on the secret account with millions of dollars in it, perhaps billions. Who knows with inflation? I mean, it's incredible. It's amazing. It's wonderful. And if you look just there at the end of the rainbow, you can see it brightly shining, a pot of gold. No. There is no end. You're going to be chasing that rainbow the rest of your life. And in the meantime, they're going to catch up with you. They're going to call you a fraudster, and they're going to charge you for it. And to me, and this is just me saying this, but I think it's a true statement to say that Anna Von Reitz and her ilk should be frickin' tarred and feathered and put in the town square as an example of people who you trust. Oh, people who call themselves judges or grandmothers and who are not. People who move to other countries and then try to misguide you. People who abandon their people. And right? I mean, these people should be tarred and feathered, put in the sun. They should be made examples. You're harming my people. You're harming my friends. You're harming my audience. You're harming people I listen. You're harming everybody because everybody seems to be falling for this because we're desperate. We don't turn to God. We don't turn to Christ, the Redeemer, and act Christ-like, which means don't get involved in any of this. Instead, we get tricked into this. And we become worse off than we were before. How to avoid a promissory note scam? Generally, agents selling promissory notes need to be licensed. Is Anna licensed? Do these people show you a license and show you that they're bonded so that if they steer you wrong, you can sue them? No, but they'll promote doing it to someone else, right? They'll promote putting some kind of surety or an indemnity bond on someone else. But no, you're never going to find a legitimate agent who's actually selling you this guru shit. No, it's not going to happen. You can verify whether the person trying to sell you a promissory note is licensed by contacting your state securities regulator. Most investments involving promissory notes need to be registered with the SEC. Are you doing that, or is Anna registered with the SEC? Right? I mean, where's her permission to do this? You should verify whether the promissory note is registered or exempt from registration by contacting the SEC. Do you contact the SEC? No, you go to YouTube and you type in some thing you've heard from a guru. The majority of legitimate promissory notes are not sold to the general public. If you're being contacted by phone by someone trying to sell you a promissory note, it's most likely a scam. And I say again, this evil system is not for you. If the return rate seems too good to be true, the note is likely fraudulent. Be wary of promises of risk-free returns, etc., etc. And, hey, here's another good source to maybe consider. How about the frickin' IRS, an official website of the United States government? The IRS website, where it states the truth about frivolous tax arguments. And the reason I'm bringing this up because this all comes from the tax protest movement. There's not been one successful tax protest case. They'll tell you they've been successful, but if you actually look, you're going to find all the so-called heroes and the people they put in documents, they've all lost. They've all gone to jail. They've all been fined. None of this shit works, okay? Because this falls into the same category, let's just read a little bit about the tax protest movement, where this really all comes from in the first place. All right? Being free does not mean being free of taxes. Why do I say that? Because if you use a service of the government, let's say to send mail, or, you're going to buy gas for a car, you're going to have to participate in that system's taxes. Right? It's inevitable. Avoiding tax is inevitable. That doesn't mean that you can't avoid legally, lawfully avoid. There's a big difference between avoidance as a crime and actually not putting yourself in a situation where you are a taxable entity, and we'll talk about that right from the source. But just understand, U.S. citizens, you're not going to argue against the tax law. It's not going to work. It's not worth the risk. I guess I'll say that, because there's people all the time who are going to tell you they're successful. And if you look at their record, they were in jail. Constitutional amendment claims, frivolous tax arguments in general, constitutional amendment claims, taxpayers can refuse to pay income taxes on religious or moral grounds by invoking the First Amendment. IRS IRS summonses violate the Fourth Amendment protections against search and seizure. Federal income taxes constitute a taking of property without due process of law, violating the Fifth Amendment. None of this is true, folks. You want to know why? It's the nation state. You forget that. Don't forget. We're not talking about something legitimate. We're talking about the illegitimate nation state. It can do whatever the hell it wants. It's an administrative system. It's not bound by the Constitution. And if it needs something, it changes it. Don't forget, it's the judges who interpret the Constitution, not they say what the law is. Now let me see if I can appeal to the logic center of your brain here. If you are acting in person, and we know that the Bible is 100% in every possible way against personhood, against acting in person, praying in person, if you're a person of the United States, that includes nationals, okay, if you have a status, then you are not acting religiously. Religious exemption is not simply claiming religion, it's acting the part. You can't claim to be a religious man, which is a legal term recognized by the courts in the legal dictionaries, that truly means someone who is outside of the law, of the public law, the United States law. For instance, in a monastery, you'd be considered a religious man. You're in your own prison, your own place where you worship God and God's law. You no longer are subject to these laws of man, right? That's a religious man. But you are pretending religion while acting in absolute frickin' sin. You're acting in personhood. And if you still don't understand what do you mean the Bible is against personhood? This is why you have to understand the Bible is against everything legal, everything man-made. There's no exception. And again, we're going to cover those verses again because they're ultra important and they cover everything. There's no getting around it. There's no loophole. Well, I can act in person, or I can be a soldier and kill people as long as I have a person and I get a flattering title that says I have a license to kill, lawlessness to kill. No, none of this works, guys. You're either religious or you're not. Oh, screw it. Let's just do it right now. Let's actually go through the Bible. Now, this is going to be referencing one of my books that's unreleased, my big pile of notes. I just copied these verses over, and in each case, the word person is referring to corporations or any kind of status, anything that puts you into another system of law that is not God's law, the law of nature. Okay? And why is Christ the Redeemer? Because Christ is the personification of the law of God, the law of nature. You do not worship Christ, you follow Christ. In other words, you follow Logos, the law of God. Okay? You got to understand that metaphoric, allegoric aspect of Christ. If you don't, and you take it literally, well, then you're not going to get anything out of it. You're going to treat it as a history, as if it happened already. You're going to worship Christ, which of course, first commandment says, don't worship any other gods. Don't take any other gods. Why are you taking Christ as God? No, you follow Christ in order to worship Jehovah. More importantly, to keep yourself pure. Pure in health, pure in nature, pure in mind and body and soul. That includes avoiding at all costs the devil's contract, the tool that puts you into this legal system. The IRS deals with individuals. The Federal Reserve deals with corporations. Both are persons. Both are fictitious entities. Okay, now I'm going to go through these. I'm not going to read the chapter and verse. They're all from the King James Bible, at least I think they are. I don't believe I use any other source. But, and so I just want you to sit back and I want you to listen. And I want you to think, is there any case, is there any exception, is there any loophole that is being said here, okay? Is under any circumstances whatsoever should you be acting in person as a person of the United States? Should you? Okay, remember, they create the person. They create the status, not you. It's not yours. Just as the Social Security doesn't belong to you, it belongs to the person which belongs to them. Why do you think... Well, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to read these. And again, I just want you to take this in. This is straight out of the Bible. This is the foundation of law. The only way that this gets defeated is when you enter into man's law through contract, through the devil's tool. Remember, devils are attorneys. Okay, here we go. Listen very carefully, because this first one says it all. Though you can't really go I don't need to go any farther than this one. For there is no respect of persons with God. That's Romans 2:11. That's the only verse I'm going to tell you. Right? You want to know the verse? You better watch the video. Okay? Because they're right here in front of us. For there is no respect of persons with God. That is universal. There is no exception. But, in case you happen to think, well, no, that can't be because America was, literally created by God. We have God on our side. Well, every nation says that. Doesn't matter what religion. It's always ordained by the priest class to be the right side of God. No, it's not true. God's not even in the Constitution. Nor is Christ. So here we go. For there's no respect of persons with God. Let me not, I pray you, accept any man's person. Neither let me give flattering titles unto any man. And if ye call on the Father, who without respect of persons judgeth according to every man's work, what? Judging your actions, not your status? Oh, imagine that. Because remember, you take nothing with you at the end of your life. Pass the time of your sojourning here in fear. That's the good kind of fear, the fear of God, the fear of doing something stupid in nature that will cause harm to you or others. For as much as ye know that ye were not redeemed with the corruptible things, as silver and gold, from your vain conversation received by the tradition from your fathers. You just love your silver and gold. You think that's the alternative to money or fiat currency. No, it's all corrupt. Why? Because you're not valuing it as priceless, a priceless gift of God. You're valuing it according to the Rothschild Bank, who gets together on the London fixing with the U.S. Treasury and other organizations, government organizations, to fix the price of gold and silver. That's what you think is going to redeem you? My brethren, have not faith of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord of glory, with respect of persons. Again, how are you going to claim a religious exemption if you're not acting religiously? How are you going to worship Christ in person? It's impossible. Christ is the law of God. You cannot, and persons belong to the law of man. If you have a person, you must follow the law of man over the law of God. You starting to get how that works? Not that I speak in respect of want, for I have learned in whatsoever state I am, therewith to be content. Folks, you are a beautiful, wonderful living creature, a creation of God. Be content with what you are. You don't need a title. You don't need flatteries. You don't need to call yourself a Christian if you're not acting the part. Titles are for losers. You have a title because you're false. You don't carry a title, or because you want power over other men. This is against the law of God, the law of nature. We're born equal, remember? Status is the only thing, persona is the only thing that makes us unequal, flattering titles. But if you have respect of persons, ye commit sin, and are convinced of the law as transgressors. This is pretty clear, folks. To have respect of persons is not good for a piece of bread that man will transgress, lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. What did he sell? His estate, his persona. Right? But see, as a man of God, your rights are unalienable. And I can't stress this enough. You don't have a legal estate because you don't have a person. You can't sell something that you haven't put into some form of contractual obligation or situation. But them that are without, let God judge us. Therefore, put away from among yourselves that wicked person. Be yourself. There's no other kind of person than a fiction, a bad. It's what is opposed to reality, God, nature. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person, or the title, in other words, the name of the poor, nor honor the person, the entitlement of the mighty. But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Right? In other words, you're not, just as God will not judge you by your person, but by your actions, you too are to judge others by their actions, not by their titles, not by their entitlements. These things also belong to the wise. It is not good to have respect of persons in judgment. It is not good to accept the person of the wicked, to overthrow the righteous in judgment. Though the Lord be high, yet hath he respect unto the lowly, but the proud he knoweth afar of. In other words, he doesn't know. Well, where does pride come from? It comes from possessions. It comes from titles. It comes from all of the things that are artificial. It comes from a lack of appreciation of the beauty of nature and reality. Everything that is against God, against Jehovah, that is truth. And ye masters, do the same things unto them, forbearing, threatening, knowing that your master also is in heaven, neither is there respect of persons with him. Over and over, no respect of persons. My brethren, have not the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord of glory, with respect of persons. You cannot pray every Sunday in person in a corporation that calls itself a church. It is the farthest away. You get up and you chant. The Bible says don't chant. I mean, everything you do is opposite of what the Bible teaches. In other words, opposite of what the law of God is. Okay, the law is self-evident. Christ is self-evident. Okay, and so I don't want you to think that the Bible is the source, right? These laws are eternal. They are self-evident. They are self-existent. So the Bible, if that's your problem, if you think, oh, the Bible's written by men, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no question about that. Okay? These are eternal, self-evident, self-existent. They are part of the truth. If you can't see that, then you have a serious, serious problem. If you can't see that acting as a fictional character in the frickin' legal matrix is a problem, and that God doesn't respect that, nature doesn't respect it, that you cannot have forgiveness while you're under flattering titles by God, by nature, by anything living, by anything real, except in the fiction, right? The only people that can forgive, the only thing that can forgive a legal fiction, a person, is a judge that has his flattering title, his persona, his status in that fiction. It's not real, folks. And that's the whole point. The Bible is talking about truth. The legal system is talking about fiction. There's no in-between. There is no exception. Wherefore now, let the fear of the Lord be upon you. Take heed and do it, for there is no inequity with the Lord our God, nor respect of persons, nor taking of gifts. No, there can be no inequity because there's no persons, there's no status. You don't look at a man and say he's poor, he's rich. You don't look at a man and say this or that. You look at a man and say, that is a man in need, I will help. Love, charity, forgiveness, equity in the truest sense. For he see that wise men die, likewise the fool dies, and the brutish person perishes and leaves their wealth to others. Now the law recognizes blood. The law recognizes that your family, i.e. race, is the automatic heir. Right? The only way you can change that is legally through the persona, through the mask. That's Latin, by the way, and person means mask. But he that doeth wrong shall receive for the wrong which he hath done, and there is no respect of persons. Right? What does that mean? It means that when you do a crime, it's not the... You go to jail on behalf of the person. You don't say, well, the person did it. You're the surety. In a nutshell, it means that it's very simple. It's a law. It's a maxim of law in both realms, that ignorance of the law is no excuse. Ignorance of the law of nature, ignorance of the truth is no excuse. In other words, you cannot use a status, a persona, a mask that you wear in the legal realm and say it's an excuse for crimes against reality, crimes against nature, or for legal crimes for that matter. You cannot point to a fictional character that you play and say, well, it wasn't me. As a soldier, you killed. It was not a soldier. As a police officer, you kill. You harm. You do the bad stuff. Not the soldier, not the police officer, not the flattering title. See, no excuse not to know the law. Again, think about what that means, because if you don't know the foundation of law, wow, you're really screwed. But then if you also don't know the legal law, the one that you're contracted under, that you're expected to follow at all times, if you don't know that one, man, talk about willful ignorance. We're screwed. God's punishment is upon men, not persons. Persons don't exist. They're not recognized by the eternal God that we're talking about. And ye have respect to him that weareth gay clothing, and say unto him, sit thou here in a good place, and say to the poor, stand thou there, or sit here under my footstool. This is referring to respecting all men, but those in need should come first. Under my footstool is an honor. Thou shalt eat it within thy gates. The unclean and the clean person shall eat it alike, as the roebuck and as the hart. Now, why is now the Bible suddenly saying here in Deuteronomy, why is it saying the unclean and the clean person? Well, because it's the person that makes us such. There's no such thing as a clean and an unclean man. You get it? Everything you're doing that makes you unclean is because you're acting in the man's law, in man's world. The world referring to all the sins and everything that's created by man. So yeah, here it uses the word person exactly as it should. Not as reputation. Another word for it would be reputation. Appearance. And his estate shall stand up a vile person. Well, how does an estate stand up as a person? You think a person is a man. Well, no, a person is a status. So is an estate. It's not real. And his estate shall stand up a vile person, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but he shall come in peaceably and obtain the kingdom by flatteries. That's flattering titles. Master, we know that thou art true and carest for no man, for thou regardest that not the person of men, but teachest the way of God in truth. Is it lawful to give tribute to Caesar or not? Ah, the eternal mind-boggling question. And Jesus answering said to them, render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's. In other words, give back that vile, wicked, legal person. Relinquish the flattering titles and the privileges. Become God's children once more in complete and total equality and equity. Do not consider yourself anything but what you are. and to God, render to God the things that are God's. Do not say something is sacred if it is not of God. Do not say that the artifacts and art and gold plates and ridiculous pompousness of the Roman Catholic Church is of God. It is not. It is not of truth. It is not of nature. Render it back to Caesar. Worship what God or Jehovah is. And to do so, follow Christ, the law personified. I mean, it's really brilliant. I don't know what to say. Again, when I say these things, these are the foundation of law. If you violate these things and you take upon yourself a person, a status in the legal society, and therefore take man's law over legal law over God's law, the undoing of God's law, the undoing of truth, well then, you've broken the foundation of law. This is why the Bible is considered the common law, the foundation of law. It's why the principles and maxims come from the Bible. And finally, Isaiah 32:6, for the vile person will speak villainy. And you know what? That's referring to all you trolls out there, because you're doing it behind a fake persona, an online avatar. You're hiding behind a digital appearance, a persona, a mask in the Latin, and you're tearing people's heart and souls on a daily basis. You're tearing, you're ripping, you're clawing at people. Or you're complimenting people and making them feel good. Either way, you're not doing it in the real. And what does it say? The heart will work inequity. You will practice hypocrisy. You're not going to the man or woman, the child, and embracing them and feeling that beautiful connection and expressing the love of God, the love of Christ. You're doing it through a persona, an artificial construct, a little matrix of your own that you've accepted. A simulation, which means hypocrisy. And to utter error against the Lord, to make empty the soul of the hungry, and he will cause the drink of the thirsty to fail. Right? A lot of poetry, a lot of that kind of thing. You get the point, though. Like I said, we go back to that first one. It's quite simple. For there is no respect of persons with God, and that is a reference to Jehovah when you translate the word God. Okay? So, we can't really go past this point and say, well, it's okay, or I'm born into it, or whatever excuse you make. My message to you is to stop acting in person. Why? Because it's the law of man, the law of the legal realm, the law of the devils, the attorneys, the contract, only applies to this so-called person, this entity, this id entity, as I call it, the personification of your id, right? Identity. This is where all things are connected. This is why you're being surety for that person, or putting up that person as surety, I should say. In other words, as collateral for your actions, for your so-called franchise of freedom. We must stop acting in this vile person called United States citizen. We must go back to our people. More importantly, we must go back to being the people that this country was made for. We must become the states. Okay, what these people, these gurus are doing is not that. All right, they're pushing you farther into the commercial realm through uniform this and uniform that. And we, again, still have to cover that. But I mean, again, we must understand, we're talking about free speech and freedom of religion. Again, you cannot have religious exemption and also be a person. It's impossible. We just read the reason, for there is no respect of persons with God. How can you how can you have a religious exemption when you're acting totally 100% in every way under the law of man against the law of God? It's impossible. When they say religious exemption, you're taking it the wrong way. Just like you're taking free speech the wrong way. You're being a complete asshole to somebody, defaming them, destroying them, as they say, and then you think, oh, well, that's my right. It's my right to be free in my speech. That's not what it means. But you have these things, these rights, so-called, these amendments, they are for responsible men. They're not for dickheads. They're not for trolls. That's not how this all works. And again, I'm sorry, but I just can't be nice about this. You cannot continue to think that rights are something that allow you to be a dick. I don't know what to say. Taxpayers do not have to file returns or provide financial information because of the protection against self-incrimination found in the Fifth Amendment. I know you don't want to hear this, folks, but the Constitution doesn't protect you. The Constitution doesn't give you rights. It protects God-given rights only, inherent negative rights. It doesn't give you a right. It doesn't say that you're protected because of the Fifth Amendment. You don't have free speech because of the Constitution. Any right you do have is not because of the Constitution. It's purely coincidental that it's also part of the law of the United States that you're given a semblance of free speech, which you abuse at every turn. You'll probably abuse it by leaving negative comments on this video. And you think that's free speech. Compelled compliance with the federal income tax laws is a form of servitude in violation of the 13th Amendment. None of this is true, folks. This is why I'm reading these, because these are arguments used by actual people thinking that the Constitution applies in a military tribunal setting. It doesn't work. You're romanticizing the system. You're not treating it as a conquering nation state. You're treating it as if it's legitimate. It's not legitimate. Stop treating it as if it is. You're dealing with the frickin' devil in the devil's tool, which is the contract. Stop treating the United States, the nation state, the administrative state that you're a part of, thanks to the birth certificate and your voluntary action, thanks to your signing the name and using the social and using all of its benefits and person and everything else. Stop pretending that that's a legitimate organization that has to somehow comply with the Constitution, and stop pretending that the Constitution applies to U.S. persons. It does not. The U.S. Constitution applies to the states. It applies to Congress. But Congress created the United States. Congress then made themselves employees of that central government, of that nation state, of that corporate structure. It's an administrative state, which I know I've covered before on this, probably on this show. You do not have constitutional protections because the Constitution, as every president or constitutional scholar will tell you if they're worth their salt, the Constitution does not give you rights. It lists rights which are I should say unalienable, but inalienable, because that's the term they changed it to. Unalienable means you can't have a lien, right? You have that everyone's alien to you. But inalienable means you can sell your rights. So unfortunately, that's what we do. So the Constitution protects your God-given rights, but if you're not acting as a child of God, well, then you don't have. You're instead acting as a legal citizen or a national or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're not under the Constitution. You can't invoke it, and the court will reject it. These are not constitutional courts. They're not constitutional judges. These are not constitutional police officers. They're not constitutional municipal employees of your city, state, county, etc. This is not and has nothing to do with constitutions. The federal income tax laws are unconstitutional because the 16th Amendment to the United States was not properly ratified. Well, I hate to tell you this, folks. The federal income tax is unconstitutional. You want to know why? The Constitution doesn't apply. Are you not listening? The United States doesn't need its Constitution because it's also under all these other laws, these treaties, and all these different things that are also law. The Constitution does not, I don't know what to say, it doesn't apply. It's a founding document, yes. It is used as an excuse for the United States to exist as a nation state, but it does not bound by it. And any time that it would be bound by something, it simply declares an emergency or sends you off to Gitmo. You won't have anything to say then, will you? With a bag over your freaking head. The 16th Amendment does not authorize a direct, non-apportioned federal income tax on United States citizens. This is not true. It actually does. What it doesn't allow is for that income tax to be levied on private people, the people of the states. But you're not of the state. You're not foreign. You're not private from the United States. You're its employee. You're its citizen. It's national, whatever you want to call it. A national is a citizen. In other words, a national is subject to and in allegiance to the United States. That's where the status comes from. It doesn't come from the states. It comes from the United States. You can't be a national of the United States and not be bound by... All of this is frivolous, folks. Some other ones here for you. Constitutional amendment claims. Contention. Taxpayers can refuse to pay income taxes on religious or moral grounds by invoking the First Amendment. Some individuals or groups claim that taxpayers may refuse to pay federal income taxes based on their religious or moral beliefs, or on an objection to using taxes to fund certain government programs. In support of this frivolous position, these persons mistakenly invoke the First Amendment and often the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, or RFRA. And now it's going to tell you about the actual law. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution provides that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech of the press, or the right of the people to peacefully assemble. That's important, right? Private assembly. And to petition the government for redress of grievances. The First Amendment, however, does not provide a right to refuse to pay income taxes on religious or moral grounds, or because taxes are used to fund government programs opposed by the taxpayer. Likewise, it is well settled that RFRA does not afford a right to avoid payment of taxes for religious reasons. The First Amendment does not protect commercial speech or speech that aids or incites taxpayers to unlawfully refuse to pay federal income taxes, including speech that promotes abusive tax avoidance schemes. Why would it? Again, let's think about this for a moment. You're the evil villain who wants to tax register, right? Just like Caesar. The word tax actually means register, right? You want to register everyone. It's in the Bible, and you want to therefore collect and extort from them, which again, Title 42, Section 1981 says it's your right to be extorted, exacted, put in pain, punished, taxed, licensed, and extorted. Those are your rights, folks. Sorry, that's what citizens get. That's what persons of the United States get. That's your right. Yeah, it's your right to be put in pain, punished, taxed, licensed, and exacted, extorted from. If you don't understand that, you're completely lost. You still think, well, I have God-given rights as a citizen. No, because you're acting as something artificial. You're acting in a lie. You're acting in a flattering title. You're acting as something that is against God. Why would you claim God-given rights while you're acting in person when the Bible says over and over, do not respect persons? Never, in any case whatsoever, do not respect persons, do not respect flattering titles, do not put yourself in false oaths. And yet that's what you're doing, and you're still claiming inevitable God-given rights? What the fuck? I mean, are you stupid? Do you not see that you can't have one foot in, one foot out? You can't be lukewarm, as the Bible's. You cannot be natural and also artificial. You cannot be the truth and also be a lie. Do you not see it? But hey, look, here's your biggest clue so far. Right there. This tells you everything if you could just understand this. U.S. citizenship is a commercial state of persona, of status. Purely commercial, 100% in every aspect. The entire U.S. Code, all the de facto parts are commercial, monetary, all the things that aren't de jure. All the things that are external from that which is the lawful aspect of government. You've entered into the United States a commercial thing, a commercial entity set up for commercial purposes. What does this say, folks? The First Amendment, nor any other amendment, does not protect commercial speech. And certainly not speech that aids and incites taxpayers to unlawfully refuse to pay federal taxes. Why would the government allow an amendment that allows you to not pay taxes? That's stupid. I mean, it's just, you gotta think about these things, folks. Now, if you're foreign from the United States, as I'm foreign from China, I don't have to pay Chinese taxes, unless I deal commercially with China, which means that I do it through the nation state, through that which was the power that was ceded to the nation to control international commerce and interstate commerce. Are you getting this? The First Amendment does not protect commercial speech. The Constitution does not protect commercial persons. This is why, when you look up the definition of a person in the United States, as it applies to all these chapters, it says very clearly that a person can be an individual, an association, a corporation, etc., etc., because these are commercial entities. The Constitution does not have the back of commercial things. All commerce, according to the Commerce Clause, is relegated to the United States unless it's done intrastate. Privately, in other words. Outside of the jurisdiction of that entity that it was ceded to. If you don't understand this, you can't get this through your head, you certainly should not be messing with Uniform Commercial Code and everything, and then also claiming constitutional this and constitutional this. I'm trying to tell you, the United States as a nation state is not constitutional. It doesn't need the Constitution to exist because the constitutional authorities created it. It's their baby. It's their slaveholding company. It's their commercial thing. Right? It does not need to act in any way constitutional. It's going to pretend, it's going to acknowledge, it's going to try to fool you and to think you still have constitutional rights. It's going to agree with you that the Second Amendment somehow protects your right to bear arms, which means heraldry, not guns. But it's going to say, okay, you're dumb enough to think that Second Amendment means you can carry a gun, that's fine. No, it refers to your right to bear arms. In other words, your natural inherent right to defend yourself. And arms is heraldry. It's not. That's why it's capitalized in the Constitution. I apologize for that poor recording. My mic was actually turned off. I just wanted to make clear here, and this should really solve a lot of problems that you're having understanding the notion of why everything seems so unconstitutional and yet nothing's being done about it. You can't claim it. The judges will say the Constitution has no place in this court. Well, it's true because the Constitution does not protect commercial speech. In other words, what is a person? It's a commercial vehicle. The Constitution does not protect the free speech of persons, whether that be individuals or corporations or associations. The Constitution does not protect commercial speech. At all times, you're in commerce. Even when you're driving your kids to the local school or the grocery market, right? That's the car doctrine. I've talked about that before. It's in my book. You must understand there's a difference between real speech, the speech of men of God, and the speech of persons, men acting as or in person. That's no longer free speech, that's franchise speech, and as we know, a franchise is limited. That is, the speech of an agent, an employee, is limited by its principal, its employer. Relevant case law, in case you want to look, United States versus Lee, 1982. That's 45 U.S. 252 and 260. The Supreme Court held that the broad public interest in maintaining a sound tax system is of such importance that religious beliefs in conflict with the payment of taxes provide no basis for refusing to pay, stating, quote, "The tax system could not function if denominations were allowed to challenge the tax system because tax payments were spent in a manner that violates their religious belief." Now again, you believe the Constitution applies in the case of the frickin' Federal Reserve and the tax and this nation-state corporate international contract law anti-God system. How do you, the new world, new secular order, how do you possibly think that? How can you mix the two up? The whole idea is to get you out of the ability to be private and to be self-governing, which is Christianity, to be a Christian man, to follow the example of Christ, to actually avoid all of this stuff by never participating in it in the first place. Right? You can't mix these two systems up. I don't, and I'm sure there's people out there who will say, I'm a constitutional scholar, or I've wrote a book on the Constitution. Great. I invite you to go read my article, Cracking the Cult of the Constitution. It's 2 parts. I never finished the third. I intend to at some point. But, none of this applies to the nation state. It's a completely different administrative entity. You do not practice true religion or true Christianity when the Bible says you cannot worship God in person. Do not go to church in person. Do not pray in person. Do not do anything holy and sacred and of the earth and of the law of nature in an artificial construct. You can't be in the matrix, plugged into the matrix, into an artificial simulation, a hypocrisy of the ultimate sort, and also participate in nature. No, nature crumbles so that you can join Google or Facebook's metaverse, right? And everything around you goes to shit, including your body. Your place in nature dwindles, right? This is the truth of things, folks. So just to be thorough, let's go to the state strategies to subvert fraudulent Uniform Commercial Code, or UCC, filings, a report for state business filing agencies. This was back in 2014. And, this was the National Association of the Secretaries of State. That's how bad it is that they have to go in their private little clubs in Washington, D.C., which this should concern you, by the way, that every single, Governors Association, the National Governors Association, the National Association of Secretaries of State, the national mayors, the national sheriffs, this is a big, big, big problem, but it also tells you they're all national. They're federal. They've been federalized. And this is where they go and they do their legislation. Remember, Common Core was part of the National Governors Association, and it got passed in all 50 states because they weren't going to pass it nationally. But it's pretty much the same thing. You're passing a uniform law, and that's what this is all about. That's why this is so dangerous, that all of these organizations exist that are national organizations of what are supposed to be independent and completely foreign states. They've been nationalized just like the states were nationalized. They've been conquered. They've been purchased. They're corrupt in every way possible. How else do you say this? And we see here the contents, basically what we're talking about. And so we go to the first page, and we're just going to read this because it needs to be said. It needs to be heard by people. And I know that most people are not going to spend the time looking into this. They're going to follow a faith-based belief in gurus, as I call them, and be driven down the wrong path. Introduction. The vast majority of Uniform Commercial Code, or UCC, financing statements that are filed with the Secretary of State offices are legitimate documents authorized by relevant parties. However, financing statements with no legitimate basis under the UCC, often referred to as fraudulent or bogus filings, are a persistent problem for state filing offices and the individuals targeted by these spurious claims. Often used as a retaliatory measure by government separatist group members, prison inmates, and others looking to harass or intimidate public officials and corporations, lending institutions, these filings can create serious financial difficulties for victims. And again, the victim is not government. While various judicial and administrative remedies are available to those who believe that a filing has wrongfully named them as a debtor, there is a general feeling amongst the nation's secretaries of state that more can and should be done to address the issue. Removing a bogus lien from a public registry can be a costly and time-consuming process. In most states, this action requires a court order. The legal expenses that are involved can run thousands of dollars, and the process can take months or even years. Restoring damaged credit histories can take even longer. I certainly know that. After going through identity theft, I could never restore my credit. But the point they're trying to make is here, again, under UCC code, as a creditor, there's no point in you being a creditor unless there is a debtor. All right, and it's the debtor that you're going after. You're being told to go after. Collective efforts by states to subvert fraudulent UCC filings back to 2004, when the National Association of Secretaries of State, or NASS, and the International Association of Commercial Administrators, IACA, developed recommendations to help state filing offices promulgate a more uniform nationwide response to the problem. The recommendations, updated in 2006, included the adoption of a clear judicial remedy for victims of bogus financial statements, along with stronger civil and criminal penalties for those who submit these claims, and that is you. You're not the victim, you're the predator, in their eyes. Given the dramatic increase in the number of fraudulent UCC filings during the past few years, state officials are now working under the auspices of NASS to identify additional ways to provide victims of bogus filings with expedited relief. Members of the NASS Business Services Committee have also urged states to contemplate faster, less costly options for keeping bogus liens out of the public record. The role of the Secretary of State's office and its level of authority in the filings process are typically at the center of this latest push. Nearly half of all states have implemented their own legislative approaches to subverting fraudulent UCC filings, and more than a dozen of them have given the state filing offices greater influence or oversight in the process. This report is designed to provide state filing offices and other government agencies with an understanding of these relatively new laws, as well as the issues they seek to address. Section 1 provides background information on the rise of fraudulent filings, shedding light on the growing sovereign citizen movement and the most common types of bogus filings. Section 2 provides an overview of the Uniform Commercial Code, UCC, and the important influence that this model law, remember model laws come from United Nations, has on the role and authority of state filing offices. Section 3 outlines the 2006 NASSIACA Task Force recommendations and highlights recent state approaches to the proliferation of bogus filings. The rise in fraudulent UCC filings. Bogus UCC filings have become more common in recent years due to the explosion in the number of people who identify with an anti-government belief system called the Sovereign Citizen Movement, a loose network of individuals living across the U.S. who believe that government is illegitimate. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI, has designated sovereign citizens as a domestic terrorist movement and a growing threat to law enforcement. By some estimates, there are as many as 300,000 sovereigns in the United States, and their number are likely to increase. That is not an official word. That is more of a joke on you for thinking such a thing. For many of these individuals, paper-based tactics are used to strike back at government interference in their lives. Numerous websites sell how-to kits to offer to train subscribers on how to perpetuate filing schemes in exchange for large fees. Most of these filings utilize telltale buzzwords and share common indicators, including references to the Bible, the Constitution, the U.S. Supreme Court decisions, or foreign treaties. Remember that it used to that would make you a scholar at some point in history, but now it's now. No, it's really scary for these guys. Names written in all capital letters or interspersed with colons. Signatures followed by the words under duress or sovereign living soul or a copyright symbol. Personal seals, stamps, or thumbprints in red ink. Thank God. The words accepted for value and copies of personal documents such as birth certificates or social security cards. Now, I want you to think about this, folks. Again, this is not me. I'm reading from an official source. You need to understand that they don't look at these things like you do. They look at these things as what they call paper terrorism. These are not, this is not something to mess around with. This is their system, and you're trying to use it in a way that is harmful to them. That doesn't really make sense if you stop and think about it, really. This is not something that you want to mess around with. And again, look, you are not sovereign. God is sovereign. You either serve God as a sovereign or you choose to serve the state. The state, the king, whatever. Whatever the head of the nation state is, that's what you're serving. Okay, it can be the king, it can be the queen, it can be the president, it can be the prime minister. Whatever it is, that's what you're serving, okay? Don't get confused with the notion that you have self-sovereignty. The reason that people believe that is because, and I covered this in my second book, is that the communist ideal was to get people to think that their rights are self-serving. In other words, that they come from you. Not that they come from God. Not that they're inherent because they're God-given. No, they come from you. And therefore, instead of having unalienable rights, you have inalienable rights. Because they come from you, because you are sovereign, which is completely false, you have the right to sell those rights. And they have the right to take them away from you. You're forgetting the most important part of the Declaration of Independence. All these documents that say God-given rights, inherent rights, natural. That's not you. Yes, you express them, but they're of God. You have to understand that. Not because Clint says so, not because religion says so, but because that's how this system works. If you don't understand that, again, I've tried to explain this through books and documentaries and radio shows. How long do I have to spend on this before you get this? I'm not asking you to just change your entire belief system. I'm just asking you to realize all of this is based on that. You don't go to a Monopoly game and try to change the rules and say, no, this is not. No, you follow the rules so that you can play the game. This is a game with a set of rules that they have made, and you're either playing it or you're not. So in their purview, you are either a man, a religious man, a man of God, or you are a slave. And so many quotes over the time have said, same thing, you'll either be ruled by God or you'll be ruled by the state. And I don't know what to say. I really don't. If you don't get that, then there is no point in continuing. Religious or non-religious, it doesn't matter. This is not religion we're talking about. This is an ideal. This is the very system that it's based on. If you just can't get that, then again, no point in moving on. Continue in your fraud, both yourself and the system and God. According to the American Bar Association, the vast majority of all bogus UCC financing statements also share another important characteristic. They indicate that the debtor is a transmitting utility. This term is used to refer to any person who is primarily engaged in the railroad, street, railway, or trolley bus business, the electric or electronic communications transmission of electricity, steam, gas, or water, or the provision of sewer service. Fraudulent filers, particularly sovereigns, use this designation in an attempt to ensure that their financing statements remain indefinitely on file. Under UCC Section 9, transmitting utility filings do not lapse. This is a major contrast to most UCC financing statements, which, unless continued by the secured party, will lapse after a period of 5 years from the date of filing. Why? Because they're doing what they call legitimate business. They're not trying to scam. In general, there are 3 main types of bogus filings: harassment filings, strawman filings, and authentication filings. It is important to understand the intent behind these submissions so that states can effectively deal with them. Learning to recognize the common indicators within these spurious claims can also be helpful for policymakers and those who work in state filing offices on the front lines of UCC transactions. All 3 types of spurious claims will be covered in the following section of this report, and I guarantee one of the claims that you've made is going to be in here. Whether you agree with that assessment or not doesn't matter. You're using their forms to enter their system to become their title of their property of secured party creditor. It doesn't exist in nature. It's a flattering title. And therefore you're under their rules and regulations, and their opinions are the only ones that matter. It's their property. You're participating voluntarily. Harassment filings. Sovereigns regularly file retaliatory, bogus financing statements and real property liens against government officials, corporations, and banks, or their employees, as a response to a perceived injustice. Judges, prosecutors, and public defenders are also frequently targeted. Although they are not legally effective, victims may spend years battling their false claims, and some may not even realize they have been targeted until they attempt to conduct a property transaction or open a line of credit. In other words, you've put a lien on somebody. You put a lien on a police officer. You put a lien on a cop or a judge or whatever, some public officer, and you're claiming that essentially and I understand, I agree, they're acting under color of law. They're not participating in anything that's legitimate in law. They're extorting you, exacting you, and yet I have to remind you that's your right to be extorted and exacted, Title 42, Section 1981, but, just ignore that, right? This is what citizenship is. It's slavery, voluntary. So you're trying to make them liable for their actions as men, not as judge, not as a flattering title. But see, that doesn't work because they're also protected as persons. And it just goes on and on and on. It's just not going to work. And if it does seem like it's working, it's going to catch up to you eventually, and you're going to be the victim that you always were. Financing statements filed to harass a target victim often falsely indicate that the debtor owes large sums of money to the filer or purported secured party. Right? Secured party creditor. How many times do you hear people say that? Well, and what do? They have fee schedules is one of the things I've seen where you give it to a police officer or whatever and says, if you want to ask me any questions, it's going to cost you $1 million per question, and I'm going to put a lien on you to get that money. If you're going to hold me illegally, well, see, that's the problem. You're you're under martial law. You got to just get over it. 2, it's your right to be put in paying tax, licensed, and extorted. All right, these are your rights as U.S. citizens and the nationals. A U.S. citizen is a U.S. citizen is a national. A national is a U.S. citizen. It's not so much a title as a fact. Harassment filings have become more common in the past decade as prison inmates have learned about these tactics and adopted them in large numbers. I've had some prisoners contact me, hoping to do the same thing, and I warn them against it. For example, a prisoner seeking retaliation against a government official might file an unauthorized financing statement claiming that the official owes the prisoner millions of dollars. Selling hope. Isn't it just, God, it's just so pathetic. Strawman filings. Under a complicated scheme known as the redemption theory, sovereign citizens, so-called, believe that the federal government creates a strawman account at the U.S. Treasury Department, which we've just talked about, representing the monetary worth of each citizen. An individual strawman account supposedly contains anywhere from $600,000 to $3 million. Hopium! Sovereign citizens, so-called, believe that a UCC financing statement allows them to secure an interest in their strawman account and gain access to a secret account holding these funds. Remember, this is a decades-old scheme. This is nothing new, right? This goes back to 2000, what did I say, 4? But it goes, like I said, you can get books on this dating back to the 60s and 70s. It's been a movement for a long time, but it's not a real movement. It's a scam. This process is sometimes referred to as freeing money from the straw man. Remember, the straw man, okay, it's not real. It's not something that you could put your hand on. It would be more accurate to call it a paper man. It's all the things that are attached to your person, your contracts, right? Your memberships, your everything that would go back and hold that person as the secure party. You're securing yourself through the person to do business, just like you would create this so-called secure party creditor. The problem is, in order to use it again, you have to have a debtor. Who's the debtor? Well, you're gonna go harass people. You're gonna make a police officer or a judge or whoever a debtor illegally. Judges own the courts that they sit in. It's a completely for-profit business. If you look at the business filings on Dun & Bradstreet, right? That doesn't change anything. Nor does it change the rules of Monopoly. Nor does it change the rules of life, the game. You don't go in the Matrix and change the programming. You get out of the Matrix. A strawman filing will often include the same name for both secured party and debtor, with the name of the debtor, the strawman, spelled entirely in uppercase letters. In other words, you're saying, I am a man on the land, I'm sovereign, and therefore I'm suing myself, which when I say self, I mean the person that I've been voluntarily conducting commerce in the United States, as if that person is something or anything that you can sue. You're suing yourself. The agent for that person is you. Why would you sue yourself? It doesn't even make sense. But it does make sense if it's not explained for you. Because you're thinking this straw man thing is a separate entity. And it is. The person is completely separate from you. But it only exists for you and you only. It's not transferable to anybody. When you die, it cannot be transferred. So it dies when you die. That's what the death certificate is for. Because it was created from the birth certificate, it must be, according to the maxims of law, the contract must be terminated in the same way it was created, and therefore a death certificate must be created when you die. The natural death and therefore a civil death. But I mean, if you're if you're seriously gonna try to sue or put a lien on your own person, I mean, that's pretty foolish if you think about it. You're the only one that uses it. You're not getting to the government by doing so. There is no account, as we've discussed. I don't know what to tell you. So again, a strawman filing will often include the same name for both secured party and debtor, with the name of the debtor, the strawman, spelled entirely in uppercase letters. That is the scheme right there. Because there's your uppercase letters, which is purely a style. It has nothing to do with authority or law. It's just the style in which things are written. The debtor name may also include the words corporation after it, trying to say that the person is a corporation when it is not. It is incorporated. It's not a corporation. Corporations are persons, but your individual strawman, your individual person, is not a corporation. The name of the secured party, the physical individual, in other words, I'm a man, is often spelled with initial capital letters only, as you would normally spell it, and a comma or a semicolon before the surname. For example, John Robert : Doe. And this, makes you feel better. Look how I put my name. I made my own little thing. I'd never said it had any authority. I'm merely stating that Clint, my Christian name, is more powerful than any possible surname that you attach to it. But I'm not going to ignore my family name either, right? Just because I'm saying Clint Richardson does not mean I'm saying the person Clint Richardson. What does the Bible say? Use your Christian name. You do not need a family name. You do not need these names to be, in other words, the only reason you would use a surname to add to and put on top of the Christian name is because you're abandoning God's gift, God's law. That's how it works in law. This isn't in religion, right? Look it up. It's a legal term. Christian name is your first name. Surname is your title. The problem is the last name becomes the first will and testament. And I've covered this before, so I'm not going to go over it again. If you don't believe it, look it up. I'm amazed at the things people can have faith in while at the same time losing any faith in reality. Remember, God is truth. Jehovah is truth. Authentication filings. Aside from harassment and strawman claims, sovereigns sometimes submit fraudulent financing instruments in conjunction with bogus UCC filings to try and mislead third parties about the authenticity of the underlying documents. The UCC, in the role of the Secretary of State's office, in order to understand why so many bogus or fraudulent liens are accepted for recording by state filing offices in the first place, and see, this is the important part, because they are accepted, because you get a bunch of idiots, essentially, people who work in the front of offices. They're not the main characters, right? You talk to a paralegal, you talk to a post office worker, a front counter worker, a DMV worker. They don't know any better. I mean, come on. These are people who intake letters, who are probably out smoking pot on their breaks. I mean, these are the people that you're counting on receiving your documents, because then the fraud takes on a little life of its own for a while, and you feel like you've won something. This is not a game. In order to understand why so many bogus or fraudulent liens are accepted for recording by state filing offices in the first place, it is important to highlight the Uniform Commercial Code, UCC, and its influence on the role of the Secretary of State's office. The UCC is a comprehensive model, uniform act, addressing most aspects of commercial law. Commercial law. That is not the law of nature. That is not any of the things that you should be concerned with. The Uniform Law Commission and the American Law Institute are responsible for maintaining and revising its content. Those groups are essentially a large consortium of politicians and attorneys. That's it. They're not there for... This is not a good thing, not something you should be involved in. It's for criminals. It's for people that want to break the natural law, the law of nature, to participate in commerce, international commerce. Under revised Article 9 of the Code, Secretary of State offices typically serve as the central filing location for public notices of secured transactions. These public notices, called financing statements, indicate a commercial agreement between a debtor and a secured party. Remember, you're trying to secure yourself. You're trying to call yourself, your person, as a debtor and use it as a secured party because, the secured party is a man. It has to be a person. They are used by banks, mortgage companies, and other lending institutions to determine whether there are existing claims against the collateral of a prospective debtor. I can think of nothing more anti-biblical than making someone a debtor. I really can't. It's like making someone a slave. The limitations of the UCC Article 9 in addressing fraudulent filings. According to the uniform language of the UCC, the Secretary of State's office is limited to its role as a filing office for these public records. It doesn't do anything but file them. That's why they're having you send them there. The gurus, the fraudsters. The office does not have the authority to verify the accuracy or the validity of documents when they are filed, even if they are blatantly fraudulent. Do you understand? Again, I get the feeling that maybe they want these things to happen because then they can fine you. They can screw with your life. If a financing statement is submitted with all the required information, the Secretary of State must record the document. In fact, the original text of Article 9 prohibits states from rejecting financing statements unless specific grounds exist for this action. Even then, the reasons for rejections are limited to ministerial or administrative issues, such as failure to pay the proper fee, incomplete forms, or ineligible writing. Now, again, I want to stress this. All of the things that I've seen as I'm going through this, they are specifically sending it places or doing things because they know these people's hands are tied. They're going to submit the form, even if they know it's a straw man argument, even if they know it's an artificial redemption fake scam. They have to submit it. So naturally, the scam artists are going to tell you to submit the form. They'll also tell you, and I think we'll get to this at some point, to ignore the part on the form where it says this part must be signed in person. In other words, in front of an agent. They'll say, well, no, don't do that. Send it in the mail. Ignore the instructions that say do not send this in the mail, but instead send it in the mail to an office like this where they have no choice but to submit the form. Therefore, it appears that you've somehow won. You've won the game. Congratulations, you're redeemed. Oh, man. Treachery here just knows no bounds. And I know a lot of people are innocent in this. They believe in what they're doing, but I don't think most gurus out there do. I really don't. Furthermore, the options available to a person named in an unauthorized financing statement are limited under the UCC. Sounds like a great victim. There are two main remedies to assist potential victims: an information statement and a termination statement, formerly known as a correction statement. An information statement can be submitted to the filing office to show that a named debtor would like to amend the record. A termination statement affirms that the unauthorized financing statement is not effective. The person named as a debtor always has to be a person, and you're claiming to be a man. Men can't deal with persons, and persons can't deal with men. That's why the person is created, to have a commercial vehicle, a vessel. The person named as a debtor may demand that the secured party file a termination statement, or if the secured party fails to act, the debtor himself or herself may submit one. Neither an information statement nor a termination statement provides the means to quickly or completely remove the bogus filing from the public record. In fact, the submission of an information statement does not actually invalidate the financing statement. Its only purpose is to provide public notice that the validity of the financing statement is in dispute. Although the filing of a termination statement will indicate in the public record that the unauthorized financing statement is not valid, it does not remove the financing statement from the registry. The UCC requires the financing statement, including the termination statement, to remain on record until at least 1 year after it lapses. However, while victims may file a termination statement to indicate that a financing statement is invalid, potential secured parties doing an electronic records search may miss the fact that a termination statement has been filed. That's, again, you. You are confident that your statement is on record, and yet you don't even know it's already been terminated. It should be noted that while there are a number of limitations, UCC Revised Article 9 also permits a person named as a debtor in an unauthorized filing to seek injunctive relief, to include the collection of damages for financial harms brought about by the claim. Specifically, individuals who submit unauthorized filing statements may be subject to a $500 penalty for each bogus filing and an additional $500 penalty for each refusal to file a termination statement. That's you. NASSAICA Task Force recommendations and new approaches. The drafters of UCC Revised Article 9 have acknowledged the challenges in dealing with the bogus UCC filings, as well as the Code's inability to provide a completely satisfactory response to the problem. The drafters' comments have pointed to judicial remedies and criminal penalties as the most effective and least burdensome approaches. As a result, the Bogus Filing Task Force, devised in 2006, recommends recommendations around this notion. As a result, the NASSIACA Bogus Filings Task Force devised its 2006 recommendations around this notion. One recommendation encouraged states to allow individuals named as debtors in an unauthorized financing statement to file a motion for judicial review of the filing without paying a fee. After issuing a decision based solely on the documentation submitted by relevant parties, the court could then order the filing office to remove fraudulent financing statements from the record. Another recommendation encouraged states to adopt laws that would make it a criminal felony to file a financing statement for the purpose of harassment, while still another focused on civil penalties. Under the recommendation on civil penalties, states were urged to take steps that would allow a person to seek damages, court costs, attorney fees, related expenses, and an injunction against anyone who files a financing statement for the purpose of harassing or defrauding someone. While a number of states have adopted laws to conform to these recommendations, a significant increase in fraudulent filings during the past few years has required some states to consider their own Article 9 legislative initiatives. Many of these new laws and legislative proposals have a direct impact on Secretary of State offices and how they handle the filing of UCC records. Now, I want you to understand, again, why is this bad? I mean, it should be obvious you're harassing somebody. The whole system of law is set up so that everybody gets due process of law, right? That's the idea. I can't just go in and, put a lien on you without you being said to be guilty of something. I can't just go in and do all these horrible things to somebody without first providing a case to some type of arbitrator, some kind of judge, some type of magistrate, right? This was how the system was set up to have a fair trial. How could you possibly consider that this is a fair trial? You can't. This is allowing you, because it is evil, because it is international, because it is commercial, because it is anti-God, anti-Christ, you are literally harassing them. You're putting a lien on somebody. That means that these people might be a cop, might be a judge, whatever it is you think about them, and I probably would agree with you, would never make me do this to somebody. I'm going to put a lien on you so that you can't, maybe your credit cards will get closed. Maybe you won't be able to get a house. Maybe you won't be able to get any, all the horrible things that happen when you go through, even through identity theft. It's horrible. There was a movie, I think it was called Enemy of the State. I remember it had Will Smith in it, and he was an attorney, I think, and the NSA started messing with him, doing this exact type of stuff, turning off his credit, turning off, this is why this is so dangerous, because you're going around all these. In one sentence, you'll say, I love the Constitution, I love its protections, I love all the things, and then in the next, you're making someone your debtor without going through any due process, any kind of lawful system, right? I mean, it's pretty horrible. If you ask me, maybe I'm off here, but this is not a proper system of law. That's why they're considered bogus filings, because you're not following any of the correct procedures for law. You're just trying to put a lien on somebody. That's evil, guys. Can you not see that? This is not an eye for an eye. This is not, we don't act that way as good men. And that's the problem. You're claiming to be a good, but you're playing, I'm a man of God. I'm a creation of God. Well, then start acting like it. No one who claims to be of God would act in commerce like this. I'm sorry. For a pre-filing remedy to be most effective, it must be comprehensive enough to cover the various types of bogus UCC filings. While some information can be helpful when identifying a strawman filing, for example, the same name for a secured party and the debtor, harassment and authentication filings require a more general standard. Thus, a comprehensive pre-filing remedy likely requires the filing office have broad authority to reject a financing statement. South Carolina is one state that has taken this approach, adopting a statute that defines submissions that can be rejected by the Secretary of State's office given any of the following conditions. The financing statement is not created pursuant to the UCC, is intended for an improper purpose, such as to hinder, harass, or otherwise wrongfully interfere with any person, names the same person as both debtor and secured party, describes collateral not within the scope of the UCC, or is being filed for a purpose other than a transaction within the scope of the UCC. Now, one thing I really want you to get out of this, folks, is if the names of the debtor and the creditor, the so-called secured party creditor, are the same, that is an immediate and complete understanding that you're in a fraud. This, above all else, okay, you cannot be a debtor to yourself. The person is not a debtor to you. It is to the government. Right? But you don't sue yourself. You don't try to put a lien on your own person. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But it works because, again, they're required to file all statements. Here's a state that finally is saying enough is enough. So, yeah, again, if you have the debtor and the creditor as the same name, it doesn't matter what you say. Well, I'm a man. It doesn't matter. It's not going to work. You're committing fraud. Period. End of story. No way around it. The obvious benefit of a pre-filing remedy is that it can prevent a bogus filing statement from being filed in the first place. As a result, a person targeted by harassment filing does not have to spend the time and resources often required to remove the filing from the public record, and they are spared the potential negative impact that the bogus financing statement could have on their record, which may linger even after a filing has been expunged from the record. The other benefit important to the Secretaries of State as stewards of the public record is that this approach maintains the integrity of the public record by not allowing fraudulent information to enter into that public record. The primary challenge states face when implementing a pre-filing remedy is the limitation of resources in the state filing office. The grunts. A pre-filing remedy requires active review of filings that come into the office on a daily basis, both in person as well as electronically. Anyway, we get the picture here. They are trying to do something in a limited way to prevent this filing. Let me put this another way, okay? If I list the debtor and the creditor as the same, this would kind of be like saying, okay, I'm going to sue my company that I worked for as an employee, but I'm not going to sue the company, I'm going to sue the employee. Because I'm not an employee, right? The employee was a flattering title put on my person. They hired the person, and therefore me as in bond and surety to that person in case I do anything bad. So I'm going to sue the employee of the corporation instead of the corporation itself. Even though I was the employee and I was the one acting as the employee, therefore I'd just be suing myself, which means I'm going to get nothing. And that brings us, I believe, to the end of episode 6. Now, look out for episodes 7 and possibly 8. I don't think I'll fit it all in one more, but it's possible. I really doubt it, because we've got so much more to learn now, because this was strictly about calling fraud on the fraudsters. Now we need to learn the truth about our disposition. We need an entirely new, or I should say true, look at history. What is the United States? What is a state? What is a nation? What is a nation state? What is Unidroit? Who is this group of people, these lawyers, these attorneys, and these people who call themselves Uniform Law Commission? Why is this happening everywhere? Why is even the comprehensive financial reports, the auditing of governments and corporations are being uniform? They already are in Canada and in the United States. That happened a long time ago. So this uniformity of law is just another way of saying a globalization. Because if you think about the word globalization, of course, something that is global in that language means it covers everything. Not the true globe. We're talking about globally putting a system of law over all jurisdictions, entities, countries, nation states specifically. In other words, these things, these corporate structures that have taken over and are essentially pretending to be the original country, the states, basically. And it's a hell of a thing to come to understand. Again, this was a learning process for me. I never really understood this in the capacity that I do now. And I'm excited to share this with you because no one ever taught me this in school. No one ever taught you this, and I'd never heard this talk about, I don't think, in any of the limited radio shows that I've listened to. No one has ever talked about the nation state, what that means. Most people haven't heard of, for instance, the Organization of American States, of which United States is a state. United Nations, United States is a state, nation state. This was not clear to me. Now that it is clear, I can see how everything is set up. I can see how the treaties and all this stuff, I can see how the Constitution doesn't apply. Everything now makes sense. And I promise you, if you will stick with me through all of this, spend another 10, 15 hours on this, I promise that you will understand everything, and I promise that you will see even further the fraud that is this Uniform Commercial Code, state assemblies, whatever it is these people are calling themselves. All right? That it is you and you alone that can do anything, and that it is your actions, your voluntariness that really, in the end, is what needs to be ceased. All right? That means acting privately, acting in good faith, etc. So, until then, we've got a lot of learning to do, and that learning is, again, going to be by official sources, not by myself. We're going to be watching a lot of videos and a little less reading, although I still have a lot to read to you. Even some of the Federalist Papers, which will now make a lot of sense. So, anyway, I appreciate you guys listening, and sorry for the absences between shows, but, I'm on to the point where when I learn something, it's it's a big thing because so many dots get connected after all these years, and it takes a long time to truly comprehend this stuff. And I find the best way to really know if I understand it is to teach it, and so I can take what I didn't know in this episode and I can apply that and ask myself the question, well, what was I missing here? And that will be answered in the next episode, because I've been doing this for over a month, and of course all my previous knowledge, putting all this together, collecting all the information. So anyway, enough ranting. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.